Welcome to action from the final round of Rotax Max South African Karting Championship for 2025. We're at Zwartkops International World of Karting, and I can tell you something, the battles that are going to rage today are going to be pretty spectacular. It's time to crown the champions. We've got an African champion. We want to make sure that we've got more representation at the World Finals in Bahrain in December. Looking forward to that one, of course, and seeing whether South Africa can come back with more world titles. But first of all, we've got to sort out the SA title, and that'll happen here today. So once again, a big welcome to Zwartkops International Kart Circuit here in just west of Pretoria, Gauteng, South Africa. You're watching from all around the world. A massive welcome to you, to all our friends from Mozambique, and of course also from Kenya, who have joined us too. We've got some international karters from the continent of Africa who've come down here for the final round of the Rotax South Africa Karting Championships for 2025. Massive thanks to Ed Murray Racing, Mojo Tyres and XPS, Delotto, to Top Kart and Coma, to our timing team, and of course to DT Film Services for all of this action. Super Quick are in the house as well, thank you to them. But looking forward to a phenomenal day's racing, because we already started the weekend, actually yesterday, with the first heats in each of the categories. And each of those heats, of course, was fought valiantly. We kicked things off with the Bambino class in a few minutes' time, but it was Alonso de Oliveira who was the fastest in heat number 1, beating out Sebastian. Great effort there from him. Shuttleworth coming through in second. Yintla coming through for a third place, and a nice run from him to see Makobele up into third. And then right behind him, we saw a big charge coming out of Euro Malibai, and Zwartkops coming through there for the top 5 in Magoda's position. So that was how Bambino's wrapped up yesterday. In the senior category, big fight between South Africa and Mozambique, which eventually saw Carmo Novella come through for the win, beating out a hard charge as well, coming from the second place battle. That second place battle saw the likes of Rudy stepping up and Schussler really putting some pace together there in that first heat. Ethan Bostander was there into third, ahead and pushing hard of, just trying to pick who that was in the third spot there. It was Tristan Duplessis, of course. And then a nice run from Taylor Scrimagor coming through there, of course, for the top 5. When we went into the Micromax, a slightly smaller field of Micromax compared to what we normally have, but the action was still thick and fast. Adrian Stein taking the victory there over Luan de Vet. Then Luke Dutoy, Michael Omani, and Roddy Harris coming through for the top 5 there in the Micros. In juniors, probably one of our hardest fought battles today is going to come out of the junior category. And Caleb Moss took the first heat yesterday, beating out a big battle behind him. And the big battle was led out by Mozambique's Kayo Kera. And then right there, Emma Dowling looking for a championship. Emma Dowling and Caleb Moss will be fighting for that championship today. Emma should say, needs to try and get as many of the victories as she can today. And Dowling will try to get that so that Caleb Moss will stay away from that number 1 plate. Arshan was up there into 4th place. So not a bad effort there from Mr. Reddy. And then Keenan Duplessis came through for the top 5. In the Minimax, also another hard-fought battle between Christian Naidu, who took the victory. Washu coming through there, Matabule. Nice run from him, arguably one of the best finishes we've seen out of Matabule, up into 2nd place, beating Brody Dowling to that 3 spot. Then it was Hunter North right behind that, and Mac Naidu coming through for the top 5. And then we combined DD2s and the DD2 Masters into one category yesterday for their first heat, which saw a big fight at the front end, and eventually Jamie Smith winning that one out over Jason Gutsia. Anwar will be pushing hard, April, to try and get up at least into the top 2 at some point in the next 3 heats of racing today, as will Cristiano Morgado, who of course is also fighting for the Masters honours, along with Jonathan Peterson and Tony Orby. Sebastian Boyd eventually finished up in 5th place overall, and it was a good effort there from all of our DD2 and DD2M combined. So looking forward to race action. We'll be live shortly with action on track, starting out with an 8-lap heat of Bambinos. They will start things out for us, and we will then go into heat 2 right up until the lunch break. That's at approximately 12 o'clock. It's a short lunch break today because we've got lots of race action to come straight after that, and then we go into a full afternoon of racing. So heat 3 and heat 4 this afternoon, and then our awards ceremony, which will probably also be on our live stream feed at approximately 4:30 this afternoon. So stand by for action from our Rotax finals here in South Africa. As I said, we're just west of Pretoria, the capital city of South Africa, in the Gauteng province, and we are looking forward to a phenomenal day's racing.
So tell me, why do we do it? Why do we push so hard? Why do we test our limits? Why do we reach for perfection? When others leave, we stay. When others pack up, we work harder. When others keep in the dry, our blood turns to ice. When others give in, we dig deeper. Every rev, every corner, every apex, every pass, every risk, every position, every 10th, every 100th, every 1000th, every goal we set, every challenge we face, every fear we overcome. Because we won't settle for second. Because we live and breathe it. Because we seek the strength deep inside us. Because we give our best. Because this is Rotax.
Winning is everything, but it is not the only thing. 384 champions. A rainbow of colour, hope and pride.
It changed my whole life, and there's no other event in the world like it.
I love it. It's part of my life.
Bahrain unfolds before them, a floodlit ocean of sand under an ink-black sky. A roller coaster of tarmac and emotion. Months after month they have toiled.
Let's get to it. Here's our first race on the cards, and looking forward to a big battle here with our Bambinos. As I said, Alonso de Oliveira basically has not been beaten almost all season long. He's been the class of the field, and yesterday put in the first win of 4 here this weekend. So we're looking forward to seeing whether he gets it all together now, heading down towards turn 1. Certainly looks like it is a big charge coming from the man out front there. And let's see if we get it all together as they come down into turn 1 for the first time. De Oliveira will be looking to push through there in the 46 cart. As you can see, he's about 4th or 5th at the moment, so not quite getting the whole shot. That went to Yero Malabai. So Yero Malabai coming through there and taking the lead as they came down into the tunnel for the first time. Heading into the bottom section. It's, of course, into a big twisty left, right. We've got a spinner in the middle of the road. Hopefully they all see him. Yes, they do. One of the carts just spinning out there and dropping by the wayside. I think it might have been Grey Fence. I'm not 100% sure. We'll double check on that as they come across the line. We'll get to see who drops down the order. But Yero Malabai leads things out, and it looks like it's Yintla Makabele who's right on his tail. So a nice start from the two of them. Where is the 46 cart? Is he sneaking through there? Yes, he is. Making his way up into third place now goes Alonso de Oliveira, man who took yesterday's victory and the lead, and of course leads this championship overall as well. So we'll keep an eye on the progress of that young man as he makes his way down there. First lap, of course, Shuttleworth led out over Betancourt. Little change up there as they went through. And then you can see a bit of changing a little bit further back as both Yeru and Yintla lost out there on that first lap to the two carts just ahead of them. So a bit of work to do for the two of them. Let's see if they can get it all right. Nice start nonetheless, though for Sebastian Shuttleworth. He, of course, was second yesterday behind Alonso de Oliveira. So let's see what Teresa Betancourt can do. Teresa, of course, coming from Mozambique. She's putting the pressure onto the man out front and showing the way around here, actually, to the man who has not been bettered at this kart track for the last couple of rounds of the championship. African Open, he was 1, 2, 3 victories in a row. So I think de Oliveira will just be taking his time, trying to find a way through there early on if he can. If he gets past, he'll be a difficult man to beat. Looks like he's going to try around the outside of Teresa. Yes, gets through. Teresa holds on to the inside line, though. She's not going to give it up without a fight. That's great stuff to see banging so early on. And no room given there whatsoever. Shuttleworth and de Oliveira, well, they crossed the line at the same time, de Oliveira and Betancourt. They were literally split by about 0.06 of a second as they crossed the line. But it is still in the hands of Teresa Betancourt there in second place. But the pressure is certainly on. And de Oliveira is putting that pressure on big time. They head up through the twisties. Up towards our commentary booth just on the left-hand side now. We pick up the camera from our commentary booth, just below the commentary booth. Yellow flag waving, so we must have a driver that's spun off somewhere. Maybe down into that super quick sweep. You can see they're just coming on board there, and look, there we go. Flying through. Looking for a chance now. Watch for the cutback. Going to come out of that 46 cart of Alonso de Oliveira. Betancourt saw him coming. Oh, a little touch. Little touch there between Teresa and Alonso as they cross the line. So there's no holds barred here. Mozambique versus South Africa for second. It's allowing Sebastian Shuttleworth to get away ever so slightly, so he won't be too concerned about that. He'll be actually pretty happy about the fact that he's having a little bit of a ding-dong behind. And those two will be slowing each other up. Eventually, there's no holds barred here. Betancourt back in a second. Thanks for coming. So Alonso de Oliveira is not having it all his own way here this weekend. The previous time we were here, only a couple of weekends ago, in fact about a month and a half or so ago, for the Africa Open, de Oliveira was just nowhere to be seen. He disappeared at the front end, and no one even came close to him. Today, he's having it all his own way, or not really all his own way. Have a look at this replay. There's a little tag going out. I like that, Rubbings Racing. But there was a big tag on the main straightaway as well. Looks like de Oliveira might have snuck up in a second. He has. He's got ahead now, Betancourt. And along for the ride come Magora and Makabule. So Yintle and Yero are joining the party on the inside line from the 19 Kart down. Nice one from Zwarte. Zwarte has joined the party as well. Zwarte Magora has joined the party and now moves himself up into third place. Sneaking through on Teresa Betancourt. Little tap there from the 13 Kart. Yintle giving a gesticulation that he's not too happy about that. He's saying, give me some room to play. But this is every man and lady for themselves out there, and Yintle has not got through. Teresa has kept him at bay. It's a fantastic run here from the young lady from Mozambique. She's showing these South African boys the way around their own home track. Still sits in fourth place. Now in between Zwarte and Yintle. And I think there's going to be a little bit of fun and games between them shortly because they've closed that gap down. Teresa's coming back at the 19 Kart and putting pressure onto him as they go into the big double left-hander. Inside line from her, using that inside line to perfection and gets through back into third place. She'll be in third as she crosses the line, but will she be able to hang on the brakes down into turn one? Dive on the inside from the 13 Kart there. Yes, nice move. Makabule makes a little move and moves up into fourth place. Dropping Zwarte down into five. This is a fantastic little battle here. What a way to kick things off. Didn't expect to see this kind of action right from the word go, but looks like they've all come to party. It's the final round of the championship, so this is the deciding factor. These last three heats of racing will decide who the SA champ is for Bambino and all the categories today. So looking forward to seeing exactly what goes down there. Nice move here. Oh, there you go. Inside line from the 13. And yes, indeed, Makabule moves up into the 3 spot. Watching the moves as well from de Oliveira. Alonso de Oliveira has closed the gap down to about 1.3 seconds on the last pass. It's definitely come down to less than that. As they cross the line now, we'll see exactly what that gap is. Change up in the gap. Goes down to 0.0864 of a second there between the top two. Once again, a dive from the 19 Kart to try and find a way through there, but no answer. Have a look at this as they cross the line. Someone's off. Oh, in the background, it's the 13 machine. Yintle Makabule is out. He spun out. And he might have been tagged slightly. That's why he's gesticulating the way he was. Just watching in the background, he got completely out of shape and landed up on the banking just before the start-finish line. So Yintle Makabule has lost a lot of ground, dropping himself down, possibly even out of that top 5. He's down to 5th place, in fact. Stayed in 5th place because of the gap. But here's the change-up possibly for the lead and maybe for 3rd as well. Leaders are literally locked together. Watch for a line into the final turn and possibly up the inside. Oh, defensive driving. Sebastian Shuttleworth hangs onto that inside line. It's not going to give Alonso any chance as they go on to lap 7 of 8. Unbelievable start here. This will be the final lap, of course. And on that final lap, it's now up to Alonso de Oliveira to find a way through. Can he find it? 46 versus 58. What is this, MotoGP? It's Siege versus Rossi. Simoncelli versus Rossi here. Shuttleworth versus de Oliveira. That's how it goes down into the tunnel. As they come out on the bottom section and into the twisties, it's still Shuttleworth hanging on. Sebastian Shuttleworth wants this victory big time. He is not prepared to give any line or any opening opportunity for Alonso de Oliveira to have a go. De Oliveira is going to have to set this up. Watch for him. He goes wide, sets up a slightly tighter apex coming out of the twisties. Now tries to carry the corner speed. He'll try and carry that corner speed all the way through the super kick sweep. And through super quick they go, heading up into the final turn. Little look over the shoulder. Don't look over the shoulder. Keep it buried. Shuttleworth is going to hang on. Is he? Only just. They come to the line and it is so close. It's going to be exceptionally close. Oh, I don't know. I think de Oliveira got it. Yes, he did. Alonso de Oliveira got it by 0.032 of a second. Unbelievable stuff there De Oliveira takes it by 0.03 of a second over Shuttleworth. Sebastian Shuttleworth thought he had the victory, but he put his hands up a little bit too soon. Alonso takes it once again. Sebastian comes through for second. And it is going to be Teresa Betancourt. What a drive from the young lady from Mozambique in third place. Then Zintle Makabule. No, Zwarte, I beg your pardon. Zwarte coming through there. Zwarte Magora comes through there for fourth place. And behind him, Zintle Makabule. So Zintle having to come back from being spun out early on. There are your unofficial results from race number 2 of 4 today. De Oliveira, Shuttleworth, and Betancourt, your top 3. Magore beats out Makabule, then Holomisa ahead of Malabai. Hero Malabai dropping down at 7th compared to yesterday where he finished up in 4th. And a good effort there as well, all the way down to even Ndlovu Melakule at the back in 13th place. So well done to the first heat there from all of our Bambino racers.
Each driver unique. It's an event designed to make you equal, something no champion can ever be, because you are number 1. Your every move, every line is followed. You must listen, watch, learn. Each sense heightened, each emotion harnessed. Corner after corner, apex after apex. Don't miss an inch, maximize every tenth. Focus, react, trust your gut and make your move. Cold metal becomes memory. You are synchronized, connected. Your goal lies ahead. You can reach it together.
So tell me, why do we do it? Why do we push so hard? Why do we test our limits? Why do we reach for perfection? When others leave, we stay. When others pack up, we work harder. When others keep in the dry, our blood turns to ice. When others give in, we dig deeper. Every rev, every corner, every apex, every pass, every risk, every position, every tenth, every hundredth, every thousandth, every goal we set, every challenge we face, every fear we overcome. Because we won't settle for second. Because we live and breathe it. Because we seek the strength deep inside us.
Straight into race number 2 now, and it's the first heat today. We're going to see in action for the DD2 and Masters. So DD2 and Masters lining up now for their first heat. Looking forward to seeing a big battle here as we've seen earlier on in the day. And I'll tell you something, what we have seen so far is a fight between the Masters and the DD2 regulars. Jamie Smith was quick as yesterday and took the victory. He beat out Jason Garcia, but look to see Jason Garcia, the man who of course took the championship at the Africa Open, to come back at this big fight, expecting here. They head down towards turn 1. It is Smith who looks like he's got the drop on everybody and heads down towards him. Oh, big one in the background. Big one in the background there. Looks like the 81 cart there of Annual April getting out of shape, and I think it possibly may also be Tony Orby who got involved in that. As they come down towards the bottom end of the track for the first time and head back up the hill through the twisties. A little bit of a spin out there, and it definitely cost one of those drivers a big amount of time. So losing out a lot of ground there possibly was Annual April. We'll get confirmation of that as they cross the line for the first time. This one, of course, is a 15-lapper as opposed to the little 8 laps of incredible action we got out of Bambino's to kick off the day's racing only a couple of minutes ago. It is Smith from Boyd. It's here into the 3 spot just ahead of Cristiano Morgado. Morgado's got pressure coming from Matthew Wadley. Matty Wadley's right up there as well with a good start. Then it's Keon Kusel. And we got Annual April, of course, who's dropped down to about 8th place there. Right at the back, I'm just trying to pick up who that was. It might have been Christian Boucher, actually, or Nikita Tieme, who unfortunately had some problems, or maybe even the 60 cart, I think, yeah, Dusan Radovic, of course, may have been the cart that was involved in that incident that spun out. And that's why he's dropped right to the back. 3.6 seconds back as well, yes. Confirmation on that, definitely there, Radovic, who would have dropped to the back. One man who's missing from this field, Jonathan Peterson hasn't made it out today. He was second yesterday in the Masters, so hopefully this, whatever the action is or whatever the problem is on Peterson's cart, they'll get that sorted out and he'll be ready to go for at least heat 3 and 4 today. 2 laps down of the 15. So Smith leads out. It's only about half a second over Jason Kutsia. Kutsia biding his time, but you can see Kutsia actually holding the rest of the pack up. He's got Boyd, Morgado, Wadley on his tail. And by holding them up, he looks like he's slowing them down slightly as well and allowing Jamie Smith to get away. Jamie Smith doing exactly what he did yesterday, trying to hold that gap from the front end of the field right from the word go and hopefully be able to keep it right until the checkered flag comes out. That is the plan of action there from Jamie Smith's point of view. But Jason Kutsia has got problems of his own in the form of Sebastian Boyd. Former teammates, of course, the two of them, as they were part and parcel of a karting team a while back. RKT, of course, was that team. Fantastic to see them at this this side of their, or this stage of their careers. Both of them now driving for different racing divisions. One for Burrell, one for Toyota Gazoo Racing. And of course, right on their tail for CRG comes Morgado and Wadley. So in-house fighting amongst the usual contenders, and of course the manufacturers behind all of these incredible carts. Fantastic to have all of this kindly brought to you by DT Film Services. Hope you're enjoying the action. Please pass it on to all your friends, fans and family around the world. Tell them what's happening here at the karting finals. Of course, the South African champions in the senior classes will all be heading to Bahrain on the 29th of November, and that goes up until the 5th of December to represent South Africa at the World Karting Finals for Rotax Max. So looking forward to seeing who that is. They'll be joining, of course, the already crowned Africa champions, who will be joining Team SA as they go and try and bring back some more silverware and possibly some world titles. We've got a whole bunch of them, as we know, and we've got some exceptionally talented young karters that are looking to do the same as what some of those previous world karting champions have done from South Africa's point of view. Settling down ever so slightly now into sort of the first third of the race being completed, 5 of 15 done. Smith currently leads out with a 41.730. He's doing 41.756s. So that 1.7 second lead that he's got, just extending slightly. Keep an eye on that gap, whether Jason Kutsia, now that he's got his head down and he seems to be in a little bit of a better rhythm, he's putting slightly away there from Boydie. So Sebastian Boyd there in third place, losing some ground for the Burrell Art team. And that's the two CRGs. I think at 3, because I think we've got Kian Kusel in there as well from Namibia. And then behind that it's Annual April. And that's how they come down to the bottom end of the circuit. Jamie Smith for Burrell Art leading the way in the 41.6's fastest lap of the race, coming out of Jamie Smith on that last pass. So 41.6 there for Jamie Smith. It's not going to give any chance to Jason Kutsia to possibly do anything about the battle at the front end for this championship. For today, that is. Overall wise, we'll get into that, of course, as we get into heat 3 and 4 a bit later on, once we've got some points tallied up for the first 2 heats of racing and see how things have sort of settled down in the overall championship. Cristiano Magado doing an amazing job, as always. Right on his tailboat is Matty Wadley. Wadley probably learning a huge amount from that man. Multiple former world karting champion in this race. We talk about him as having won 3 titles. He used to run the 111 due to the fact that he'd won 3 titles, so awesome job. I don't think he's going to catch Boyd or Kutsia. Kutsia, I think, might have stop quick as he has. As you can see, just putting in a 41.682, so going even quicker than the man out front. So he's decided to put his head down and try and close in the gap. That was 1.708 to now 1.736, so doesn't look like it's working too well there for Jason Kutsia at this point in time in his attempt to try and close that gap down. Boyd still hangs on to 3rd place. He's got about 1 or so seconds ahead of Cristiano Magado. Magado's got about half a second, or less than half a second there on Wadley. 2 CRG stablemates fighting at the moment for 4th place on the road. We've just gone over the halfway stage, so in fact we're into the second half of the race now. We get 9 of 15 done, 6 to go. Wadley putting the pressure onto Magado. Smith doing it all right from the front end though. Even though he's slowed up slightly, he's not lapping at the same pace. He's once again extended it by 300ths of a second. So his lead extends by 300ths of a second there over Jason Kutsia for second. No answer yet though from the top 3 to close down, or the top 5 to even close down there on Jamie Smith's pace at the front end. So Smith doing it all right for now. Can he keep it together for the next what is it, going to be 5 laps? We're getting to second, third completed, 10 of 15. Smith from Kutsia from Boyd, 1.7, 1.5, 1.5 to Magado. Then that's how close it is between 4 and 5, Magado and Matty Wadley. Matt Wadley looking for a way through, can't find it just yet. Magado's just keeping him honest. They could actually be working together to try and bridge that gap onto the back end of Sebastian Boyd. So at least one of the CRGs gets up onto the overall podium for this heat. It was Jamie Smith that won yesterday. Jason Kutsia was second. Anil April, who's down in 7th place, was 3rd. Magado was 4th. And Sebastian Boyd was 5th. That's how the first heat went yesterday afternoon here at Zwartkops. Just joined us from all around the world. A massive welcome to you on our YouTube stream. Going out here from the Zwartkops International Kart Track. Just west of Pretoria in South Africa, Gauteng province of South Africa. And it's the South African final round of Rotax Max Karting Championships for 2025 that we are going to decide here today in this second of 3 heats. 2 more to come later on this afternoon. Right now it seems to be in the hands of Jamie Smith. He's not doing anything wrong at the front end, staying well within those 41s every single lap he goes across the line, and that's all you got to do. You literally got to just stay consistent. Once you pull the gap out, that's about 1.6 or so seconds. It's now 1.648, so it's slightly down. Make that 1.792. No, it's not. It was slightly down. It's gone back up again. Jamie Smith running the 33. Becoming quite a popular number for certain reasons, as we all know. A certain MotoGP rider now running 33. I think Jamie Smith might be trying to emulate him running the 33 as his choice of number, and it seems to be working out for him so far. Because it looks like there's a possibility here of at least 2 wins out of 2 starts for Jamie Smith if he stays where he is right now. Magado still under pressure from Matty Wadley. Wadley trying to find a way through, can't find it just yet. He's tried on a couple of occasions, but Magado has matched and marked him every single time. Top 3 are across the line, starting lap number 13 of 15, or completing lap number 13 of 15. 2 to go. Can Wadley do anything there about Magado? 0.232 of a second between them. That's just crazy. Karting terms, that's like less than a chain length. Unbelievable stuff how close these guys get and how they race action. Races almost through the entire championship for 2025. This is how close it's been at every single round. We've had some fantastic little battles, some scraps here only a month and a half or so ago for the African Open title. Final lap. We've got 1 to go here for Jamie Smith. It's come down to 1.594 now between the top 2. That's just Smith rolling off slightly, realizing he's got some breathing room. Jason Kutsia will not stop pushing until he across the line. If he does see a chink in the armor, he's going to have a go at it. But I don't think you're going to see any mistakes coming out of Jamie, not when he's in this kind of form. Smith, Kutsia, and Boyd. That's how it's going to wrap up by the looks of it. Sebastian Boyd going to come through for the 3 spot as Jamie Smith takes the win. And first of today's heats, second of the weekend, 2 out of 2 there for Jamie Smith. Magada will come through once again to wrap up the Masters side. Also take 4th place overall. Great effort there from him. He beats up Matt Wadley. Then annual April. Keon Koos will come through for 6th and 7th place. 8th place will go to Nikita Tieme, also all the way from Namibia. Great to have our Namibian and Mozambican friends with us here this weekend. Nikita beats out Tony Orby. Tony Orby will be followed home by Dusan Rajovic, who eventually got back into the top 10 and beat out Christian Boucher. And at the bottom end of the field was Koen Reinicke. So, Kubis Reinicke, I beg your pardon. So that's how we wrap up the first heats of today's action, but the second heat of the weekend's action with DD2 and Masters. We'll be back shortly with race action on track. We're straight into Micromax now as they come to line up. It's one of our smaller fields of the weekend. Not usually this smaller field, but of course these are all the contenders for the 2025 championship that have stuck around to go and fight it out once again. And as they head across the line, we go into race 2 action now. If you've just joined us, we had the first heats of race action on Friday, and that was taken by Adrian Steyn. He takes the lead by the looks of things going down into turn 1. Steyn will try and hang on to that front end as long as possible and try and keep out Luan de Vet and Luc de Toy. That's who his closest rivals were. Michael Omani was in there as well. Great run from Omani into 4th place and beating out Roddy Harris for the top 5 as they come and start the first of 12. 12 laps of race action for these youngsters, and it's everything she's got in terms of trying to wrap up what could potentially be the South African Championship for this class. Micromax as they head down up into the top end of the circuit now through Super Sweep and over the line to complete the first lap in anger. DeToy leads out. You can see by that white helmet, very similar to what his dad and uncle run. No graphics on that helmet for the DeToy boys. They try and keep it as plain and simple as possible, and that's what they try and do in terms of their driving as well. Adrian Steyn, though, is looking to try and find a way through there on that all-white helmet. And he's only 0.195 of a second, looking to go on the inside down into the bottom turn, and he gets up the inside. Yes, he does. Steyn, winner of yesterday's race, moves up to the lead. So 611 leads out now over the 688. Battle of the double figures there. Behind them, it's Luan de Vet and then Roddy Harris. Have a look at this as they came down there. Dives on the inside, heading into the twisties. Perfectly timed and sets it up to get that lead, and now maintains the lead as they cross the line. So good effort there from Adrian Steyn to find a way through early on, not letting Luc de Toy have any time to settle down at all at the front end. Right on their tail is the 27 Kart, That's 627, of course, but all of them have got the 600 number, so 27 is 627. And right there, Luan de Vet now putting the pressure onto Du Toit. Wants to try and get back ahead, as he was yesterday after heat number 1's checkered flag came out. So it's the same top 3 that are fighting for top 3 honours. Just looking to see, is it Roddy Harris and then Omani? Yes, it is. So Harris over Omani though, but Omani's only 0.9 off, so hardly anything in there between the two of them for 4 and 5. Besides that, we go to Ronald Fenter, Aston Verheil. A little bit of a move on the inside there as well from Yakin Khamildian. He's moved himself up into the top 6. There's only 0.6 off Omani. Down into the sweep and second turn they go under the tunnel. Out of the tunnel down towards the bottom end. And do we see a move here? No, we're not close enough just yet for De Vet to get onto the back end of Du Toit. But Du Toit has not given up the fight. Du Toit is sticking right on that rear bumper of Adrian Steyn and not letting him get away. So it's going to be a bit of a fight here between these three. And with that, of course, they are slowing each other down slightly and allowing De Vet to join the party. Three-way fight for the lead here, and this is heat 2 of 4 today. We've got 2 more heats of this race action to come, and still another 3/4 of this race to be completed. 4 of 12 done. Steyn, Du Toit, and De Vet. And in fact, how's that? 077 and 177. How much closer do you want it between these karters? The top 3 there are split by 0.177 seconds. That's how tight it is between them. Absolutely brilliant stuff. You can literally throw that proverbial blanket over the 3 karts out front. A little bit of a gap now that Steyn's pulled, and that's due to the fact that Du Toit went a bit defensive through the twisties to keep De Vet out. So Du Toit and De Vet might be slowing each other. There you go. Just another big, fast line through that super quick sweep. Getting pretty super quick through there is Luke Du Toit as they come down and through the left-hander into turn 1. Another lap completed, almost the halfway stage. Steyn now 0.2. So it's literally about 0.3 of a second splitting those top 3 karts as they cross the line on that last pass. Absolutely amazing to see how close the race action is here amongst these youngsters. Adrian controlling things from the front, or trying to. Du Toit's pulled slightly away now once again from De Vet. De Vet losing out there ever so slightly to Luke Du Toit. Luke now looking for a chance to dive on the inside as they come across the line. Oh, he runs wide. He ran super fast through there. And unfortunately just didn't quite get that one right. Ran a little bit wide, put wheels on the dirt. Those mojos that won't be liking that. That's why he's lost a little bit of ground. Yeah, there we go. Here comes De Vet. De Vet going to try around the outside. Du Toit will hang on to that inside line, not give him any room to play, and does so perfectly. So Luke Du Toit, very lucky to survive that. Running wide, just got a little bit of dirt on those mojo tyres. Cost him a little bit of time down towards turn 1. Nearly lost it through turn 2 to the charge coming from Luan de Vet, but De Vet wasn't quite able to find a way through there on Du Toit. And now, about to join the party is Roddy Harris. Harris is not too far behind. Roddy is putting that pressure on. He's been watching the two of them fight, and with that, seeing that there is a chance that he can maybe get up onto the podium. We've completed the halfway stage. We're into the second half now with 7 of 12 completed. Toy is 0.8 off, 0.2 off. Him is De Vet. A little look over the shoulder there from Adrian Steyn, realizing that he's got a little bit of breathing room. In karting, 0.8 of a second is like half a mile. When you look at the way these guys qualify and how tight the times are, anything that's just under a second or just over half a second is enough to have a little bit of breathing room. It's when you're sitting in the 0.2s and 0.1s that you've got to be concerned, and that's why we're seeing concern from Du Toit. Trying to get his head down to get away from Luan de Vet, because there's only 0.2 of a second between them. It's less than half a second down to Roddy Harris. Omani 1.4 seconds off that. Won't be too happy about that, will Mike? But I'm sure he's going to come back for Heat 3 later on and come back charging. And through the left-hander turn 1 into the right-hand sweep at turn 2. Very flowing kart track here. Absolutely amazing to drive. If you ever had a chance to drive it in a kart, it is absolutely amazing. And of course, also having ridden this on a supermoto, it certainly is a really, really trying circuit. And you've got to have your wits about you. You've got to know the lines. You've got to know exactly where to place those karts, and get possibility that these guys will come a couple of times through the weeks leading up to this event to get a little extra practice in, and it's paying off and paying dividend here now. DD2, 0.9 off, so he's losing ground though. I think Adrian Steyn is going to try and control this to the end with 3 to go. 3 laps to go. We're into the third quarter of this race. DD2 going defensive, keeping the 27 Kart out for now, but it is a big push coming from Luan de Vet. He's got it down to 0.1 of a second between himself and Luc DD2. About to join that party though, only 0.4 of a second off de Vet is Roddy Harris. Harris has definitely closed that gap down. He's going to make it a 3-way fight for second place in these karts for our first Micromax race of today, but the second one of the weekend. As I said, Steyn took the victory. He is the man who's going to be looking for a chance now to possibly win out the overall here. And 2 out of 2 will be a good start for him, that is for sure. DD2 in second, de Vet in third, Harris in 4. Omani comes through for the 5 spot. They have not changed those positions heading into the penultimate lap. Penultimate lap time now. DD2 is pushing hard. Adrian Steyn hanging on for now. But DD2 is having to go defensive because de Vet is all over him. Luan de Vet wants by, and he wants by big time. Here's a look down into the bottom turn. No, he can't get there. Carried good corner speed coming out of the tunnel. Didn't quite get there though. And now looks to try and come back up through the twisties. Slightly better lines coming out of Luan de Vet, carrying the corner speed. Can he use that corner speed to maybe sneak up on the inside and have a go here going into the last lap? Roddy Harris is about to join them. It's a 3-way fight. There's a move on the inside. De Vet looks inside. Oh, DD2 runs wide. De Vet comes alongside him. They're going side by side down towards turn 1. De Vet late on the brakes. He's in the inside. He's got through. Luan de Vet has found a way through on Luc DD2 with a lap to go. DD2 into third place now, straight into the clutches of Roddy Harris. 3-way fight for second place now is turning into a big battle. It's allowing Adrian Steyn to get away. There's no worries at all there for Steyn. He'll be able to hang on. If he looks over his shoulder and sees how hard they're fighting, he's going to be thanking them for fighting so hard. Keeps the pressure off him. Oh, DD2 runs wide and Harris gets through. Luc DD2 runs wide and Roddy Harris dives on the inside. Opportunistic driving there from Roddy. He's up into the top 3. He's been pushing hard all race long. Adrian Steyn is going to take the victory again. Steyn takes the win. DD2 gets demoted down on that last lap to 4th place. As we see Luan de Vet once again taking the second place. Roddy Harris coming through there. What a run there from him. He beats out Luc DD2. And it's eventually Michael Omani who comes through for the 5 spot. Not exactly what was expected there from Luc DD2's point of view. A couple of mistakes in the closing stages there cost him dearly. And as the checkered flag comes out there for the final man, Aston Verheul, it is Adrian Steyn who takes the victory. Luan de Vet in second. Roddy Harris. Have a look at this. Here's the dive. Luke just runs wide out of the second twisty. Roddy Harris is waiting. Pounces. Says, I'll have that any day of the week. Thank you so much for that. Let's have a quick squiz there as Adrian Steyn takes the victory. Luan de Vet in second. Roddy Harris in third. It's Luc DD2 who comes through for 4 ahead of Michael Omani. Camilden comes through there for the 5 spot. And well done to Ronald Fenter and Aston Verheul. Up next, we head into some more race action on track shortly. Moving into one of the most competitive classes of 2025, the Senior Max are on track for their second heat of the weekend. And they're going to be led out by Charles Visser and Gianni Pasquale, who are side by side on that front row. Fighting for South African team honours here to make the World Finals, to go and represent South Africa at those World Finals in Bahrain on the 29th of November up until the 5th of December. The other big thing, of course, is a national champion in this class will also get the opportunity to join Corso de Gemelli to do a test in an MSA4 kart. And of course, you can see that MSA4 car down just past the start-finish line here at Zwartkops. Here they go, down into turn 1. It's a 15-lapper. Oh, we got a spinner already. Getting sent on the sideline there. Just getting completely out of shape. I think that possibly might have been Georgia Lennox, I think, 317. No, it wasn't. Who was that? That was Gianni. It was Gianni Pasquale. Yeah, front row, and Pasquale is out. Coming, actually, I don't know who was at fault there. Looks like Pasquale might have just caught the curb, and that curb sent the kart flying sideways. Not quite sure if there was a bump that led to Pasquale being sent to the sidelines, but certainly not where that kart wanted to end up, especially on lap number 1. It's Visser who leads out down towards turn 1, and Zalo Koza on his tail. Wilson in the 3 spot, looking for a bit of breathing room, but you're not going to get that from Mohammed Wali. Mohammed Wali is already all over the back end. There's the yellow flag waving, and I think that might be for Pasquale, who's had to retire that kart. So, unfortunately there, Gianni Pasquale not even making it round down towards turn number 1. Also looking down there, don't see Carmo Novella. The 205 kart is also out. Yes, there it is. Parked on the sideline. The Mozambican who won yesterday is also on the sideline. So was that a second kart involved? Maybe Carmo Novella and Gianni Pasquale coming together there, and that would have been tears for both of them because they're now both out of Heat 2. Novella took the victory yesterday in Heat number 1, beating out Rudy, and some big pushes coming there. How far up is Rudy at this point in time? I'm just looking to see where they've all ended up in terms of that first heat. Ethan Bostander, of course, was up there as well. Good start from him in 3rd place, but Bostander at this point in time, just looking to see where they ended up here. Senior Max, and some maneuvering from the 225, down in 9th place from 3rd yesterday. So a couple of differentials being thrown into the mix here at the start of this race action today. Let's have a look at this one more time. Here's a dive on the inside. That's Mohammed Wali, just finding a way through there relatively easily, moving himself up into 3rd place, getting through on Ken Swartz. Ken Swartz losing some ground. And now Mohammed Wali sets his sights on Jono Wilson, who's up into 2nd place now, closing down to the tune of about half a second off at this point on Charles Visser. Cape Town-based man leads things out. Jono Wilson in 2nd place at the moment. Can he do anything about the charge coming from Wally from behind, first of all? And more importantly, can he close things down? Oh, Wally's lost out by the looks of things. Yeah, I think he has. No, he hasn't. Just hang on there. Only just. Ken Swartz is looking dangerous. Swartz on the inside into turn 1. Toyota Gazoo Racing man dives on the inside and sneaks ahead. Now he goes, come on, let's work together. Let's close this gap down. That's not a bad plan there, Ken Swartz. Mohammed Wali, if he works with Ken Swartz, could potentially get that gap down. There you see, diving through, inside line into turn 1. Wali slots in behind Ken Swartz, and then you see that gesticulation from him saying, come on, let's work together. Let's close that gap down to the leaders, and then they will start to fight. And I think Mohammed Wali has realized that that might not be a bad plan. Swartz and Wali now go hunting. They are looking for Jono Wilson up the road. He's in 2nd at the moment as they cross the line. Lead kart is Charles Visser. He's about half a second up the road there from anybody else on track. But if these 3 get into a steam train, Visser's days could be numbered, as we're only a 1/3 of the race distance completed with 5 of 15 done. Visser, Wilson pushing hard with Swartz ahead of Wali. Zalo Koza's dropped down to 5. He's just ahead of Georgia Lennox. Great drive there from Lennox, the young lady, in 6th place. Ethan Bostander, man who finished in 3rd yesterday, is up to 7th. Also nice to see, of course, Delon Thompson back in a kart down in 8th, just ahead of Roshan Goodman. And then it's Jordan Wadley who makes up the top 10. So that's how they cross the line now to complete this first heat. And it's nearly the halfway stage of this first heat. of the charge. And the charge, of course, coming through here big time from the 3 carts in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. 0.4 of a second, and make it 0.6 of a second between those 3 carts behind the leader. And Charles Visser, as I said, your days are numbered, buddy. They are coming and they're hunting in packs of 3. Jono Wilson, Ken Swartz, and Mohammed Wali have now closed the gap down on Visser. It's going to be a 4-way fight for the lead within the next half a lap. Wilson maintaining great pace. And with that has brought the other 2 carts along to the right. Visser looks over his shoulder. He knows something's going wrong here. This is not going according to plan for him. He had a nice 1.7 second lead on the first couple of laps, but that has now diminished down to less than 0.3 of a second between the first 3 carts across the line. So it's 0.3 of a second between the first 4 carts on track. Absolutely amazing. I told you Senior Max is arguably one of our most competitive classes. We're at the halfway stage because it's 7.5 of 15 done now. They'll definitely be into the halfway stage as they cross the line this time. And with 0.3 of a second between them, nothing in it between these first 4. Who's going to show their cards first? Visser hangs on. Little look over the shoulder again from Charles. Looking for a chance to close things down on Wilson, Swartz, and Wally. Those 3 are the hard chargers. Down towards turn 2. Mohammed Wali tucks right behind Ken Swartz. Looking to try and let him do all the hard work. Maybe force his way through and then open up the door. If the door opens up, you know Mohammed Wali is going to dive through and have a go to get into the lead of this race. We'll go through the Swifties as the rest of the field comes through. Up to the top of the hill once again. There we go. Pressure's on. Jono Wilson putting big pressure onto Charles Visser, trying to force a mistake. He'll go on the inside into the final corner. He's got it. Oh, and Swartz goes with him. Ken Swartz goes with him up into 2nd place. So it's Wilson who leads. Swartz into 2nd. Visser goes defensive as Mohammed Wali attacks him down towards turn 1. Charles Visser losing 2 positions in 1 corner there. I told you if that door opened up, they're going to dive through. Swartz dives on the inside into turn 1. Runs a bit wide. Has he got it? Yes, he's got it. So Ken Swartz hits the front. Jono Wilson into 2nd. Wilson had the lead for about 200 meters and then lost it. It's now Ken Swartz who leads out over Jono Wilson. Visser into 3. Mohammed Wali waiting to pounce. Maybe he's waiting a little bit later on in the race. Behind that, Nzalo Khoza, Georgia Lennox, Ethan Bostander, Delon Thompson. Keon Spies now up into the top 10 as well and into single digits into 9th place. He's just dropped Roshan Goodman down into the 10th spot. So not only fighting hard for the first position with 4 carts, just behind that is about 6 cart battle. They've opened up slightly in terms of the gaps. They were a little bit closer on that last pass, but it looks like now Ken Swartz at the front end has decided to open up a little bit of breathing room. It's about 2 cart lengths over Wilson, but Wilson closes that gap down almost instantaneously through the twisties. He'll bring Charles Visser and Mohammed Wali along for the ride. Now we're into the second third of this race completed and into the final third. Final third of this race now, and we are flying at Zwartkops. Swartz now, 0.2 of a second. Whoa. Senior Max. That means a lot of breathing room. It's when you get down to the 0.1s and 0.2s that things start to change up here. Look at this. Absolutely brilliant stuff from the first 4. Just behind that, Nzalo Khoza and Georgia Lennox fighting hard. Georgia Lennox looking for a top 5 here. Young lady driver looking for a chance to dive through and get ahead of Nzalo Khoza. Move herself up into the top 5 overall. That'll be a pretty awesome start there for Lennox on today's action. But Nzalo Khoza is not an easy man to pass. There you can see the 2 of them fighting hard as they go through super quick. Into the sweep and up towards the double left-hander for the final turn. Across the line, we start another, or complete another lap. It's 12 of 15 done. We're into the last quarter of this race. Lennox is looking dangerous. Looking for a way through the Nzalo Khoza for the 5 spot. First 4 carts under the tunnel. Down to the bottom end of the track, Ken Swartz is controlling it. He's maintained that 0.2 of a second for the last lap and a half. No one has closed him down. It's Wilson on his tail, Visser in 3rd, and Mohammed Wali in 4th. But that gap is open between the 4 of them now to about 0.2, identical and equidistant apart there for the first 4 carts on track. They weren't as close. They were a lot closer, I should say, earlier on. They've now opened up, as I said, with about a cart length ahead of each other. Lap 13 done, 2 to go. 2 more laps of this frantic action to go. And then it's lost out a little bit of ground there on that last pass. Drops down to about half a second behind Gonzalo Corza. Corza looks like he might have enough to hang on. Zwart's late on the brakes down towards the twisties. He starts his climb back up the hill, still in the lead of the race. Visser starting to put the pressure onto Wilson. With that, Mohamed Wali gets a little bit closer onto the back end of Charles Visser, waiting for him to have a go. If Visser has a go, Mohamed Wali is going to go with him, similar to what he saw earlier on. He'll try and return the favour there on Jono Wilson, who snuck through to bring Ken Zwartz through on Visser. Visser now wants to maybe just show him the way, but it's the final lap. He's got to do it now. We're on to the last lap, and I think Ken Zwartz has got this one. Ken Zwartz is going to hang on by the looks of it for now, but let's see what happens. They go down into turn 2, under the tunnel. Second place is where the battle's going to be. First place, I think Zwartz has got enough breathing room to hang on. Visser's going to have a look. Mohamed Wali's definitely going to have a look. As they come up through the twisties now, Jono Wilson hanging on for second for now. Has he got enough to keep out Visser and Wali? I think he has. Got a little bit of breathing room there coming out of the twisties, and now heads up towards the line. Ken Zwartz for the victory. Jono Wilson for second. Visser comes through for third, and Wali for fourth. And it is going to be Gonzalo Corza who hangs on just to beat out George Lenitz for the top 5. What a good effort there from them to wrap up the second race of the weekend for Senior Max. Visser for the 3 spot behind the hard charge coming out of Toyota Gazoo's Racing's man Ken Zwartz to take the victory. Wilson for second. It's Mohamed Wali who comes through for the 4 spot. Good effort there from him. And then Gonzalo Corza eventually just beating George Lenitz to the line for that top 5. So that's Senior Max race 2 done. Have a look at the unofficial results. There they are. Zwartz, Wilson, Visser and Wali beating out Corza. George Lenitz there in 6th place. Ethan Bostander from 3rd yesterday drops to 7th. Delon Thompson in 8th. Keon Spies in 9. William Marshall in 10. Tristan Duplessis, who finished up in 4th, finishes up in 12th place. Not where he wants to be. Then it's Schussler. Scrim Gior coming through there for 14th ahead of Matty Carter, Jordan Wadley, Amani Kinua, and Jordan Moodley beats out Michael Besaidon and Roxy Langer. And then it's Roshan Goodman and Gianni Pasquale, as we saw that had problems early on in the race, along with the man who took the victory yesterday, Carmo Novella. So expect to see the Mozambican coming back in race 3 a little bit later on here this morning and into this afternoon's action for Heat 3 and 4.
Today?
I've watched it develop, from the sidelines. Now I'm going to get a taste for it. Can't wait to actually see what she does.
So should we get this kart on the ground?
I think we should. Talked about it enough. Now it's time to actually do it.
Yeah. You'll enjoy it.
Right then. Now onto the Portimao circuit. Oh my word, that torque is incredible. It pushes you back in your seat. Power is instant, very stable under brake. Right, so we're going to do a standing start. This is what you experience as a racer. 3, 2, 1, go. And look at that, it's the power of the line. It's incredible. Through turn number 1, we're flat out. Brake, curb. Look for the apex at 8, turn in, oh that was a bit late, oh the brakes are so good though. Messed up my line completely. Bruce. Oh, nearly 140 kilometers an hour.
Wow. The E20 is really something. Obviously, it's very physical drive, you know. I'm, you know, talking and trying to concentrate and, oof, yeah. You cannot describe this without feeling it. The torque is tremendous. You know, it pins you back. But I was a bit worried that, you know, the back end, because of the extra weight, the back end would be too lively, and it's not. The back end's very stable. It urges you to be more confident on the brakes, more confident, more confident. Incredible, thank you so much. I understand it so much better. You have to actually drive one to really respect it and understand it. Born and grown up with the sound of an engine, silence is golden. This is tremendous. But my word, it gives you a workout. I've watched it develop, you know, from the sideline. Now I'm going to get a taste of it. Come.
Minimax are up next, and they're about to make their way back onto the track, as you can see, getting into formation now for the start of Heat 2 of the weekend. Yesterday, we saw big action, and Christian Naidu taking the victory there. A good effort coming through there, right on his tail, of course, also from a hard-charging bunch of competitors. Luwashu Matabule coming through for second, Brody Darling coming for the third, Hunter North taking fourth, and Matt Naidu taking fifth. Let's see what happens now, as it's Kun Ronaldo and Brody Darling that will lead things out as we get into starting procedure. They turn themselves around that left-hander, get into the tram lines. They have to wait until the lights go out before they can switch. Ooh, a couple of carts switching just before the lights went out there. But it looks like we are good to go for a start. And down towards turn one. Oh, it's close, but I think Kun Ronaldo just hanging on there. 7-7 cart just squeezing through and making his way to the front end, and managed to keep them all out. Yes, he has. Ronaldo has been able to just keep them out for now as they head down under the tunnel for the first time, but already pressure coming from Luwashu Matabule and from Brody Darling. Brody Darling having a big dive and chopping and changing, trying to find a way through. Could possibly seen, oh yeah, big problems there for Ronaldo. He's dropped down a couple of positions. So it didn't quite go according to plan there for Ronaldo on that first lap down into the twisties. Someone off circuit on the sideline there as well. Looks like we've lost, we couldn't quite get the number on that cart, but we'll see him drop through the field as they cross the line now and see exactly who that is. Lap one completed. Declan Jurgens over Brody Darling and Keon Reddy. It's Christian Naidu who was on the sideline there. So the man from the win yesterday afternoon to the back of the pack and on the sideline here today in Heat 2. Not the start that Naidu wanted, that is for sure. I think Hunter North might have been involved in that too, because he's also dropped right to the back of the pack. Declan Jurgens, though, what a fantastic start there from that youngster. 47.3 from a rolling start. He leads out over Brody Dowling and Keon Reddy. Ronaldo Kuhn, our lead man and pole man, has dropped to 4th. He's now ahead of Ricardo de Souza. Souza having a little bit of a fun and games there for the top 5, ahead of Max Boshoff and then Diego Antonez. Nice little run there from Antonez at the moment, just keeping out the intentions being shown by Max Boshoff. Ruvan Moritz is up into the top 10. Fastest kart on track, though, was actually down in 11th place. Kriov Chetty, what a run there from Kriov Chetty. Fastest kart of the run so far. And Chetty getting down into the 45.89. So brilliant stuff there from him. I don't know how he managed to find that when he's in the mid-pack. But needless to say, he's moving his way to the front rapidly if he keeps up with that kind of pace for the rest of the day. We have got a change at the front as Dowling has hit the front. So Brody hits the front now for the first time. Leads out over Declan. Keon Reddy looking for a way to come maybe squeeze through for second place. He's not quite close enough just yet, but certainly Declan Jurgens is. Declan now trying to put the pressure back onto Brody Dowling in the front end. Two-way fight. In fact, you can make it a 10-way fight, Jack, because if you look at those first 10 karts, they are split by about half a second. Absolutely amazing stuff to see how close it is here. Minimax is definitely turning into a very, very competitive class in South African karting. It has been for the last couple of seasons as well. So what we could do if we could send a couple of these drivers off to the World Finals, it would be great. World Finals, of course, are in Bahrain, 29 November to the 5 December. It's literally the final bit of kart action for the year. Sees Rotax Max head to the nation of Bahrain, to the kingdom there, where they will all be fighting for potential honours world karting level. So we have a couple of world karting champions on track with us this afternoon. That'll be awesome to see. It's this morning for now, but this afternoon we'll to wrap it all up, of course, as we get into the 3rd and 4th heats and final bit of race action for the 2025 championship for Rotax SA. Dowling hangs on for now though. 187. The pass across the line was the gap. It's about the same right now between himself and Jurgens. Pulled slightly away there from Keon Reddy, still hanging on for the 3 spot, but he's got pressure of his own coming from Ronaldo, Max Boshoff and de Souza. Boshoff and de Souza have chopped and changed. You can see de Souza's dropped back behind Max Boshoff. So Max now having to get the pressure and get the move on. He wants to take de Souza along for the ride. Into turn 2, late braking into turn 2. Tyres squealing out of turn 1 as well, just below me in the commentary booth. See how hard they're pushing all the way through the pack. Never mind, just for the front end battle. Naidu has been able to get back on track by the looks of things, down in 20th place, as you can see there on the lap monitor on the left hand side. 13 seconds off 19th place Hunter North, who's 0.3 off Betancourt. So Andre Betancourt down in 18th place there for Mozambique. South as we go to battle once again at the halfway stage. Dowling, Jurgens and Kuhn, no changes in the top 3. Kuhn under a bit of pressure though. Keon Reddy is applying that pressure and looking for a way through, and so is Max Boshoff. Max definitely wants to be in the top 3, he doesn't want to be in the top 5. So he's able to do about that. And then just behind him, not too far off, is de Souza. Back up the hill they go. Kuhn, a pole man in 3rd. Just a little bit of ground there on that first lap. Probably caught out slightly by a couple of contenders that he didn't think were going to be that close that early. This championship up for grabs. You know just how hard Brody is going to push, how hard Declan is going to push. And all the championship contenders are going to push to get these valuable championship points for the 3 heats of racing, and already the one yesterday. Reminder, Christian Naidu down in 20th place was your race winner yesterday. Incredibly, with that off-track excursion, does now have to come from the back of the field. Still 12.5 seconds off Hunter at the back of the pack. Big pressure now from Jurgens. A little bit of a bumper tag there as they went through the twisties. Getting locked into that back bumper. Trying to use the slipstream, or whatever there is in terms of slipstream in a kart that he can. Looking for an inside line here, maybe into the final turn through super quick. No, not quite there. Super quick sweep. Looking out for Jurgens just yet, but maybe he's just setting him up for later on. Slightly tighter line there, keeps it on the inside of the white lines, does Jurgens. A little bit of a wider line from Brody, using all the track and a bit more to keep out the man in second. And Jurgens couldn't quickest on track on that last pass. Oh, that's a good lap. 45.257 from Ronaldo Kun there for the third spot, and that's allowed him, as you can see, it's closed that gap down rapidly. He's now within 2 or 3 kart lengths of the top 2. So that hot lap he just put in on the last one, if you can do a couple more of those over the next 4 laps or so, or 3 and 1 corner, he'll definitely be in contention for the win. So you can see if he stays quickest on this pass. Across the line once again, yes it is. Good effort, 45.3 coming out of Ronaldo Kun, 45.379 out of Declan, 45.345 out of Brody. So quickest of the 3, definitely the man in third place. And it's because the top two karts are fighting so hard, fending each other off, blocking and slowing each other down slightly, and allowing Kun to join the party. Kun is there, he's part of that party now. Let's make it a 3-way fight for the lead here. Across the line we go. Once again, it's going into the final third of this race. 10 down, 2 to go. Dowling, Jurgens, Kun. And that is 0.3 of a second between the first 3 karts. Second gap just let out by Keon Reddy. Maxi Bosso still in the 5 spot. D'Souza still in 6. Antoinez in 7. And then it is Kayamo and Kayamo. The Kayamo's from Namibia, 8 and 9. And they're just keeping out Ruvan Maritz at the moment for the top 10. So the Kayama boys there fighting for 8th and 9th place, but honours in terms of the Namibian side of this championship. We're about to start the final lap, and has Brody Darling got enough to fend off Declan Jurgens and Ronaldo Kun? Down towards turn 1, he gets good drive out of turn 1, holds that inside line. This time he doesn't run wide, he cannot afford to run wide. Late braking down into turn 2, exactly where he needs to be. Superbly timed there on the brakes from Brody Darling, but it's Jurgens on his tail and Kun right behind. Still fastest is Kun. Kun was quickest on that last pass as well, getting down to 45.257. Unbelievable run there. And 45.4s now coming out of the top 2. So Kun is still with a chance here, but it's going to be a run to the line through super quick sweep that's going to get them to the win in heat number 2 here for Minimax. Defensive driving coming from the man out front. Can he keep it all together? Yes, he can. Oh, brilliant stuff. Brody hangs on. Brody Darling comes through for the win, beating Declan Jurgens just to the line there. Incredibly by 0.0092, 9 hundredths of a second, and then 0.111 for Kun. He better be standing on one leg, or the team better be standing on one leg there for that. Nelson in third place. Keon Reddy comes through for the 4 spot, I beg your pardon. And he beats out Max Bossoff for the top 5. So a nice start there for Minimax race 2. So we're going to see hopefully a turnaround for Christian Naidu's luck. He eventually ended up still in 20th place, but a long way back off the back of the pack. There are your unofficial results. Brody Dowling taking the victory by 0.092 ahead of Declan Jurgens. Ronaldo Kun 0.2 off them. Keon Reddy beats out Max Bossoff, Rafael D'Souza, then Diego Antoinez. And a good effort there from Nandi, and of course our 2 Namibians for 8th and 9th. The rest of the field, ones you've got to be looking out for, Hunter North and Christian Naidu. If they're not taken out or have problems like they did in the second heat later on today, they'll be back at the front end fighting for honours. get into it now for Heat 2 of our junior max class. This is a tightly fought affair. Yesterday we saw Caleb Moss take the victory, and just squeezing through there into second place was Kaio Kera from Mozambique. They will line up with a charge coming now for our junior max class. Emma Dowling on the front row though. She finished in third place yesterday, and Sebastian Himon wasn't even in the top 5, but he's on the front row now for the second heat. It is Dowling who gets the drop and leads down into turn 1 with 15 laps of action to come your way now in this second heat of junior max action from the Rotax Max Finals in South Africa's Championship for 2025. That's how we'll wrap things up here and hopefully keep it all together for the next couple of heats. We've got 15 laps of this one to go, plus another 30 laps to come later on in 2 more heats of race action for the 2025 Junior Max Championship. Emma Darling only finished in third place yesterday. Arshan was up there as well. A good run from Reddy into the 4th spot. And then it was Keenan Duplessis, who finished up in the top 5. As they crossed the line this time out, Sebastian Himon has kept the lead. He wasn't in the top 5 at all yesterday. He maintains the lead over Christian Verheul. And then it's Spicy up into 3. So Riachile already making his way up into the 3 spot ahead of Darling and Jack Moore. Jack Moore in the top 5 at the moment, ahead of Kieran Duplessis, who was in the top 5. He finished in 5th place yesterday. Just having a look and see how a couple of the contenders yesterday have dropped back. Caleb Moss, where is Moss? Caleb Moss down in 8th place. A huge mountain to climb there. He's got to be in the top 5 if he wants to still be in contention for this championship. He cannot afford to be out of that top 5. So a bit of work to do now for Caleb Moss. He's already made his way into 6. Oh, we got spinners down into turn 1. 2 karts coming together in turn 1 there. One was 440. It was Munyasanye Makusa, who got out of shape down into turn 1, but has got back on track. A couple of guys now having to do some work from the back. It was about mid-pack that had that spin. We'll see exactly how bad that's dropped them in the contention as they come through to complete this lap. But at the moment, Sebastian Himon is controlling things from the front. Verheul in 2nd, Spicy in 3rd, Riachile in the 3rd place at the moment, and then behind him comes Mudley. I beg your pardon, Jack Moore. Jack Moore into 4. Moore with the fastest lap there, 42.195 from Jack Moore, closing that gap down. So Jack Moore on the move, closing the gap down on the top 3. Hoping that they continue to fight each other and slow each other down even more to give him some chance to close that gap and maybe get himself into contention for a win. Caleb Moss is in 6. He's about half a second off Jack Moore, so some work to do there. Spice had a look. Riachile definitely having a look there, but unfortunately Maya Muller had to just hang on to the 3 spot for now. As Verheul shut the door, not anymore. Opens up the door big time. And Spice moves up into what is now 2nd place. Riachile, Maya Muller up into 2nd place now, and a big dive as well from Jack Moore. Moore had a big look there on Christian Verheul. Verheul saw him coming, shut the door. He's not going to have a chance to shut the door now into turn 2. Oh, they touch. And there goes Verheul off the sideline. A touch between Jack Moore and Verheul as they came out of turn 2. Moore was on the inside. He committed to the inside. Have a look at this. He's on the inside. He's got the line. I think he might have been able to get a little bit more room there, because what's happened is Verheul now drops down to 10th place. Christian Verheul losing out there with a big dive from Jack Moore, forcing his way past. Moore now up into the 4th spot. Make that into 3 as he forces his way through onto Christian Verheul. Verheul would have dropped back. Let's have a look and see how far he drops back. He drops back down into what is now 9th or 10th place. 9th place for him as they've crossed the line. So you've got Sebastian Himon and Spice Riachile Maamula out in front, 1 and 2. 0.6 off is Moore, but Moore still fastest. 42.8 out of Moore there, but that was because of the touch. Lost a little bit of the ground he made on that 42 dead on the last lap. So we know he's got pace. Can he use that pace now to maybe get up into contention for a win? There are 2 karts ahead of him. He's got his sights firmly set on them. Kieran Duplessis and Emma Dowling behind that. Inside line. Oh, that was a nice move there. Diving on the inside from Emma. I think she's squeezed through and found a way past. Yes, she has. A little change up there. Emma Dowling ahead of Kieran Duplessis. Perfectly timed maneuver. down into turn 1 and made it stick. So let's have a look and see as they come down towards the twisties. Spice Maamula closing things onto the back end of Sebastian Himon. Himon hangs on for now. But more importantly is have a look at Jack Moore. 42.209 getting down into the twos now. 42.1 from Spice Maamula there in second place. Fastest kart on track. Incredibly is down in 7th place. Can you believe that? Coming out of Ngubeni. Ngubeni having a fantastic run there at the moment. Lulama, I beg your pardon, Ngubeni. Trying to hang on for now, but I can tell you there's not much in it between these guys. They make their way down into potentially three-way fight for the lead of this race and to complete the first heats of Heat 2 action that we've seen today. So far, so good in all of the race action that we've had on track. Couple of guys who've been knocked off, who have been contenders, but they've had to come back, and they're now going to have to fight hard as we've seen the fight start to heat up a bit more here between the top two as we get into the halfway stage. Ooh, big dive there from Spicy, looking for a way through. Maamula had a big look, but Sebastian saw him coming, shut the door. So Sebastian Himon hangs on for now. With that, going defensive, here comes Jack Moore along for the ride. Moore is now looking pretty dangerous. Once again, it is Ngobeni who stays fastest on the last lap and on the previous one. Change up. Leaders change. Riachile has hit the front for the first time. Spice leads out. So Spicy hits the front. Let's have a look how it happens. Ah, perfectly timed down into the bottom turn. Dives up the inside there on the replay, and you see him just squeezing things out there and forcing the man who led things out for a long time, Sebastian Himon, into the clutches of Moore, who does the same thing down into turn 1. Jack Moore now goes to second. Jack Moore into second place, and we've got about 5.5 laps to go. Unbelievable action here in this mid part of the race. We see Riachile hit the front, and Jack follows him almost 2 corners later. The lead man, Sebastian Himon, drops down to third, and he's losing a little bit of ground there. Spice putting in a hot lap and looking for a chance now to stay at the front end if he can. He's got clean air for the first time. Can he get away? No, he can't. Look at how Jack Moore has closed that gap down. Jack Moore is on a flyer here, looking to try and catch Riachile and Maamula out front, but this is going to be a tough little battle between these two. Here we go. From international duties to national championship duties, Jack Moore is in the house, looking to try and close down and get ahead now of Riachile Spice Maamula. Carries great corner speed out of the tunnel down towards the twisties, and now as they head up the hill, he's right on the bumper. Maybe just hang on there for a little bit longer. Doesn't want to go too soon. Don't give Spice a chance to come back at him. He might hang on to a little later on in the race. We're only into the the final third of this race. So 11 down and 4 to go. Brilliant race action here from Junior Max. We kind of expected it though. Where is Caleb Moss? He's up into the top 5, where he needs to be. Moss has got to be in that top 5 depending on where Emma Dowling finishes. And remember, Dowling has got to try and at least win all the heats today if she wanted the title. She's not going to do that in this one, down in 4th place. That's how close that battle is in that championship. So Spicy looking for the chance for the win. Oh, Jack Moore loses out. Moore makes a small mistake and he loses out big time. He's dropped back, possibly there into the clutches of Sebastian Himon, and now into Emma Dowling's clutches as well. Himon's up to second. Himon is up to second, and Jack Moore with a big mistake there. Losing out big time down to 4th. Dowling is into 3rd. Moore falls into the clutches of Caleb Moss as they head into this second corner of the Zwartkops International Kart Track. Under the tunnel down towards turn 3. This is where they start to climb back up the hill through the twisties. It's a big left-hander, big right-hander. Identical corners, just the opposite way around of each other. As they head through, it's kind of the Z of the Zwartkops racetrack here for karting. The move from Sebastian Himon, slightly different line, trying to carry the corner speed to the final turn there, super quick. Big move as well, coming from Dowling. Oh, Emma Dowling is now putting the pressure on. The young lady is now seeing and realizing there's a chance still for the victory. Oh, Spice out of shape. Gets it locked up, and that's going to give him a chance to dive through. Riachile, unfortunately, gets it all locked up and out of shape. Here comes Emma Darling on his inside, looking for a way through. There's Moore, and now Moss up ahead of Moore. Caleb Moss has moved up one position, got ahead of Jack Moore. 5-way fight here with 2.5 laps to go. Unbelievable race action here from our juniors. Putting on a show of note there. Sebastian Himon realized the Spicy went on the inside of him, looking to try and come back. Oh, there's a touch there between Spice and the leader. Himon got a little tag, and that's going to allow Emma Darling a chance to dive through into turn 1, and with her goes Caleb Moss. Moss is joined by Moore. Maya Mula goes side by side with Moore towards turn 2. He just hangs on. Riachile having a fight of note there. Losing control on his own under braking. It's lost him the ground he didn't want to lose, and he now drops down to 4th place. So it's Himon who is looking for a chance now to try and hang on ahead of Emma Dowling. Emma Dowling needs a victory. She's got to try and find a way here in the last 250 or 300 meters of this race to get through, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen. Sebastian Himon is going to hang on. He's going to get the victory. Maya Mula diving on the inside for 3rd. Oh, and he gets sent. Slips out on his own, trying to dive through. Up on the banking goes Spicy. He loses out big time there on the last corner. Had a big dive, looking for a way through, but couldn't find it. And it's Jack Moore who beats out Caleb Moss to the line. Keenan Duplessis for 3rd. Coming through on that battle, but 5th place on the road. Wow. What a way to start things out here. Sebastian Himon beating out Emma Darling. Emma Darling hangs on to beat out Jack Moore. What a run there to the line for the two of them. Caleb Moss dropping from 1st yesterday to 4th today. And in 5th place, just squeezing through there, was Keenan Duplessis. Once again, a 5th place for him. That's 2 5s out of 2. But Lulama Ngombeni coming through for another hot lap there. Fastest of the race. Tikiso Retlacheng coming through ahead of Christian Verheil. Then it was Chipang Shinsenwana. And eventually Arshawn Reddy and Kao Kira. Where did Spicy end up? He ended eventually down in 17th and lost. So a big dive and a late bit of gambling coming out of Spice Riachile Maya Mula. But unfortunately, it didn't pay dividend. He drops right to the back and finishes 17th in heat number 2. Expect more fighting like that in a couple of minutes' time. We're about to start the 3rd heats of the weekend for the final round of Rotax Racing South African Karting Championships, courtesy of EMR, Mojo Tires, XPS, Delotto, Top Kart, and Coma. And Super Quick joining us as well this weekend. Thank you so much. We'll be back shortly.
So tell me, why do we do it? Why do we push so hard? Why do we test our limits? Why do we reach for perfection? When others leave, we stay. When others pack up, we work harder. When others keep in the dry, our blood turns to ice. When others give in, we dig deeper. Every rev, every corner, every apex, every pass, every risk, every position, every tenth, every hundredth, every thousandth, every goal we set, every challenge we face, every fear we overcome. Because we won't settle for second. Because we live and breathe it. Because we seek the strength deep inside us.
Because we give our best. Because this is Rotax.
check of a race day.
Right, welcome back. Here we go again. It's race 3 time for Bambinos. They are lining up to come for their third heat of 4 today. There's 3 today, 1 yesterday, and so far Alonso de Oliveira has been the man to beat. He's now on pole position alongside his closest rival, Yuri Malabai, and Sebastian Shuttleworth will be looking to try and close the gap down. He's lost a little bit of ground now in the overall championship for Bambinos, with the 2 victories going to Alonso, so he's got to come back here in this third heat and do something. Down towards turn 1 we go, and it is Malabai who gets the drop. Yeru leads out as they come out of turn 1 and make their way down towards turn 2. A little bit off the line there, a little slow off the line again from the 46 Kart. And in fact, it is Sebastian Himan, or Sebastian Shuttleworth, I should say, who's jumped up into second place ahead of Alonso. So a little bit of work to do now for Oliveira in the second heat of the day, third heat of the weekend. They come flying towards us now. And up towards the long hill that brings them back up to the top end. Once again, also keep an eye out on a great start from our Mozambican lady. Teresa Betancourt has moved her way back into the top 4. And will continue to fight with them right until the end of this 8 laps of race action. Here Malabai under attack. Down on the inside from Shuttleworth, looking for a way through. Can he find it? No, he can't. 46 is on the inside. Around his outside comes our Mozambican lady. Up to third. Alonso de Oliveira just tucks into 4th place. Forces Betancourt wide out of turn 1. Just squeezes through, but that was the change up for the lead there. As we see Shuttleworth hit the front for the first time. Now with Shuttleworth hitting the front for the first time, that might be a little bit of an alarm bell there for Alonso. And we'll have to wait and see if de Oliveira has got an answer. He had an answer at every single outing so far this year. He's been the class of the field, and despite the championship being pretty close between the top 2 overall, it didn't take long for him to hit the front, and he's done that. So he leads out with a mistake coming from Shuttleworth. No, not from Shuttleworth. Mistake coming there from de Oliveira, I think it was. No, sorry, from Malabai. Malabai has the problem there. That's the issue that we had. So the 72 Kart just dropping back now down into 4th place. Make that third. I was going to say make that third until Teresa came across and cut the nose off the front of that cart, not letting him through. Shuttleworth leads by 1.2. Oliveira now goes hunting for the leader. Betancourt on his tail, and Malabai down to 4th. Magoro was up into the 5 spot. And you can see coming through there as well, Makabule, and 2 Makabules in fact. Then Zonke. So Zwarte Magoro coming through there, of course, into 19th. In the 19 Kart in 7th place. Looking for a chance now to make up a little bit of ground. There's not much in it between those first couple of karts, as you can see, but there are little gaps that have opened up, that like 1.2 seconds and then the 2.6 seconds. So if they're all together, we probably have a 9-way fight for the lead, but it's just gaps that have opened up in the initial stages of this race. And if you look at the graphic on the right-hand side underneath our DT Film Services live logo, you can see the live tracking there of the leaders and the karts that are chasing them down. Second group of karts there, the Makabules and Magora. Sean Ade in there as well, in 8th place. As they cross the line now. We're going to get to the halfway stage on this next lap being completed. 4 of 8 with Shuttleworth leading. Only 1.1 seconds up the road though, over Alonso de Oliveira, and make that now. Is that lead change? No, it's not, but there's possibility of a second place changing. Bit of pressure coming from Euro Malabai. Malabai on the inside. Oh, it's close. Goes onto the curbs, but Alonso keeps him out. Teresa Betancourt now putting the pressure onto Malabai. They all use the inside line, not going to give up any room there. Compromises the drive slightly onto the main straightaway, but they all used it, so they'll all be in the same kind of boat. But here comes Teresa with a little bit of slipstream. Sneaks up into 3rd place. Betancourt up into 3rd place now for the Mozambican lady. Putting the pressure immediately onto the championship leader. The man who could potentially change that number 46 to a number 1. Whoa! It's getting real. Teresa up on the grass banking. Trying to find a way through there on Alonso de Oliveira. Have a look at this. Dives on the inside. There's a little touch between back and front wheels. Teresa tucks out of it and just brakes hard enough to miss crashing into Alonso de Oliveira. But that put her up onto the grass banking. and then back onto the main circuit. That's going to leave De Oliveira to fight it out with Malabai. Malabai on the inside now, coming out of the twisties. Sneaks through up into second place. De Oliveira demoted down to third. Possibly come back as they come across the line. Let's have a look and see if he gets the drive now. Uses the inside line. Gives him a slightly tighter maneuver across the line. No, not going to make this one stick just yet. Maybe into turn 1. Is he close enough? No, not yet. Have to think about it again as they head down towards turn 2. Betancourt, despite going off track, still maintains 4th place. Incredible from that young lady. Now under the tunnel. Back down towards the bottom end of the circuit they go. Oliveira was having a look. Not sure if he was going to make it stick, but he definitely had a big look going down into the bottom end. No, he stays behind for second. Second in the battle for second, that is. Second and third place up for grabs. Betancourt trying to close that gap down. She lost about 2.5 seconds with the off-track excursion she had on the grass banking coming out of the tunnel. Heads down and racing now for the top 3. Shuttleworth continuing to lead things out, but it's Malabai who's closing. Yeru Malabai definitely closing that gap down big time now on the leader. Got it down to 0.2 of a second between themselves, 0.3 actually between the top 2, 0.6 between the top 3. Little look over the shoulder there. Sebastian Shuttleworth worried about the fact that he can now hear the cart right on his tail. Bambino's in full effect now with 2 to go. De Oliveira closing the gap down as well, realizing he's running out of time. He's got to try and find a way through on these 2 and possibly secure this win. With this win, if he gets it, there's a possibility he'd probably have one hand on the trophy for the overall championship for 2025, unless he's already got that by the time we got into this one. Looking at the point standings, it was still pretty close between him and Shuttleworth heading into this round. But with 2 wins so far to 2 starts and possibilities here of a third as they come into the final stage. Look at this. Inside line from Shuttleworth. Outside line to inside for Malabai. And around the outside comes De Oliveira. Down towards turn 1. He's going to go on the inside now. Possibly of Shuttleworth. No. Tucks in behind him. So he's up to second. Alonso De Oliveira looking for 3 out of 3. Can he get it? Not with Malabai tucked on his tail, looking for a way through. Defensive driving coming out of Shuttleworth. He keeps them both out for now. Down through the tunnel for the last time in Heat 3. Holding that inside line. Not going to give up that inside line at all. It's going to have to be a late dive on the inside. No, there was no opening at all there coming from Sebastian Shuttleworth. Here we go. This is where they'll set it up through the twisties. You can see De Oliveira is planning something here. He's just waiting to pounce, but he's got to just watch his rearview mirrors because Malabai is on the tail and looking for a way through as well. A little bit of a change up on the line there. Watch for the cutback now from Alonso. De Oliveira looking for an inside line. Is Shuttleworth going to hang on for the first time? Can he get the victory? They go to the line. It's a drag race to the line, and Shuttleworth's going to hang on just to take the victory. Yes, he does. This time Sebastian gets it. Sebastian Shuttleworth gets it ahead of Alonso. De Oliveira for second place there. And a great run again from Yeru to get third. He beats out Teresa Betancourt. Incredibly, even with her off-track excursion, still finishes up in the 4th spot. And she will beat to the line there, Makabule. Yintla coming through once again for another top 5 finish in Heat 3. So coming into the pit lane, it's Sebastian Shuttleworth this time. That's at the top end of Bambino's Heat 3. Final heat. And we got one more to go for the 2025 championship. In a few hours' time, we've got to get through all the heats one more time, and then we'll bring the Bambinos back out in the very near future. Back on track now with Heat 3 of DD2s and the DD2 Masters. Nice field of about 10 karts in total. But great battle so far between Jamie Smith and Jason Gutsia. And it's advantage Jamie Smith at this point in time. He's got the drop over the first 2 heats of race action and has beaten out the Toyota Gazoo Racing stableman. So it's an advantage Burrell Art as well with 2 wins out of 2 starts. Look out for the return possibly of Sebastian Boyd. He's taken a victory, or he's taken a 3rd place and a 5th place so far. 5 in race 1 and 3rd in race 2. And well, April had some problems in the first heat, so he'll be looking to turn his luck around down there from the 5th row of the grid alongside Tony Orby. And then Christian Boucher will also look to try and change his luck around in terms of the battle for the honours in African title. It's not the African Open, of course, it's the finals of the South African Championship here today. And we're looking forward to another great battle with our DD2s and DD2 Masters all combined. Front row, Jamie Smith, Jason Gutsia, Sebastian Boyd and Maddie Wadley, Cristiano Magado and Dusan Rajovic, Nikita Tieme, Kian Fusel, Anwar April, Tony Orby, Christian Boucher, Kroon Reinecker, and hopefully Jonathan Peters has made his way back onto the circuit for this 3rd heat of the weekend. Around the starters' orders, into the trams they go. Lights out, we go racing down towards turn 1, inside line, but this time it looks like Jamie Smith's going to get outgunned. Yes, he is. Jason Gutsia takes the whole shot, comes out of turn 1 with the lead, but Jamie Smith is under pressure because on the inside, look at that. Great dive from Sebastian Boyd. Boyd up to 2nd, tucked in behind him. It looks like it was also another fantastic start coming out of Maddie Wadley. Maddie Wadley up into the top 3 there almost instantaneously. Drops down to 4th place as he loses out slightly there to Jamie Smith diving back up the inside of him into 3rd. So we got Toyota Gazoo Racing and Extreme Racing out front with the lead at this stage in the hands of Jason Gutsia. Then it's the 2 Burrell Art boys. Jamie Smith sliding back up the inside of Sebastian Boyd as they came through the final turn. In behind them, it's Matt Wadley. Matt Wadley under a bit of pressure now from Anwar April. Anwar April, of course, we saw have a bit of a slide and he actually went off right there as he passes that little gap between the circuit's top and bottom section. And he ended up right at the back of the pack. So much better start this time from April as he comes through into what is now about 6th or 7th place on the road, making up to about 5th place now as he's already got ahead of Cristiano Magado. Magado under pressure there from Kian Fusel, and then Nikita Tieme behind that. Delon looking at as well, just picking up on Dusan Rajovic. Dusan Rajovic also with a good start. Just picking up on him, he's now made his way up into that top 5. Change up a little bit further back in the pack there. 17 kart fighting with Admiral April. April getting through on that 17 kart. So Fusel drops down 1 place. Have a look at that one more time. Late dive on the inside here. Yep, there we go. Easily done in the end. 81 kart of Admiral April just getting through. Now we can see what's happening at the front end. Jason Gutsia wasn't quickest. Fastest was Jamie Smith in 2nd. He's now closed the gap down onto Gutsia. Jamie would love to do a little whitewash here at this final round for the Burrell Art team. The ART machine is going well so far for Jamie, but this time out, looks like they've turned the wick up slightly there on Jason Gutsia's kart. And the Extreme Racing Toyota Gazoo Racing Academy man, they're leading by 0.4 of a second. 0.6 down to Boydie in 3rd. And it is Maddie Wadley. He's got Rajovic on his tail, and then Mogado. April and Fusel, Tiemi, and then Peterson is back on track. So Jonathan Peterson back on track there in 10th place and 2nd in the Masters. Back up and completing the first 4 laps of race action. As they cross the line again, it's another long way of 11 still to go. 15 lappers here. Probably be 20 lappers for the last one. Here we go into the tunnel yet again. Jason Gutsia with a 0.4 lead over Jamie Smith. Down 0.7, so Smith's opened up a little bit of a margin over Sebastian Boyd for 2nd and 3rd, but he's closed the gap down dramatically there on Jason Gutsia for 1st and 2nd. 2nd place man on the move. Jamie Smith, fastest on the last lap as well, 41.750. Definitely getting in the pace that's required to catch Jason Gutsia and maybe spoil his day. turn 1. Smith now right onto the tailpiece. Looking for a way through. He set him up heading down towards the bottom end of the track. Inside line is required. Does it get done? No. Not quite close enough to make it stick this time. Kutsia hangs on. Jay will just try and keep that kart as wide as possible. Not always easy to do. Karts are so evenly matched, and driving skills are pretty awesome as well. See, oh, Jamie had a big look there. Just firmly shut in his face. Has another look into turn 1. Does he make it stick this time? Yes, he does. There you go. Jason Kutsia comes back at him though. For turn 2 on the outside, Jamie will try and hold the inside line late on the brakes and cements the lead. Change up there for Jamie Smith. Through turn 1, held it up to turn 2 and made it stick for the overtake eventually coming out of turn 2. So there you have it. Jamie Smith now leads out, opens up and reaches the kart length right from the word go, getting through there on Jason Kutsia. Great dice here. And Sebastian Boyd's about to join that one as well. He'd love to be part of that. He's got a way now from Dušević. Rajovic there, still in the 4 spot ahead of Matty Wadley. Matty Wadley's got Cristiano Magada behind him this time. Magada trying to close that gap down now on Matt Wadley. Interesting to see how those little fights have just turned around in terms of the way they were in the previous heat. Rajovic was nowhere, he fell to the back of the field, had to come back through the field after going off track on a similar vein to what we saw with Anwar Apewell. Now in the mix there with Magada, Wadley, and fighting for honours for at least 4th place on the road. Top 3 spread out slightly now as well. Smith opens up just about almost half a second over. No, it's less. It's down to 0.2. Jason Kutsia has closed that gap down. It was about half a second 2 laps ago. It's now down to 0.2. So the gap has come down there between Smith and Kutsia. Kutsia wants this victory. Jason Kutsia will be fighting hard for this one, that is for sure. Kutsia, Boydie, Rajovic and Wadley. That's your top 5. Leading master is in 6th place, and that's Magada. Jason Kutsia applying pressure just into the second half of the race now. Heading up through, super quick sweep. Nice run here from Jamie Smith. He does not want to be better this weekend. 2 out of 2 so far, looking for 3 out of 3, but Jason Kutsia definitely wants to spoil that record. Into the tunnel once again. Yeah, they come for 4, 5 and 6. April about to join the party there with 4, 5 and 6. He's not too far off the back end there of Cristiano Magada. Let's see how this goes. Magada closing on Wadley, Wadley closing on Rajovic. For now, but not too far up the road. Now let's see what happens here between the top 2 down towards 2 again. No changes into the second third of this race. In fact, about to start the final third. Yeah, we're into the final third of the race. So it's 10 of 15 completed. Smith leads out by 0.3. Kutsia by a second for third. And that's Sebastian Boyd in 3rd place, second of the Burrell ART karts. Rotax racing action at its finest here in DD2s and the Masters. 4 more laps to go. Rajovic hangs on. Wadley behind him. As I said, April is closing, but not quite there yet. Brought it down to about half a second between himself and Magada. Magada's 0.3 behind Wadley. Wadley's 0.3 behind Rajovic. So it's actually equidistant apart there between those 4 karts for the fight for 4th. Gaps open up big time now between Sebastian Boyd and Jason Kutsia. Kutsia is literally the only man who might have a chance of beating Jamie Smith here this weekend. Can he do it in this 3rd heat? Maybe a bit of pressure onto Jamie for the final heat now. See if he can go 2 for 2. Jamie's got 2. Jason would like the second 2. It's not going to be easy for him. Still half a second to make up there on the leader. I don't know if they're going to be able to do that. Jason Gutierrez is a good driver. Jason is an exceptional driver, but usually in a kart around here, he's a tough man to beat. Jamie Smith has shown him on 2 occasions and about to be 3 how to get around this track rapidly. He's moved the gap up to 0.6 now with 2 to go. So Jamie Smith controlling things from the front end. Rajovic controlling things from the front end of the second battle. Just behind him is Wadley. He's down to less than 0.2 now, 195. Between Rajovic and Wadley. Now up through the twisties. Wadley putting the... Oh, Maddie's looking for a way through. He's applying pressure. He wants that 5th place. He wants a top 5 here in the DD2s. Run 2 gears, so it's just flat out stuff, and they can use those gearboxes to great advantage. Slightly better lap times due to the fact that they've got those extra gears to play with. Here comes Kutsia. Oh, Kutsia's closed the gap down, or has he? No, he hasn't. He's lost a little bit of time now. He has on this last lap though. He's closed it down rapidly. Look at the pace that Jason Kutsia is getting out of this final lap. Looking for a way to dive through here on Jamie Smith. Jamie Smith having to go defensive. 4 corners to go as they head up through the twisty, out over the bridge and down through super quick sweep. Has he got enough? He has. Jamie Smith, 3 out of 3. What a run from this man this weekend. Jason Gutierrez, 3 out of 3 for second place there for him. Sebastian Boydie comes through again for another 3rd place. That's his second one of the weekend. Beats out Rajovic. And it's Matt Wadley once again finishing down in 5th place as we wrap things up here with DD2s and the DD2 Masters combined. Unbelievably close racing. At the beginning of this race, it opened up a little bit in the mid-pack and then closed down pretty rapidly to the tune of 0.131 of a second between Jamie Smith and Jason Kutsia as the checkered flag had come out. So pretty tight at the end between those two. There you have it, unconfirmed, of course. Smith, Kutsia, Boyd, Rajovic ahead of Matty Wadley. Cristiano Magado wins out the Masters in 6th overall ahead of Annual April. Kian Fusel and Nakita Tieme from Namibia beating out Christian Boucher for 10th place from Mozambique. And Jonathan Peterson, Tony Orby bringing up the rear end of the field. We're heading now into Micromax. They'll be out shortly for their 3rd heat of the weekend. Up next, into Micromax. It's Heat 3 of 4. And so far it has been Adrian Stein's show. He's been the class of the field, taking the victories in Heat 1 yesterday and Heat 2 this morning. Luan de Vet eventually coming through for 2 second places. Luc de Toy has shared 3rd and 4th. And Roddy Harris has shared 3rd and 5th place. And then Omani 4 and 5 for the first 2 heats as they come now under starters' orders. You'll see them take up their positions, start to form up on their actual grid positions, which will see Steyn and de Vet on the front row, ahead of Harris and de Toy for the second row. De Toy with the white helmet on the second row there. And then it's Omani and Gemildien. They will come through, of course, Yakin Gemildien alongside Michael Omani, Ronald Venter and Aston Verheul at the back for the 4th and final row. Slightly smaller field of micros that we've had so far this season, but it's all the usual contenders that are in for the championship that are here for the final round. They're going to fight it out as they head towards turn 1. Lights out, we are racing, and once again it is Steyn who gets the whole shot. Adrian Steyn hangs on as they come through there, followed through very nicely by looks of things, the 27 Kart. Yes, indeed, Luan de Vet up to second. So it's kind of how it's finished at every single attempt this weekend of racing. Race 1 was yesterday, race 2 was this morning. Steyn and Harris were fighting hard, but Steyn and de Vet eventually finished up 1 and 2, and that's how they stand right now, heading up through the twisties for the first time in this 3rd heat. De Toy has got Harris on his tail. Behind that, looks like Gemildien. Better start coming out of Ronald Venter, and this time a little bit closer up the field as well for Michael Omani. Omani would like to be a little bit higher up than what he is right now, but let's have a look and see how he finishes up this first lap. They cross the line, 1 of 12 done. Steyn from de Vet, de Toy, Harris, Omani, Gemildien, and it's Aston Verheul who gets just ahead there of Ronald Venter. So a little change up there for the bottom 2 in terms of their positions on track after that first lap. Micromax in full flight now. Those Mojos will take about a lap and a half to get up to full race pace. Let's have a look and see what happens as they come up through the twisties now. Steyn hanging on, 0.2 ahead. 0.3 behind de Vet is de Toy. But de Toy is closing that gap down pretty rapidly as they come through Super Quick Sweep. Super Quick Sweep is pretty awesome for these youngsters. They hold nothing back. It's everything they got. They hardly even roll off because of the corner speed they can carry through there. Speaking of corner speed, nice move there from Omani. He squeezes up and sneaks ahead of Harris and says to him, right, come, work with me. Let's try and catch these front 3. Looking back over his shoulder. Let's have a look at that one more time as they went down in towards turn 1, inside line. And there you see the orange and green helmet there of Michael Omani, just squeezing Roddy Harris down into the 5 spot. Omani looked over his shoulder directly after that, looked at Harris and said, come on, work with me. Let's go together and try and close the gap down here on those top 3. 2 carts go through there much quicker than 1, that is for sure. So it's good thinking there from Michael Omani. Hopefully Roddy Harris will go with him and do exactly what he's asking. Help him out. Get them to the front and then start to fight it out again with Steyn, de Vet and de Toy. We'll move on the inside there from Luc de Toy. Had a look, but Luan de Vet saw him coming, shut the door, didn't allow him through for now. Maybe just setting things up for a bit later on. He's going to attempt another one down here towards the bottom end of the circuit, or is he? No, not close enough. He is closer, but certainly not close enough to make that move stick just yet. So Luc de Toy just biding his time, waiting for an opportunity to open up for him. 0.3, 0.2, 0.6, 0.3, 0.5. That's your first 6 carts on track. That's the gap between them. Hardly anything splitting the field. It's about a second splitting the field here from 1st to 6th place on the road. Now they head down towards turn 2. Once again, a little look, but not an attempt to get by just yet from Luc de Toy. Toy setting things up here, trying to force a mistake out of Luan de Vet. Give him at least a chance for a 2nd place. Stop the current trend of Micromax finishes so far. When I talk about that, I'm talking about the fact that Steyn has won 2 out of 2. De Vet has taken 2 2nd places out of 2 2nd places. So it's been a change up between de Toy, Roddy and Omani for the latter part of the top 5 in the first 2 heats. Toy now trying to get onto the back end there of DeVette. He lost a little bit of ground there on that last lap. Makes it up back into turn 2 though on the brakes. So not a bad run there from Luke Toy through turn 1 and 2 to close that gap down again. But just in the background, Omani and Harris are coming. That gap is also closing up, and it's because of the fact that they're working together. So Roddy Harris has taken Michael Omani's advice, and the two of them have worked together as opposed to trying to fight each other, to allow them to close that gap down onto the back end of Luke Toy. And we're going to probably have, within the space of this next half of the race, because we're about to get to halfway stage, a 4-way fight for second. So here they come towards turn 1, down the hill, off camber, left-hander. Long straight into turn 2, off camber, right-hander. Actually, there's a little dip as you go through the right-hander there. And you go under the tunnel and back down towards 3. No changes though, just setting them up. DeToy runs very late into the bottom turn. Carries that corner speed up the hill. Momentum is key in these smaller karts. Can't afford to lose that momentum. Any lack of momentum and you're going to drop back 6 or 7 places. That's how it usually happens at the World Finals. Remember, these guys are fighting for opportunities. Towards turn 1 again, into the second half of the race we go. Yet again, no changes, but Omani is now onto the back of DeToy. With him comes Roddy Harris. Roddy Harris joining the party, joining the 4-way fight for second. Led out by DeVette at the moment. Half a second to Steyn. Steyn controlling things from the front in terms of the lead to second place. Keep it together now for the next 3.5 laps or so. 4.5 laps, I should say. That's 4 laps now as they cross the line, and 8 are done. Steyn, DeVette, DeToy, Omani and Harris. 0.4, 0.2, 0.2, 0.3. Unbelievably close race action here between these 4 karts for second, and they're not too far off the leader. I think Steyn has got enough here to keep it at bay, keep them out. Toy looking a little bit more dangerous. Realizing that Omani's joined up. Maybe he wants to get ahead there of DeVette, put the pressure onto DeVette as opposed to having the pressure put onto him. He applies big pressure onto DeVette as they come to the line. Completing another lap. Will he have a look on the inside down towards turn 1? Close enough. I don't know why I didn't have a look. He was holding on to it until a little bit later, but you know what's happening. There was a small mistake there on that last pass. Yes, indeed. Fastest on that last lap was Luke Toy. Not so fast was Adrian Steyn. Adrian Steyn was about 0.1 of a second or 0.2 of a second slower than the 4 karts behind him. So the gap has now come down to less than half a second between Adrian Steyn and second place Leon DeVette. DeVette getting the hurry on. Seeing that there's a good possibility he might be able to find a way through here. And with that, DeToy goes with him. And with that, they leave Omani and Harris behind. Michael Omani and Roddy Harris weren't expecting to see the wick being turned up so dramatically in the closing stages here. Oh, mistake from the leader. Big mistake from Adrian Steyn. Hands the lead to DeVette. DeVette and DeToy now take first and second. Adrian Steyn drops down to 3rd place. A little late braking and a small lapse in concentration, under braking. Had to correct himself, a little oversteer, catches it and drops to 3rd. So some maneuvering there. Oh, Steyn with some work to do now, with only 2 laps to go. DeVette leads out. Is there going to be a changing of the guard here? Very good possibility that DeVette can hang on to this one. Will DeToy want that victory now that he's seen Adrian Steyn drop behind him? Luke DeToy with 1 to go. Has he got a chance here to possibly spoil the day? Win out on his home track. Leon DeVette, 0.2 of a second, 0.111, and a dive from Steyn for 3rd. Trying to get at the inside of Luke DeToy. DeToy saw him coming, was later on the brakes and kept him out. Goes defensive down towards turn 3, the bottom turn. DeToy holds on, but it might just cost him the drive up the hill. Yes, DeVette comes around the outside. Has to tuck in behind Luke DeToy. DeToy fending off The attack for second slows him up. Omani on the inside. Oh, Michael Omani. Oh, big crash. Big crash out of the sweep, out of the twisties there. Omani flips the cart by the looks of things, coming out of the twisties. It's going to be De Vet for the win. Luan De Vet takes it. Detroit gets second. And I think Stain and Omani are going to be in that crash. Yes, they both are. It's Roddy Harris who comes through for third. Omani flipping the cart, coming out of the twisty bits. He's okay, fortunately. He's back on his feet. But it looks like there was a big crash there between the two of them. One of the carters is down. I think it might be Adrian Stain who's injured there. I saw Michael Omani stand up and walk away. He was very lucky. Luke DeToy will come through for second place though. This time out it's Roddy Harris getting a second, third of the weekend so far. Up to fourth place, just due to the fact that there was that massive crash. Was Chameleon. And then Ronald Fenter will get the top 5. Big crash. And let's see Stain and Omani go to the bottom. Let's have a look at it. Coming out of the twisties, they tangle. It's Omani and Stain that roll. Stain, the cart lands on top of him there. Fortunately, the medics are on call. But Omani and Stain having some big problems there. And unfortunately, it's going to need medical assistance there with that big crash between the two of them. Kind of what happens, unfortunately, when you get so close, up close and personal there between two carts. But as I said, fortunately, we've got one of the best medical teams in the country here at Zwartkops International Karting Circuit. And after an incident like that, it's always not a nice thing to see. But most importantly, we just saw Michael Omani did get up. He's okay. I'm just seeing if Stain has got up yet. Is he still being attended to? Omani is walking away. He's okay. Adrian Stain still being attended to there by the medics. There's Omani walking off the track, and you can see he's still got a smile on his face, even though he had a big moment. That's a huge moment there for Mark Omani. And very lucky that it came out not any worse for wear than that. But as I said, Adrian Stain still being attended to there, and our medical team, of course, will take him up to the medical center just for a double check. But that'll bring us to the end of Heat 3 of Micromax. What a way to finish things up there, sure. Dramatic stuff here in the closing stages of 2025's Rotax South African Karting Championship.
So tell me, Why do we do it? Why do we push so hard? Why do we test our limits? Why do we reach for perfection? When others leave, we stay. When others pack up, we work harder. When others keep in the dry, our blood turns to ice. When others give in, we dig deeper. Every rev, every corner, every apex, every pass, every risk, every position, every tenth, every hundredth, every thousandth, every goal we set, every challenge we face, every fear we overcome. Because we won't settle for second. Because we live and breathe it. Because we seek the strength deep inside us.
Because we give our best. Because this is Rotax.
Each driver unique. It's an event designed to make you equal, something no champion can ever be, because you are number one. Your every move, every line is followed. You must listen, watch, learn. Each sense heightened, each emotion harnessed. Corner after corner, apex after apex. Don't miss an inch, maximize every tenth. Focus, react, trust your gut and make your move. Cold metal becomes memory. You are synchronized, connected. Your goal lies ahead. You can reach it together.
So we wish Mr. Steyn a very quick recovery there. He's been sent off, of course, to our medical centre just for a double check to make sure he's A-OK after a big moment there between Michael Omani and Adrian Steyn in the last lap of a very highly fought and contended battle for our Micromax competitors. We'll see them out in Heat 4 a bit later on. I don't think we're going to see Adrian Steyn back on track unless he gets clearance from the medical team, but we'll keep our thoughts and prayers with him, and hopefully a speedy recovery. Hopefully he will be able to get back out and still fight for honours here in the closing stages. We move on now from Micromax to Senior Max, arguably our biggest field and also one of the most highly contested fields of the weekend. It's going to see Ken Swartz and Mohammed Wali starting from the front row. Behind them will be Georgia Lennox and Amani Kinyua. Jono Wilson and Charles Visser will start from the third row. Ahead there of Matthew Carter and William Marshall, Zalo Koza and Scrimgeore. Taylor Scrimgeore there making up the top 5 rows of the grid. And now come under starters orders, go into their tram line positions. Let's see who's going to have the drop here. Will it be Ken Swartz once again looking for a double victory here today? He didn't get the victory yesterday. That went to Carmo Velo from Mozambique. Looking forward to seeing how he improves through this second heat. Hopefully he can get there. Second heat of today, of course, third heat of the weekend. As they come under braking for turn 2, it is Mohammed Wali who hits the front. So Mohammed Wali gets the whole shot and hangs on to it. He comes down ahead of Ken Swartz, who's under a bit of pressure already. Coming through there by the looks of things from either Georgia Lennox, I think, there, or Amani Kunya. Just sneaking through the pack. Up into that comes a bit of manoeuvring as well from that mid-pack from Charles Visser. Visser not quite up to pace just yet, but slowly but surely making his way to the front end as they come through to complete the first lap of 15. 1 of 15 done. Mohammed Wali leads out. He's got Swartz and Lennox on his tail. Jono Wilson there in third. So it was Georgia Lennox I was picking up on as the third place driver. And then Charles Visser behind Wilson. Amani Kunya down into 7th place, or 6th place, I beg your pardon, ahead there of Matthew Carter. So it's a good start to this first heat, or the first heat of the afternoon, but second heat of the day and third heat of the weekend for Senior Max. Mohammed Wali out front. Ken Swartz in second for Toyota Gazoo Racing and the Extreme Racing team. Putting the pressure onto Wali, but oh, what a move. Diving through the inside. Georgia Lennox looking for second place. Looking for a chance to dive on the inside of her stablemate. Is she going to get there? Yes, she is. Georgia Lennox leads out. Mohammed Wali gets dropped back after a small tap between him and Ken Swartz. And now they are on the move to the front end. Visser into second. So that is a massive turnaround there. Watch this. Lennox on the inside. Watch this. It's a little tag. Wali goes wide. Ken Swartz follows him. Swartz goes slightly inside. Wali tucks in behind him. And it's now Georgia Lennox who leads out. Charles Visser's taking the lead from her though. Visser gets ahead. Georgia Lennox into second place. Falls into the clutches there of the third place driver. And it looks like that's Ken Swartz now coming back for fourth place on the back end of Jono Wilson. Side by side, inside line from Ken Swartz. He'll get through. Swartz now moves up into third place. Ahead of Jono Wilson as they cross the line. Wilson looks over his shoulder. He goes defensive, trying to keep up. Oh, what a dive. Inside line coming there from a late charge. Amani Kinyua coming through and diving through to find a way past up into fourth. They are just chopping and changing at every occasion here in Senior Max for this third heat of the weekend, second of the day. Where has Mohammed Wali dropped down to? He's dropped down to 7th or 8th place by the looks of things. In fact, down into 9th place. So some issues there for him. I wonder if there might be a bit of damage on the kart that might be affecting his ability to get to the front end again. 9 karts fighting for the lead though. Absolutely nothing in it. Kinya on the move. Certainly the fastest man in that front group is Amani Kinya. Slowly but surely coming to those first 3 karts, but the first 3 karts are Visser, Lennox and Swartz. Georgia Lennox having arguably one of the best drives we've seen out of her in a long time here at Zwartkops. And now putting the pressure onto the back end of Charles Visser. Multiple SA karting and Western Province champion. Polo Cup champion. Certainly knows what to do in terms of getting into a racing car of some nature, whether it's a kart or a saloon car. He's an exceptionally talented driver and using that talent right now to try and open up a bit more of a margin over Lennox and Swartz. It's Swartz and Lennox now. They've swapped positions. Half a second between Swartz and the leader. 0.2 down to Georgia Lennox in third. Fourth place, it's Kinya. Wilson in 5. Mohammed Wali's back up to 6th place. He's made up a couple of positions, finding a way through there on William Marshall and Nzalo Koza. So Mohammed Wali is ticking them off one by one, trying to come back into that top 3 hunt. After being forced wide by a late dive from Georgia Lennox. Little tag between the two of them. And Muhammad Wali went down backwards, down to 9th. He's back to 6th, so he's made up 3 positions in the space of 2 laps. Can he find a way through here now on Jono Wilson? We come across the line and complete the first third of this race. 5 done. We're into the second third of the race now. Muhammad Wali on the inside of Wilson, easily done. Dives on the inside, makes his way up into 4th place. Now sets his sights firmly on trying to close down there on Kenya. Amani Kenya in 4. Lennox is 3. Second is Swartz. They're getting away slightly now as Ken Swartz puts the pressure on, and by the pressure on I mean fastest lap of that last race, of this race I should say, has now gone to Ken Swartz in 2nd. Swartz in 2nd place, only 0.3 off the leader Charles Visser. And now looking to have an attack down into turn 1. Can Swartz go late on the brakes for the overtake? He has a look. Is he good enough? Yes, he is. Ken Swartz, perfectly done. Oh, Visser running wide in the Saudi. That Saudi card went a little bit left. Not the way he wanted it to. And that opened up a huge gap for Ken Swartz, which has pulled Georgia Lennox back into the attack along with Amani. Visser just ran wide all on his own. Had a little bit of oversteer. You can see corrected the kart. Caught it fortunately, but it dropped him. Look at the gap that's dropped him to. Down into the clutches now of Georgia Lennox and Amani Kenya. Muhammad Wali 1.1 off the back end of that for 5. Can he close that gap down over the next 6 or 7 laps? He's going to have to if he wants that victory. He hasn't got one yet. And he's having to work hard here to keep out Jono Wilson, who's right on his tail. So that might be what's slowing him down slightly. He's going to have to just concentrate on all his efforts to get to the back end of the 345 kart ahead of him. 345 plays 299 to the tune of 1.155. 8 laps done, and Visser has not caught Ken Swartz. He's on his tail, but not burning a way through. Jono Wilson is doing a similar thing here to Muhammad Wali, just following Wali through. Not a bad plan. Stay on the tail there of Muhammad Wali. Let him pull you up to that gap. And then once you get there, then you can start fighting. Swartz crosses the line again. Kent with a good margin. Almost a second now. 0.8 ahead of Visser for second. 0.4 down to Georgia Lennox, who's probably closed that down to about 0.3 now as they come under braking for turn 2. And Lennox is only 0.2 ahead there of Amani Kinyal. Oh, what a great battle here. Senior Max is proving yet again how competitive this class is and how good and the huge talent pool we have in Southern Africa when it comes to Senior Max competitors. Visser and Swart for the lead. Kent has got that 0.8 advantage. Is it enough, though, to keep Charles Visser at bay? Georgia Lennox with a bit of pressure coming from Amani, but I don't think she's going to buckle under that pressure. The Toyota Gazoo racing machine is just pulling perfectly out of turn 1 to try and close that gap down now on Visser. It's come down to half a second. Half a second gap now between Charles Visser and Georgia Lennox. 42.298 is the fastest lap out of Ken Swartz, but we had 42.4 out of him on the last pass, but it's enough to maintain almost a second gap. Is that a back marker they're coming in there? Yeah, coming up on a back marker there. I think that might have been either, I think it was Roxy Langer they've just gone past. Finding a way through there on Roxy Langer in the back end of the field, so she'll be lapped. Now coming under braking for the final turn. Swartz has lost out, Visser's got through. Visser has found a way through, unbelievably. And now Ken Swartz trying to come back at him in turn 1. He goes inside again. Georgia Lennox under pressure. There's 6 karts in it now. And only 4 laps to go. Muhammad Wali is back in the pack, tucked right behind Imani Kenya. And Georgia Lennox has dropped down to 4th. So Kenya and Lennox chopping and changing again. Lennox is back ahead of Kenya. But have a look at this. How much better do you want it? There's a dive for the lead, a dive for 3rd. Here comes 5th place, attacking 4th and 3rd at the same time, all in the space of 1 corner. Now they come through. Kenya on the inside of Lennox. Oh, the touch there. It's going to slow him down. Muhammad Wali going to come through. Goes defensive though because he sees the 299 right on his tail. And oh, Muhammad Wali tagged big time. The two of them come together. I think that was Kenya and Wali coming together, coming out of turn 1. That's going to open up things dramatically here. Have a look at this. Yeah, Kenya on the inside. Wali tags him on the outside. The two of them end up in the tyre barrier. Muhammad Wali trying to get going again. He's got his kart back on track, but he's a long way right at the back of the field. I don't know if Kenya's got out of it yet. But certainly those two are going to drop out of the top 5 completely now as they come across the line and start the penultimate lap. It's Ken Swartz from Visser. Georgia Lennox for third. Big gap now from Lennox to Kenya, but that's going to disappear. It's now Wilson, of course, and Nzalo Khoza. Nzalo Khoza is up to 4th. William Marshall to 5. Jono Wilson's dropped to 6. Jordan Wadley behind them. Then it's Matty Carter. So with 2 to go, Ken Swartz leads out ahead of Charles Visser. They weren't involved in the incident that happened just behind them. Fortunately, they weren't. It's given them a big margin to Georgia Lennox. She avoided the action as the 2 karts went inside and tried to overtake each other. It was a big dive from Muhammad Wali trying to find a way through. He tagged the back end of the unfortunate Kenya there, and the 2 of them ended up in the tie barrier. Last lap starts. It's Swartz with 0.3 of a second over Charles Visser. Visser would love to close that gap down. Certainly give a bit of a more of a hard charge there in the closing stages here towards the front end, and Ken Swartz in that Toyota Gazoo Racing Academy machine. I think Swartz has got enough though. I think Kent is going to hang on to this one. Charles is going to have to come through for 2nd place. So it's going to be Swartz from Visser. Georgia Lennox, what a drive from that young lady. 3rd place for her. Coming to the line, she gets that 3rd spot, beating the rest of the pack, led out by Nzalo Khoza. Nzalo Khoza comes through for 4th place, beats up William Marshall. Nice run there, but man, there's going to be some words, I think, between the bottom end of the field as Amani Kenya and Muhammad Wali, unfortunately, coming together out of turn 1, ending up in the tyre barrier, and they will finish up down in 20 and 21st position, respectively. Not the way they wanted to finish Heat 3, that is for sure. Let's have a look at those unofficial results if we can. Ken Swartz, Charles Visser, Georgia Lennox, your top 3. Nzalo Khoza, William Marshall, Jono Wilson, Wadley, Scrimgeour, Carter and Delon Thompson in the top 10. Keon Spies and Jesse Swart, 11 and 12, as they came across the line. And on that second, it was Rudy Schussler, ahead of Camo Novella Jr. He, of course, the man who finished first yesterday, down in 14th. So the Mozambican has not found pace today. Bo Stander and Goodman, Duplessis, Jordan Moodley, Roxy Langer, Amani Cunha and Wali, 20 and 21. And we didn't get Gianni Pasquale out after some issues in the first one. He had some problems again. And then Besaidnote right at the back of the pack. So some problems there for Michael Besaidnote. Up next, we head into Minimax. They'll be out shortly. That's the grid for Minimax in their 3rd heat of the weekend. Kuhn and Reddy on the front there. Ronaldo Kuhn and Keon Reddy. Brody Dowling and Declan Jurgens. Max Boshoff and that'll be Michael Ade, I beg your pardon. Then it's Chetty and Kiyamo. Naidu and Tapedi. Naidu and D'Souza. Kiyamo once again lines up alongside Matabule. Moritz and Antoinez, Boshoff and North, and then Betancourt and Fundamo at the back. So stand by for race action now for Heat 3 of Minimax. Another big field. 2 biggest fields, of course, coming out of Minimax and Senior Max this weekend, but some battles still to be sorted out here for title honors for 2025. So far, it's 1 victory to Christian Naidu, 1 victory to Brody Dowling. And it's Dowling and Naidu that are not on the front row. It's Ronaldo Kuhn and Keon Reddy who will start the front row this time out. Let's see what happens as this big field heads down towards turn 1. Christian Naidu, race 1 winner, starts all the way down in about 7th or 8th row of the grid. Brody Dowling is on the 2nd row. He's taken a victory so far. He's on the inside line there, the white and orange cart, as they get in the tram lines and under starters' orders. Lights out and we're racing down towards turn 1. Everybody gets across the line nicely and down into turn 1 around the outside. Jurgens looks like he's got the drop. Declan Jurgens looks like he's come from the second row. Somebody going over the curbs and on the grass a little bit as well as they head towards turn 2. Dowling is third as they come to the bridge. Into the tunnel they go towards 3. And late on the brakes is what you need to be as you go down into this bottom one, but not too late to mess up the corner speed and, of course, the momentum that you carry down the hill. You want to make sure that you carry that momentum all the way up as you climb through the twisties and up over the bridge. Race your way. That's exactly what everybody's doing in this one, and that's the Rotax motto. Inside line, change up for the lead. As they come across the line, it is the man who was on pole position who leads out across the line. Kuhn with the lead across on lap 1 of 12. Jurgens second, Dowling third, Bosov fourth, ahead of Chetty. Rafael de Souza up into 6th place. Keon Reddy up into 7th. Christian Naidu, race 1 winner, is 8th, ahead there of the two brothers. The Kiyama boys coming through there. Let's have a look and see what happens now on the second lap. Do we see a change up for second? Yes, we do indeed. Right on, in fact, for third, I beg your pardon. As Brody Dowling comes under pressure. Oh! Dowling being forced wide. You cannot be forced wide in a race like this. Not when they're that close. Loses not 1 but 3 positions in the space of one overtaking maneuver. He comes back on 1, coming through the final turn, and squeezes back ahead there of Chetty. But Dowling has dropped back to 5th place. Brody Dowling with some work to do now. From 5th place, look at the gap that's opened up between himself and Ronaldo Kuhn out front. Jurgens in 2nd. He's got a bit of breathing room to the 3rd place battle, with Max Bosov leads out at the moment, ahead of Chetty and Dowling. Fastest on that lap, clearly with the clear air out front, Ronaldo Kuhn, 45.7. Battles for 3rd at the moment. Dowling looking to try and close on the back end there of Chetty, find a way through. Kariv Chetty having a fantastic run so far. Dowling, I think, has just squeezed through and got past. Yes, he has. Dowling moves up 1 place. Kariv down into 5th place now. Rafael de Souza behind him. Brody Dowling already applying pressure onto Max Bosov as they go towards turn 2. Can't quite get on the inside of Maxi, but Maxi just shuts the door and just keeps him at bay for now. Good momentum down into turn 3 they come. Now let's carry that momentum up the hill, up the climb. It's a long climb. It's a steam train of carts there for 3rd place. There's about 7 carts that could potentially take that 3rd place away. One mistake, as you saw earlier on there from Brody Dowling, can drop you 3 positions. Possibly even more than that, depending on how close they are when you make that mistake. Return of Keon Reddy in the background as well, slowly but surely making his way. Here's a move from Brody Dowling. Brody Dowling on Max Bosov for 3rd. He gets up and gets it done. Up to 3rd place. Bosov tries to come back at him instantaneously, can't quite get there. Behind them, it's Kariv Chetty. Kariv Chetty now putting the pressure on. Oh, Bosov back at Dowling through turn 3. Maxi makes a move and gets back up into the 3 spot. So Brody Dowling has to do some more maneuvers, try and find a way through for 3rd. Brody's taken a 3rd yesterday, a 1st this morning. Declan took 2nd this morning, but it was Lawashu Matabule who got 2nd yesterday behind Christian Naidu. And if we look at where those two are standing at the moment, Christian Naidu is in 8th place and Matabule is down in 15th. So that's how things turned around yesterday in the first heat of this Minimax category. Now they head towards turn 3 and the climb back up the hill through those twisties. Big right-hander into a big left-hander into a big right-hander. It's kind of the Z of the Zwartkops kart track if you look at it from above. But right now they're not worried about letters. All they're worried about is numbers. And what are those numbers? The ones that count the most are the seconds between the drivers in front of them. We'll change up there for 5th place by the looks of things. Yes, it's Dowling ahead of Bosov, and there you can see as well, just in the background, Naidu ahead of Kayamo. Kayamo losing out there to Christian Naidu. Christian Naidu now up into the top 7. 0.4 off and 0.6 off Kariv Chetty for 5th place. Top 3 head towards the top of the hill again. There's a bit of an equidistant gap there between those. There's about a second between those first 3 carts. It's the 4th place battle. Max Bosov He's now fending off the attack from Kyriev Chetty. Not too far behind then, Keon Reddy. A little look, but not quite there. The 5.33 and the 5.22 carts going at it. Dowling keeping the 5.33 of Boshoff behind him. Towards 2, no change between them. We do see a little bit of a change of pace there from Brody Dowling. He's going to try and get a little bit of breathing room between himself and Max Boshoff as we're into the second half of this race. 7 down and 4.5 to go. We are definitely seeing a little bit of a gap opening up there between 3rd and 4th. So Dowling getting his head down, concentrating his efforts on closing in on Declan Jurgens. Ronaldo Kuhn doing it all right at the front. 1.333 seconds exactly ahead there of second place Declan Jurgens. That's where he needs to be, controlling things. The 7.7 cart didn't quite have the start he wanted, but once he hit the front, after sorting out a little bit of fracas that happened at the start of the race, he's concentrated all his efforts on trying to stay ahead, and on that last pass went quickest. 45.295 as opposed to 45 4s, 45 3s and 45 5s coming out of everywhere else behind him. So doing it right, remaining in the 45 2s consistently, and that's what's keeping Ronaldo Kuhn out front and away from the charge of 2nd, 3rd and 4th place drivers. Jurgens, Dowling and Boshoff are those drivers as it stands as they cross the line now with 3 to go. Brody Dowling's pulled slightly away there from Boshoff. He's fighting hard to close that gap down now on Declan Jurgens, but I don't think he's got enough time to make up the 1.4 seconds up the road that Jurgens has got. Dowling's got to get down into the 45 2s if he wants to do that, and currently he's lapping in the 45 4s. Not going to be enough to catch Declan Jurgens for 2nd place. Nice little fight here as well, starting to rage just further back on that one. It's Kyriev Chetty, Keon Reddy and Christian Naidu. Chetty, Reddy and Naidu just ahead of Michael Ade. And it's Kiamo and then Rafael de Souza into the top 10. Diego Antunes in 11th place. Behind him, we've got Meso Chapedi, Matt Naidu, Ruvan Maritz, and Matabule. So Luwashu Matabule, man who was 2nd yesterday in the first heat, currently down all the way in 15th place. So just shows you the kind of luck that can happen in karting. You can have a great first outing, and if you're not consistent, you can end up fighting for outside the top 10. This is the fight for 5th place right now. Kyriev Chetty, Reddy and Naidu all fighting for honours. Chetty hangs on for now. Little dive on the inside, little look on the inside there from Keon Reddy. Wasn't able to make it stick just yet as they come across the line. Have a look at that. It's kind of the battle of double numbers there, because you've got 7-7 out front, 22, 33 and 44. And yeah, big mistake there from Kyriev Chetty. Drops him down into 6th place. 4th place now into the hands of Keon Reddy and Christian Naidu up into the 5 spot. So it's Chetty that loses out there. Have a look at this. Down towards, it's a little touch actually. A little tap on the back there. Just through the 44, slightly out of kilter. And Kyriev Chetty drops to the back of that pack. That's fighting for 4th place on the road. The gap has come down between 1st and 2nd as they're about to get the checkered flag. Is it enough though? Checkered flag is out and it's waiting for Ronaldo Kuhn. Kuhn gets the win. 2nd place goes to Jurgens. Dowling takes 3rd. 4th goes to Boshoff. It's ready for 5th. Beats out Christian Naidu and Kyriev Chetty for 7th. So as you wrap up things here in the Mini-Max, it's interesting to see. We've got Brody with a 3rd, a 1st and a 3rd. We've got Declan with 2 seconds. No finish in the top 5 for him in the first heat. Christian Naidu with a win in the first heat, but nowhere near anywhere else in the rest of them. As we look at those unofficial results, you can see the top 5 there will be fighting hard for the final heat of the day later on this afternoon in Minimax. Standing by now for the third heat and the final third heat of the weekend, coming from Junior Max. They'll be on track shortly. Junior Max in the house now for their third heat of 4 today. And of course, coming into this round, the battle basically is between Caleb Moss, Sebastian Himon, and Emma Dowling. That's kind of how they've come into the race action today. Caleb Moss has taken a victory, Sebastian Himon has taken a victory. Emma Dowling needs a victory now in this third heat to keep her at least in the hunt for the front end of this fight. Moss came into the battle with an 18-point lead over Sebastian Himon, and Emma Dowling was a further 4 points behind that, so it's kind of about 20-ish points to play with here, and each of them at this stage have kind of shared the honors within that top 3 or 4 in the first 2 heats of race action. So let's see what happens now in race number 3. It will be Ngobeni and Dowling on the front row, Moore and Shinsenwana there on the second row, Mayaula and Moss the third row, Himon and Fahel the fourth row, and Takiso and Reddy the fifth row as they go down towards turn 1, and Spicy hangs on, gets a little tap from behind, but I think that might have come from Jack Moore, who squeezes him out and goes to the front end of the field. Moore goes defensive into turn 2, Spicy around the outside, trying to hang on to that second place. Looks like he was just able to get through there, so Riachile up in the second place with a bit of pressure already coming from, looks like, great start from Shinsenwana. He's moved himself up. Caleb Moss making his way through the field as well rapidly, trying to get to the front end as quickly as possible if he can. Keep an eye out in that mid-pack as well for Dowling. Emma Dowling has to try and come through. She needs a victory to ensure she gets as many points as possible ahead of Caleb Moss. At this point in time, Caleb Moss has the advantage with a 1 and 4. Emma Dowling has got a 2 and 3, so it's kind of evenly matched though. But Sebastian Himon, he's got the most amount of work to do, and currently down in 6th place is not where Himon needs to be. Chopping and changing for 3rd place as they go down towards turn 2. Dowling and Shinsenwana fighting as well, with some maneuvering coming through that field from Ngobeni. Caleb Moss with a 1 and 4, of course, would maintain the advantage in terms of the championship lead. He's got to just stay in that top 5, literally for this race and the next one, to see if he'll wrap up the championship for 2025. Jack Moore could be the spoiler though. He's at the front end at this point in time, and remember, Jack Moore has finished up already in 3rd place. Didn't have quite the same outing as what he'd like to have had in that first heat yesterday. but certainly in with a chance here of potentially putting a little bit of a thorn in the side here for a couple of drivers. 254 is quite a long way back in terms of the overall championship, but with a victory could bring himself into contention for at least second and third in the overall championship for 2025. Moore leads out by half a second on the second lap of 15. They're on to the third one now. Shinsen Tawana is there in third, ahead of Caleb Moss for 4. Himon is behind him. That's exactly where Caleb Moss needs to keep Sebastian Himon. Behind him. Cannot afford to let him get through. Seb taking that win gives him a little bit of an advantage with a couple extra points scored for the win. But of course, he hasn't finished up in the top 5 in both heats so far. So that would give the advantage still to Caleb Moss. As they come under the tunnel, down towards turn 3. Late braking from Emma Dowling, trying to find a way through there on Moore. Closing the gap down on him. Shinsen Wana there in third place. Sebastian Himon has got ahead of Moss. That's not what Caleb Moss needs. Caleb Moss needs to be ahead of Sebastian Himon, although he can stay there in 5th place. The top 5, as I said, is where Caleb literally needs to stay for these next 2 heats of racing. This one and the one right at the end of the day later on this afternoon. And a late dive there from Darling. Can she find her way through? No, not yet. 423 stays behind Moore. So Jack Moore, 431, taking on the 23 cart behind him of one of our fastest young ladies, and of course ladies had some international duties this year along with Jack on some of the CIK events internationally. Closing the gap down there rapidly is Shinsen Wana, and looks like, yeah, Human is through. Human has got through, and Caleb Moss has got through as well. So Moss and Himon are through on Shinsen Wana and up to 3 and 4. Tsepang Shinsen Wana dropping down to 5. Make that 6 because it looks like a change up as well. Yes, there we go. Ngobeni has snuck through. So Lulama Ngobeni up into the top 5. Shinsen Wana down to 6 into the clutches of Christian Verheil. Reklahang Tekiso behind that. Then it's Reddy and Duplessis making up the top 10. Here they come. First third completed. Another 10 laps or 9 laps of action as they cross the line now. It'll be 6 done and 9 to go. And Emma Darling hits the front for the first time. So that is where Emma needs to be. She's got to try and take a victory here. A third, a second and a first will give her a little bit of an advantage to close the gap down at least on Sebastian Himon. Because remember, Sebastian has only had one top 5 finish so far this weekend, and that was the win in heat number 2. So with Emma Darling getting a 2, a 3 and a first, that would certainly bring her into second place in this championship with the points accumulated so far. And remember, I'm just working on the points that I've got from the previous rounds coming into this one. I don't have the ability to sort of add them all up in time because they are just back-to-back races, and to try and work out those points in between is kind of going to just be sort of figuring out what they would score for wins and second places, and where they finish up in the 3 heats of racing and the 4 heats in total of the weekend. 3 today and 1 yesterday, and we're into the 3rd heat. It's the penultimate heat here for Junior Max, and they've got about 6.5 laps to go, 5.5 laps to go. Just looking as well, just picking up on a little bit of demise there. Riachide Maihula has dropped right out of it. I thought we lost Spice early on and he's disappeared completely, so he must have had some kind of an issue out on track. He's dropped down to 17th place, and I think he's actually gone in the pit lane, so he's out of this one. Maybe come back for the swan song finish in heat 4. Dowling continues to lead things out over Jack Moore. Jack Moore got pressure coming from him on and Moss. Moss was quickest on the last lap, 42.252. And then he goes down to 42.539. So it's 42 4s and 42 5s that lead things out. Shinsen Wana though, 42.273. Personal best from him. And Moss up the inside of Himon. Moss dives up the inside of Sebastian Himon. Himon's got a problem. Himon seems to be slowing. Himon's slowing in the background there. Moss has got through there rapidly, and Sebastian Himon has had no answer whatsoever. So they come across the line with 9 done and 6 to go. Dowling leading out over Moore. Moss in third. and Himon down to fourth. But look at the gap that Moss has pulled out over Sebastian Himon. I wonder what issue was there. Sebastian Himon dropped back pretty far, and now dropping back into the clutches of Shinsenwana and Ngobeni. That's the maneuver. Just watch how he pulls away, though. Didn't quite get to see that on the replay, but as he pulled away up the line to cross the bridge, you could just see the pace of Moss pulling away from Sebastian Himon. And there's a prime example of it. Moss is closed right onto the top two, and Himon has not been able to go with him. Dowling trying to hold the lines, keep out Jack Moore for now. That's 10 done. We're into the third and final third of this race. So 2/3 done, 1 to go. Dowling tapping the helmet going, come on guys, let's concentrate, let's get this right. Think, follow me. Let's not fight until we get to the end. Let's not spoil our chances of a top 3 finish here. Dowling has got to get a win. If she gets the win here, there's a good possibility she'll move into second place in the championship, just ahead there of Sebastian Himon, who's dropped down to 4th place. As I said, a third, a second, and a first for Dowling will certainly bring her just ahead of Sebastian Himon in the overall championship. And that would put a little bit of extra pressure onto Caleb Moss going into the 4th and final heat. Moss in 3rd place, though, should be okay. A 1, a 4, and a 3rd should still keep him in the lead of the championship overall. I'll be working that out frantically down in pit lane to make sure that my calculations are as good as the ones that they're working out down in pit lane, and hopefully they're on song. We've got 3.5 to go. Moss applying big pressure onto the back end of Moore. Jack Moore soaking it up, has a little look over the shoulder as they cross the bridge. Heading up to super quick sweep and onto the main straightaway. Dowling is concentrating everything on just staying ahead, not making any mistakes, and getting this victory secured. She's got to do it 3 more times though, across that line before that checkered flag comes out. Moore in second, concentrating his efforts on keeping out Caleb Moss. Not an easy thing to do. Caleb Moss pushing hard to try and get that second place. That second place will definitely secure him the overall lead of the championship into the final round, and the final heat of this final round, I should say. Moss would love to just squeeze through and get up to second place. He'll then try and keep Jack Moore behind him. He's not going to push to try and catch Emma Darling because I think he knows he's running out of laps. But as I say that, the two of them have closed down to within half a second of Emma Darling. It's half a second between second and third to the leader, Emma Darling, who leads things out at the moment. Dowling into the lead of this race a couple of laps ago. Since then has not been troubled, but now just seems to be falling into the clutches of Jack Moore and Caleb Moss with 2 to go, making 1.5 as they go into the twisties. Up through the Z and across the bridge they go. Moore and Moss hunting down the young lady out front. Dowling soaking up the pressure, continues to lead out with a lap to go. We start the final one. 14 done, 1 to go. Oh, who's your money on right now? Can Emma Darling keep these boys at bay for a last lap? Can Jack Moore keep Moss behind him? Moss in third. That'll be good enough for him. 3, 4, and 1 will keep him at the lead of the championship. Darling with a third, second, and first will certainly move herself up into second place overall in the championship. It's going to be exceptionally tight in the final race of the day later on this afternoon, if this is how it's going to finish up, and I think it's going to. Emma Darling is going to get the win. Darling's got the win. Moore gets second. Moss gets third. Great run from Sebastian Himon for fourth. And fifth place goes to Chipang Shinsenwawa. So Shinsenwawa coming through there for the top 5. Amazing to see how things have changed up here in this Junior Max class. With only 1 race of the championship to go, we are literally sitting on a knife's edge there between Emma Darling and Caleb Moss. Sebastian Himon still got an outside chance, but there has to be something dramatically go wrong with both Emma Darling and Caleb Moss. Moss has got the advantage going into the final heat. Let's see whether or not he can use that advantage to wrap up a South African karting championship title. And here in Junior Max, that's what he's looking to do. Emma Darling takes the win. Jack Moore in second, Moss in third. Sebastiano Himon comes through for fourth, beating out Chipang Shinsenwana, and Ret Leching Tekiso there in 6th place ahead of Christian Verheul, Lulamo Ngobeni, Ashan Reddy, and in 10th place, Keon Duplessis. Good effort there as well, coming out of Conor McIntyre, Zuan Breitenbach, Musinyani Makuza, and Spicy unfortunately out in the early stages. Watch for him to come back and possibly be in the mix for the 4th and final heat as our last race of the day here at Zwartkops and the final round of Rotax SA Karting Championship 2025. Thanks for that, Kyle. Making me famous, bud. Up here in the Rotax Tower.
It sits in silence, just one of hundreds, built to be equal. Once selected, it will become unique. Lap after lap, session after session, every minute change matters, a never-ending quest. Each delicate adjustment is observed, measured, monitored. Piece by piece, the puzzle is solved. Speed, grip, hard on the brakes, turn in, make it bite. Gradually, it is moulded, until finally it is ready, but not complete.
Here we go for the final time now in Bambino's 2025 Championship. Euro Malabai and De Oliveira on the front row. The man who would be king is on that front row in Kart 46, looking for the championship title now. Can he keep out Sebastian Shuttleworth? And his closest rivals for today have been Shuttleworth and, of course, all the way from Mozambique, Teresa Betancourt. Malabai with the whole shot from pole position. Followed very closely there by Alonso De Oliveira. Oliveira looking for second place as he comes out of turn one. Right on his tail is Shuttleworth and Betancourt. And joining them this time out, nice to see a much better run there from Zwarte Magore. Zwarte Magore finished up in the top 5 and in the top 4 in the first 2 heats. Then unfortunately dropped out of the top 5 in heat 3, but back into it now for heat number 4 and the final round of the championship. About to be sorted out here with heat 4 of Bambinos. The baby karts out there showing that the future of the sport is looking good. Euro Malabai hanging on for now, ahead now of De Oliveira. De Oliveira ahead of Shuttleworth and Betancourt in 4th place. Superb run here from the Mozambican lady. She'll be looking forward to, of course, hopefully representing her country next year in a slightly higher and bigger karting championship, moving up possibly into the Micro Max and Mini Max categories. She's had a fantastic season so far as young Teresa in the little Bambino category. Did a fantastic job as well here only a couple of months ago, or a couple of weeks ago I should say, in the Africa Open. And fantastic to see the improvements coming out of that young Mozambican lady. But she's got a bit of pressure coming from Magora. Behind that you can also see a little bit of pressure from Makabule too. So we've got a bit of a charge on there from Shea Makabule, trying to catch Zwarte Magore, and the two of them fighting for 4 and 5 on track as we're into the second heat now of the final 8 laps of 2025 Championship. Bit of pressure from Shuttleworth putting onto the back end there of the youngster who is potentially in with a chance of winning things out here. And there's such a great battle on here. The way that they go is just so evenly matched, but it looks like a little bit of late race pace coming from, or late day pace I should say, coming from Euro Malabai. Euro Malabai is just eating them up at the front end. Shuttleworth's gone to second, and Alonso has dropped down to 4th, but I think he knows a top 5 will secure him the championship. He doesn't have to worry too much about other than being in that top 5. That's the most important factor he needs to be. Coming into this championship, of course, De Oliveira had a big advantage. It was a 25-point advantage over Shuttleworth. Malabai was 3rd. Sizwe Holomisa, who's not here today, unfortunately there in 4th. And of course Betancourt would not be involved in this championship overall. She's down in about 8th or 9th place in the championship, but today has found some serious pace over the weekend. De Oliveira, knowing that he's got to just finish up this race to win the championship, won't want to risk anything. He's still going to have a fight though, and it's with Teresa Betancourt for 3rd at the moment. Betancourt's got the inside line for turn 1, coming from behind. Also a bit of a change up there as we see, coming into the mix. It's Magora and Makabule. Behind them, Holomisa coming into play as well for 7, as they come down towards turn 2 and under the bridge. So Alonso's taken heat 1 and heat 2. He finished up 2nd in heat 3, and that would be enough to secure him the championship, I think, considering the fact that Sebastian only got 2 seconds and a 1st. So 2 wins and a 2nd certainly would have the advantage in the hands of Alonso De Oliveira. So he knows, and he probably would have been told by the team and by his mom and dad, that a top 5 finish here is enough to wrap up the 2025 Bambino Championship. That's why you see him not pushing too hard. He is still fighting there with Teresa. And Teresa Betancourt Could be outgunned here into turn 1 by the 46 Kart. Is she going to run wide? He tucks back underneath. Oh, there's a spinner. The leader spins out. Yeru Malabai has made a big mistake and he spins out. That's given the lead to Betancourt, who goes to second, to first into turn 2. From second to first into turn 2, Teresa Betancourt leads this race. The Mozambican young lady now leads out over Shuttleworth and Alonso de Oliveira. What a turnaround here at the halfway stage. Teresa Betancourt looking for the final honours here. Wants to do the ladies proud. She's just seen Emma Darling come through for a win only a race ago, and now wants to make it ladies winning back-to-back. Shuttleworth's not going to make it easy for her. Neither is de Oliveira. He'd like to finish up the season with the win, of course, to take the championship. But Teresa Betancourt has got some serious pace in that kart of hers, and she's fending the boys off admirably. Betancourt late on the brakes into turn 1. Inside from Alonso, and they come together. Alonso, oh, there's a touch! Alonso touching there with Shuttleworth. The two of them coming together, and on the outside, getting caught up in the action was Magoro. Zwarte Magoro getting involved in the action as well. You could see the apologetic hand go up there from Alonso de Oliveira saying sorry about that, it was unintentional, but at that stage he had Zwarte on his outside. Had to go defensive. Shuttleworth has dropped down into 4th place. So Sebastian Shuttleworth getting caught out there by the action that happened as the two of them touched, but into the mix came Zwarte. Zwarte Magora jumping into the action and taking it hand over fist, giving the opportunity there, of course, to the young lady to get away. Wow. Unbelievable race action here as we get into it. Sorry that the screen fell down there. I had to catch the screen. I'm not quite sure why it fell. But here they come on the final lap. Teresa Betancourt flying across the line, still hanging on. De Oliveira in 2nd place as they come down into turn 1 for the last time in anger. Zwarte Magore up into 3rd place. Shuttleworth is now in 4th after having to take evasive action of the little tag between himself and Alonso de Oliveira. Teresa Betancourt is looking to make it ladies' victories back-to-back if she can do that. She saw Emma Darling take the win in the final heat, or the 3rd heat of the juniors. She now wants to make it back-to-back victories for the girls. Alonso de Oliveira around her outside. Betancourt forces him wide as they head up through the twisties. Going to go back on the defensive, going through the left-hander, now through the right-hander. Carrying that speed, carrying the momentum. Heading towards the final turn. They go across the bridge towards super quick sweep. Betancourt on the inside, goes defensive, not going to give the line up. It's going to be a ladies' victory back-to-back. Teresa Betancourt's going to win this one out. She comes to the line. It is so close between them. Betancourt wins it. Teresa Betancourt wins the final heat of 2025's Bambino Championship from Mozambique. She gets the victory. De Oliveira comes through for 2nd place and wraps up the title. Alonso de Oliveira taking the 2025 championship there. Zwarte comes through for a magnificent 3rd place. What a run to the line there. Look at how close it was. 3 karts side by side as they crossed the line, and they were split by 0.1 of a second. The first 3 karts across the line. Sebastian finishes up in 4th place, I beg your pardon. And it's Shea Matabule who comes through for the 5th place. Amazing action there. Yura Malabai, our pole man, down in 6th. Then you can see Holomisa Zonkazizwe finish up there in 7th place. Tyler Steiner, Yintle Makabule, Makutle Ndlovu finishing up in the top 10. But what a way to wrap things up here in the final stages of Bambino's race number 4 and the final race of 2025's championship. So we're into the DD2s and Masters now, final heat of 2025. Jamie Smith taking 2 victories. He's pulled himself really back out of nowhere. He hasn't really been involved in the championship at all. Jason Garcia and Sebastian Boyd, of course, are fighting for honors here in the title hunt. Garcia taking the 3 second places so far. Boyd only getting 2 of the 3 third places. Means that it's in the advantage and the hands of Jason Garcia here going into the final race of the weekend. And he moves up into second place side by side with his closest rival, Sebastian Boyd, and puts him into third. Boyd actually might have lost out there slightly, no he hasn't. Managed just to stay ahead of his stablemate in the Beryl ART team and just keep the rest of the pack at bay as they came flying down towards turn 3. Amazing start to this one. Garcia came in, as I said, with a 14-point advantage over Sebastian Boyd, but with 3 second places as opposed to the 2 second places and a 5th place for Sebastian Boyd. He maintains the advantage here into this 4th and final heat of the weekend. Jamie Smith has been untouchable. He's been an incredible drive actually from Jamie Smith to take the first 3 wins out of 3 starts for this weekend, but unfortunately he hasn't really been involved in the overall championship for DD2s and has stepped up here on the final weekend of 2025's National Championships at Zwartkops, just outside of the capital city of South Africa, Pretoria. It's just northwest of Pretoria, of course, that we come to the Zwartkops International Kart Track. And we're going to wrap up the DD2 and DD2 Masters here with this one. Morgado is down in 8th place. He will lead out the Masters Championship, and we'll be looking up to wrap up another Masters title. He moves up to 7th, actually. You see a bit of problems there. Kian Fussel, who's dropped right to the back there from Namibia. The Namibian team having some problems here in the closing stages. All 3 of their drivers actually dropping right to the back of the pack. So Koen Reinecker had problems earlier on, Kian Fussel and Nikita Tieme that have all had issues in this final heat for the Namibian side of things. It's not the Africa Open as we saw a couple of months ago, but more importantly, it's now the final round of the national championships here in South Africa, and a couple of international African competitors have joined us for the weekend. Smith looking to wrap up a clean sweep. 4 out of 4 will certainly give him great confidence heading into the 2025 and into 2026's championship, if this is where he's deciding to go for next year, into DD2s. Jason Garcia will wrap up the championship though with that 2nd place if he stays where he is, ahead of Sebastian Boyd. So we've seen Alonso wrap up the Bambino class. We've seen an amazing run there from him all season long. SA1 will go to him in 2026. Will it go from 77 to number 1 for Jason Garcia? Toyota Gazoo Racing is certainly hoping that's the case, and if he stays where he is now in 2nd, 3 will turn to 4 second places for the day, and that will certainly be enough to give them the SA title in DD2. Sebastian Boyd still in with a chance of a second place overall in the championship, because Matty Wadley, his closest rival, is down in 5th at the moment, and Matt's finished 5th twice, whereas Sebastian Boyd has already, as I said, has got a 5th and 2 third places, so that will secure Boyd 3rd in the overall championship, or 2nd I should say in the overall championship, but it will be possibly 3rd overall on the day for Sebastian Boyd if he stays where he is right now. Top 3 are 5 in of the 15, so the first third of the race completed. Jason knows he can sit behind Jamie Smith all day long and still wrap up this championship, so will he fight for the overall win and the first and the last win of the day to wrap up what has been a spectacular season there for the Gazoo Racing Extreme Racing teammate? Or will it be Birrell ART to take a clean sweep and a whitewash of DD2s with Jamie Smith? Definitely keep an eye out on Jamie Smith for next year, if this is where he decides to play for 2026's championship. DD2 looks like it might be a class that is just suiting this young driver to a T. Tony Orby's dropped to the back of the pack behind Kian Kusel now, so a little bit of a change up between the South African and the Namibian for 10th and 11th place. That's really the only thing that's happened on those last couple of laps. Everybody else kind of remaining station and holding course for now. Dusan Rajovic as well, he's now up into the top 4 again. Matty Wadley's dropped behind him, so that's not going to help Matt Wadley's chances of maybe closing the gap down on Sebastian Boyd. I don't think that's going to happen. Smith is going to get the overall win here, possibly. The championship and overall title for 2025 is going to go to Jason Garcia. Sebastian Boyd is going to get second place in the championship, and that could potentially give Sebastian Boyd the seat to the Bahrain World Finals on the 29th of November to the 5th of December, because remember, Jason Garcia has already won the Africa Open, so he's already secured himself a seat. Winning the championship will be fantastic for him and for the team, but it means that second place in the championship will be gifted that chance of joining him at the World Finals. And Sebastian Boyd and Jason Garcia are a strong team to go to the World Finals, that is for sure, for Team South Africa. Into the second half of the race now. 8 of 15 completed. Still Morgado. I don't think we saw Jonathan Peterson come out. No, he didn't come out again for this fourth and final heat. So it's going to be Morgado, Boucher, and Orby, the top 3. Go down towards turn 3. Up the hill go the leaders, and already a bit of pressure. Jason can see it. Oh, I don't know. Jay's feeling it, I think. I think Jason wants to wrap up this championship with a win. Not give the whitewash to Jamie Smith, but it's not going to be an easy pass. Is it worth the risk? Does he need to really take that risk? I don't think so. There'll be certainly a lot of contemplation behind the tinted visor of that Arrow helmet of his. Smith could see a Boyd. 0.2, 1.4. That is the gap. So it's 1.6 seconds between those first 3 on track, then a long gap down towards Rajovic, who's on his own, literally. He's all by himself. A little bit of pressure now in the late stages from Matt Wadley. Wadley seems to have closed that gap down to within 0.2 of a second there between Dusan Rajovic and himself. But to get into the third and final third of this 15-lapper. 10 down. 5 to go. Unbelievable season Jason Garcia's had. But what a run from Jamie Smith here this weekend. Birrell ART are going to be exceptionally proud of their driver. Sebastian Boyd has fought valiantly to try and keep it within 14 points coming into this round on the final time of asking for 2025's championship. But Boydie, the 5, 3 and 3, just has not had enough. Take the fight back to Jason Garcia. Here is Wadley through on Rajovic. Back Wadley through. And Rajovic demoted down 1 place. April about to close in on them and bringing along for the ride. Is that Cristiano Morgado? Yes, it is. Morgado not too far behind them. 4-way fight for 4th place on track. Wadley leads out in the CRG. It's a CRG sandwich there because it's a CRG multiple and former world karting champion in the form of Cristiano Magado there in 7th place. Picking up the second piece of bread in that meat sandwich that CRG are putting onto Dusan Rajovic and Anwar April. And Will April, I beg your pardon. So it's Smith heading into the closing stages with a bit of pressure. Lots of pressure. All good in the hood at this stage for Jamie Smith. What a run here from Jamie Smith, as I said. Certainly found his niche in karting. And DD2 seems to be exactly where he needs to be. Jason Kutsia will be wrapping up this championship. That is for sure. With that second place. 4 second places is more than enough to keep Sebastian Boyd behind him in the overall championship for this year. But it's that final seat at the World Finals that, of course, Jason is going to give to Sebastian Boyd, having wrapped up the Africa Open earlier on in this season. So with the seat already in his hands, the championship is what he wanted, and then he can hopefully give that second seat to Sebastian Boyd, and the two of them can go hunting for world titles for South Africa again in November and December in Bahrain. Down towards turn 1 to go, 2 to go. What a run here. Sebastian Boyd has lost ground, unfortunately, to these two. He realizes that he's really not going to catch them. He's going to leave them to fight it out, and he's going to just maintain that 3rd place and secure the second in the championship, because Matt Wadley is in 4th place, but Wadley at this point in time only got 2 5th places on the weekend so far. So it's not enough to catch Sebastian Boyd for 2nd overall in the championship. And that man there is going to get 2nd if he stays where he is right now. Heading into the final lap, and there's a bit of a gap that's opened up. Yes, I think Jason Garcia's realized, no, let's just take it home and get this number 1 plate for 2025. He's had a spectacular season. Looks like it's going to be his 2nd, not national championship, but it'll be his 2nd championship. 1 national in karting. The Africa Open Championship is not really a national championship, it's an African championship. But he's also in the running, potentially in 2 weeks' time, in the Extreme Festival of Motorsport heads Cape Town, his home track, to wrap up the Toyota Gazoo Racing GR Cup as well. So there'll be 3 titles in the year there for Jason Kutsia. What a run there from him. A spectacular 2025. His mom and dad are going to be very, very, very happy with that, especially his dad. And as they come across the line, it is a clean and sweep for Jamie Smith. The whitewash goes to him and Viral ART. But your 2025 champion is Jason Kutsia in 2nd place, with Sebastian Boyd in 3rd. He will take 2nd place in the championship, and that will secure him the 2nd seat for Team South Africa at the World Finals in Bahrain on the 29th of November to the 5th of December. And we're looking forward to seeing whether those two boys can go out and fight it out and potentially come home with a world number 1 plate for our Christmas present for Team South Africa at the World Finals. We'll be back shortly with action from Micromax. They're up next. And well done there to Jason Kutsia for an incredible season and the 2025 championship. We're into Micromax's final heat now. Stand by, because this one is also just as exciting, if not more. We've got something to play for here still in the Micromax Championship. And coming into this one, of course, Luan de Wet had the advantage. It was only 20-point advantage that de Wet had over Michael Omani. But of course, Omani and Adrian Steyn, a big crash in the 3rd heat. Omani is back on track. I'm just seeing whether or not Steyn has been able to get back there. I didn't think he would get back. No, he's not back. So Adrian Steyn is the cart that's missing there from the 2nd last row, or the 3rd row of the grid. And we wish him a speedy recovery there. Adrian Steyn with 2 wins out of 2 starts, and unfortunately a big crash there between himself and Michael Omani in Heat 3 has cost him a chance of possibly wrapping up an overall victory for the day. But he wasn't really in the running for the championship, although he brought himself back into the running with the 2 victories yesterday and this morning. It's now up to Luan de Vet and Michael Omani to fight it out for the final honours of the day. De Vet has taken a victory and 2 second places, which should secure him the overall championship, considering the fact he came into this round with 20 points in the advantage. Down towards turn 1, he gets the whole shot with du Toit on his tail, Omani into 3rd. So de Vet hits the front, and he'll be looking to try and stay there ahead of Luc du Toit and Michael Omani if he can. That's the plan. As I said, Steyn with the crash, as he would have brought himself back into contention with the 2 wins in Heat 1 and Heat 2, but with that crash, no longer in contention. It's now a 2-way fight, and it's literally just a case of whether Luan de Vet can finish up in the top 5. If he finishes up in first place, of course he wraps it up with ease, but top 5 would be enough for Luan de Vet to wrap up the Micromax Championship for 2025. Lap 1 of 12 done. De Vet from du Toit, Omani and Harris, and a good run as well, starting from Aston Verheul down there in 5th place. 0.6 off the back end of Roddy Harris, a little bit closer than what he has been in that CRG, but fighting with his fellow CRG competitor there. And that was a good move there from Ronald Fenter, sneaking up there on young Joachim Camildian. Joachim Camildian there down into 7th place now as they start their way back up the hill. 2 CRGs just outgunning Camildian as they came into turn 3, and now will continue to lead the way up through the bridge and through super quick sweep. A bit of wide running there from de Vet, looks over his shoulder, sees the white helmet, knows exactly who that is. Luc du Toit. Luc du Toit with, what has he got? 3rd, 2nd, and potentially a 2nd here. Might just outgun Michael Omani for the overall 2nd place in the championship. There were only, what was there, 8 points in it? Yeah. 8 points in it there between du Toit and Omani as they came into this one. 9 points in it, I beg your pardon. So with du Toit's, what's he got? A 3rd, 4th, and a 2nd. Omani with a 4th, 5th, and a DNF. Yeah, the fight's on here between Omani and du Toit. De Vet just has to finish, and he'll wrap up the championship. 2nd place, du Toit and Omani, depending on where they finish up. Looks like Luc du Toit might just overtake Michael Omani at the final round and finish up 2nd overall in this championship. He's going to be 2nd at the moment on the road, but fastest on the track is Michael Omani in his attempt to try and catch Luc du Toit and still stay in 2nd place in the overall championship for 2025's Micromax. This is really good stuff here from these youngsters. They are not holding anything back here. The punches are not being pulled, and considering the fact that Michael Omani was upside down rolling his cart underneath and on top of his fellow Micromax competitor there in the 3rd heat in Adrian Steyn, this is a fantastic turnaround there. The team certainly got that cart sorted out again. Didn't look like there was much damage to it. They don't really take that much strain. They are really well built cart, these Rotax machines, and the chassis are pretty hardened as well, so it shouldn't be any much more than maybe a little bit of a tinker here and there to make sure that the bolts are all tightened up, wheels are back on tight, and back into the action goes Omani, and still sets quicker lap times than anybody else out front. 46.2s coming out of Michael Omani as opposed to the 46.5s and 4s coming from the top 2. So fastest man on track has now closed the gap down on his closest rival there for potentially what would be 2nd overall in the championship between himself and du Toit. Luc du Toit, as I said, has had a 3rd, he has had a 4th, and he's had a 2nd. Omani's had a 4th, a 5th, and a DNF. So that 9-point deficit is down to a couple of points between du Toit and Omani. Looking over the shoulder, de Vet looks concerned. Omani on the inside of turn 2. Michael Omani up to 2nd place, du Toit down to 3rd. And if Luc du Toit knows what the maths is, what he has to do, where he's got to be. If Omani's ahead of him, where does he have to be? If Omani's leading, where does he have to be? I'm sure his dad, Jonathan, would have told him exactly the positions he has to be in if those permutations come to play out during the race. De Vet is not worried about anything other than finishing this race at the front end and wrapping up the title. Luan De Vet, as I said, coming into this round with a 20-point advantage. He's got 2 seconds and a first. Looks like it might be 2 seconds and 2 firsts if he stays where he is right now. As we get to the halfway stage completed, De Vet leads out over Amani and DeToy. Amani once again maintains some good pace. 46 4s, 46 5s out of De Vet, 46 7s out of DeToy. So still stays the quickest out of those first 3 karts and continues to lead the pace around the karting circuit here at Zwartkops. Up through the twisties goes the battle at the back end between Fenter and Aston. Aston Verheulen, in fact, has dropped back slightly there. Yes, he has. It's Gemildian who's moved up. So Joachim Gemildian has moved up a little bit there. Up into now 5th place overall. Top 4 have gone through. No, in fact, I beg your pardon. It is still Roddy Harris there in the 4th spot. Gemildian into 5 and Fenter is 6th. Has Omani hit the front? Yes, he has. Michael Omani's hit the front. Michael Omani takes the lead of the race ahead of Luc DeToy. What happened to De Vet? Luan De Vet must have made a mistake. Didn't quite see where that went wrong. But Luan De Vet has dropped down to 3rd place. So a big turnaround there for the lead. Luan De Vet with 3rd place will still be enough. Still be enough to wrap up the championship. But Michael Omani is going to take a swan song here, possibly. There are 1 corner and what is it going to be? Now 4 laps to go. 4 laps to go. Omani leads from DeToy and De Vet. Can Luan De Vet come back at these two? We saw the pace he had. Omani had the pace literally over the last 3 laps in a row, make that 4 laps in a row because he's now doing 46.480s, 46.419s and 46.336s. So the 2 karts behind him are definitely quicker than Michael Omani. He's able to lap around on that last pass, even with clean air ahead of him. Michael Omani now looking for a chance to try and stay at the front end ahead of DeToy and De Vet. DeToy in 2nd place will be 2nd in the championship. Omani in 1st is not going to be enough. DeToy going for the lead. DeToy up the inside. Luke is through. Luke dives through and takes the lead with 3 to go. So Luke DeToy hits the front. That is exactly where he needs to be. If he stays in 1st place, then 2nd place in the championship is Luke DeToy's. Luan De Vet in 3rd place will leave them to fight it out. He knows 3rd place is good enough. 3rd place will give him the championship. But will he fight hard to take the overall win as well here? He's got 2 seconds and a first. 3rd place is good enough for De Vet to win the championship. But if you tell these kids how to win a championship, it means go out and win races, no matter what. Mathematics doesn't count when you're fighting so hard and when it's so close. And I'm sure instructions that were given before they went out have probably been thrown out the helmet, and they're not even worried about that right now. Now what they're concentrating on is who's going to be the best of the day and who's going to get the last victory for 2025. At this stage, it looks like it might be in the hands with a 0.2 advantage in Luc DeToy. DeToy, Omani, De Vet down into turn 2. Slowly but surely Roddy Harris is closing in, but I don't know if there's enough time for him to join into a 4-way fight for the lead. There might be. He's not too far off. It's only 0.9. Roddy Harris might be able to close that gap down and get into the mix there. But DeToy seems determined. He is not going to give this one up to Omani, and he knows that finishing ahead of Omani means he finishes ahead of Omani, possibly in the overall championship, if I've done the calculations right. Over his shoulder as they start the final lap. Little look over the right shoulder as well from Michael Omani. Looking into the clutches there. And into the helmet of what is going to be your 2025 champion, Luan De Vet. Here they go. Down towards turn 3. DeToy, Omani, De Vet. Harris not too far behind. Good corner speed and momentum there from Michael Omani. Closes right under the back bumper of Luc DeToy. DeToy going to try and go defensive. Omani's on his inside as they go to the bridge. Is he close enough? No, he's not. Trying to get a little bit of a hop there with the kart, get a little bit extra pace. DeToy goes defensive into the final turn, holds that inside line. To the line they go. Luc DeToy is going to get the final win. Luc DeToy gets the final win. Good run there from Mike Omani. He comes through for 2nd place. It's Luan De Vet who gets 3rd. And with that, Luan de Vet will wrap up the 2025 championship. Roddy Harris will come through for 4th place. And it's Joachim who comes through for a great effort to finish up in the top 5. But if my maths is right, and if I've gone about it the right way here, Luan de Vet will be crowned your 2025 Micromax champion for Rotax Karting Championship South Africa. And that is a magnificent effort there from that young man. Well done to the team and everybody behind the scenes as well. We're moving on to Senior Max in a few moments' time. There are your unofficial results. Detoy, Omani, De Vet, Harris, Camille Dien, Fenta and Aston Verheul, your top 7, finishing up the 2025 season of Micromax. Now comes some interesting calculations. We're into Senior Max. It's one of the hardest sport championships. They're not only fighting for a seat at the World Finals, they are fighting for a potential test with the MSA 4 team there of Corsa de Gamelli. And of course, more importantly, is it going to go to Pasquale, Visser or Wadley? Coming into this round, Charles Visser had the advantage. It was to the tune of 300 points playing 271. So what is that, 29 point advantage that Charles Visser had. He didn't finish in the top 5 in Heat 1, but he certainly finished in the top 5 in Heat 2 and 3. He got a 3rd and 2nd. Jono Wilson, who's down in 4th place in the championship, has got himself 1 position higher than Visser in Heat 2, and then finished not in the top 5 in Heat 3. So it's basically Charles Visser's championship to lose here. And he starts from the 2nd row. It's Kent Swartz and William Marshall on the front row. Kent Swartz is down a long way in the championship, not really involved in the overall title hunt here. So it'll be Charles Visser we'll be keeping an eye on and seeing whether or not he can wrap up another South African karting championship and another SA title for him. Mohammed Wali trying to come back at him though. Mohammed Wali dives on the inside and comes through to sneak up into 3rd place as they go down and make that 2nd place into turn 2. Kent Swartz has got the drop. No, he didn't. Swartz has dropped down to 3rd place. Charles Visser trying to come through as quickly as possible. He knows top 5 is where he needs to finish to wrap things up. He's in 4th at the moment. Visser in 4th place will see another SA title head his way in the karting fraternity. And the Senior Max, in one of the most competitive classes we've got in South African motorsport, is now on the track for the last time in 2025. William Marshall who leads things out. Mohammed Wali 2nd, Swartz is 3rd. Delon Thompson up to 5th place just behind Charles Visser. Scrimmior in there behind Delon Thompson, Roshan Goodman, Gonzalo Corza, Gianni Pasquale 2nd in the championship, but Pasquale down in 9th place. That is not going to help Gianni out at all. Unbelievable how Gianni Pasquale has just had his luck turn around completely here in the closing stages. Gianna has definitely not had it go the way that they'd like it to go, that's for sure for that team. Heading into the final turn. It's big outbreaking maneuvers coming from William Marshall trying to keep this back at bay. Wali on the inside. Mohammed Wali shows the wheel. Doesn't quite get up the inside though, but forces Marshall wide into the wall. Mojo tires go flying, so does the front of the kart, and the 258 of Kent Swartz gets involved there as well. 2 karts coming together as they came out of turn 1. And that has put a big dampener on it. That's William Marshall into the wall. He gets driven over by Kent Swartz, taking off the front bumper, giving Mohammed Wali the lead of this race, and Visser 2nd place, and that will be the title. If Visser stays where he is right now, championship done. He doesn't have to worry about Delon Thompson behind him. Delon Thompson having a fantastic return to karting here in the Senior Max class. He's been a contender in the past. Oh! And he's hot into turn 1. Thompson gets it completely out of shape. Fortunately, he snuck between the 2 karts he was fighting with, and didn't take out the champion or the leader. Have a look at this. DeLon on the inside of Visser. Palms on the brakes, slides through. Visser sees that, just dabs the brakes, allows him to slide ahead of him, and now goes hunting for Muhammad Wali. Wali would love this final victory, but Visser would love to just rub it in and take the last victory and the championship all in one. Behind them, Gonzalo Corza now trying to close the gap down, potentially for a top 3 finish as well. It's a little look over the shoulder there from Charles to see who's on his tail. If it's Gonzalo Corza, he doesn't have to worry about that man. He doesn't have to worry about Wali. He can stay exactly where he is right now and still wrap up the title for 2025. And that's what he'll be concentrating on right now, unless something opens up and there's a mistake from Muhammad Wali. Visser will not give up a race victory, that I can tell you. He's not in it to just saunter home. He'll be in it to win it with a victory, and the final victory of the season to wrap up his championship. 29 points coming into this round is a big advantage to have. Didn't go quite according to plan yesterday in heat number 1, but heat 2 he finished 3rd, heat 3 he finished 2nd, and heat 4 he's looking to finish in 1st, but he's got to get through on Muhammad Wali first as we complete the first third of this race. William Marshall is out, and I think it looks like he's parked it on the sideline there after that off-track excursion coming out of turn 1. He came together with Ken Swartz. Where Swartz ended up, he's down in 8. 0.8 off John O'Wilson. Not quite sure if it was the front end of Swartz's cart or the front end of William Marshall's cart that got the damage. I think it's Marshall's cart. It's in front of me right now, just below my commentary tower, and he's sitting on the inside of turn 1. You'll probably get a shot of him now as they come down there. Have a look on the inside by the Marshall point. You'll just see the helmet there, just a glimpse of it as they go through and complete another lap. There he is, sitting on the tyre barrier, watching this race unfold, and knowing that a potential win on the cards turned into chaos as him and Kent Swartz came together coming out of turn 1. Muhammad Wali, 6 laps completed of the 15, 9 or 8.5 still to go. Fist is on his tail, and Zalo Corza has closed in on the 2 of them. Not quite close enough to have a pounce. Have a look at the battle just behind that. That's Georgia Lennox back into the mix again, fighting there with John O'Wilson. And in that mix as well is Roshan Goodman. He'll dive on the inside. Change up there from Kent Swartz. He gets through. Swartz through on his teammate. So Georgia Lennox now going to follow Kent Swartz along. Hopefully he can open up a few doors and get her slightly higher up. Remember, she finished up in the top 3 in the 3rd heat of this weekend, only a couple of hours ago. Muhammad Wali controlling things, Fissa waiting. Gonzalo Corza could potentially spoil the day here of both of these two. Wali wants the last victory. We know that Fissa will fight him for that last victory so that he can wrap up this championship with a final win. But when is he going to have the go? Is he going to go early and try and get away from Muhammad Wali, or is he going to wait, be patient and try and find a way through? And then, as I said, is Gonzalo Corza going to throw a spanner amongst the works? Here we go, inside line from Fissa, looking for a way through, gets it. Down towards turn 3, he's through. Now try and carry the momentum up the hill. Fissa's through. He's got Wali now on his tail, and Gonzalo Corza on that rear end of the top 3 as they come through and over the bridge towards super quick sweep. Little look there from Muhammad Wali. Having a naughty little cheeky grin up the inside there. But I think he's going to be happy to sit and sit behind Charles Fissa. Fissa wants... Ooh, Wali with a problem. Wali with a problem coming out of turn 1. Something's gone wrong in the cart. Muhammad Wali drops way back. And I think even Gianni Pascal has got through. Yes, Pascal has got through up into 3rd. So Gianni Pascal now with a chance of just a bit of retribution, but with no top 5 finishes in the first 3 heats of the day, has dropped him into the clutches of Matty Wadley. Wadley's had a finish, of course, into 4th place in heat 2 earlier this morning, but it might still be enough, I think, for Pascal to hang on for 2nd place with this 3rd potential win here, or 3rd place in this last heat. The win is in Fissa's hands right now with 5 to go. We're into the final 3rd of this race. Causa in second, Pasquale third. Wally is still in fourth, Goodman in 5. Roshan Goodman up to the top 5 with Ken Swartz in 6. Fastest man on track is Ken Swartz, 42.057 coming from Ken Swartz on that last lap. Trying to make up ground here. There is Swartz leading things out with Georgia Lennox and Jono Wilson. Kinya in there as well. Amani Kinya having a fantastic weekend as well. I'm looking for a chance now to possibly be in the mix there. 345 Kart just inside single digits ahead now of Carmo Novella. Carmo Novella from Mozambique won the first heat yesterday. I have to keep on saying that I can't believe how his luck turned around. Getting the win yesterday and then just having an absolute nightmare today. Battling to even get into the top 5 in any of the heats here in today's race action. Here we go. Fissa. Nzalo Causa. Will Nzalo Causa get the final win of the 2025 season? That'll be interesting to see. Causa looks over his shoulder. Running that CRG. CRG's 1 and 2 at the moment. Oh, Sodi and then CRG, that's how they run. Sodi, CRG at the moment with Pasquale there coming through for third. Are we going to see any changes here? It's going to be pretty close. It really is. 0.190 between Causa and Fissa for the lead. 0.6 to Pascal in third. Swartz is only 1.5 seconds back. What a recovery there from Kent Swartz. Up to the top 4 overall. But I don't think there's enough time there for Kent to close the gap down on these 3. Unless something goes wrong between the 3 of them. Fissa now opening up a little bit of a margin. Turns the wick up with 3 to go. Make that 2. 2 to go as they cross the line. Charles Fissa doing everything right here today. Yesterday it didn't go according to plan. He wasn't in the top 5. Some action at plenty here as they head down towards the final stages of 2025 Senior Max Championship for Rotax SA Karting finals here at Zwartkops. I don't think Nzalo Causa is going to have the answer here to Charles Fissa. He looks over his shoulder. He's got a lap and 2 corners to go. And Fissa looking to wrap up another National Karting Championship title. Another SA title onto his resume. And they're on to the final lap with Causa on his tail. Breathing room between himself and his closest rival, Gianni Pascal, who's got up to third. But it's not going to be enough. Gianni Pascal with no top 5 finishes other than this one in the 4 heats of the weekend will ensure that he might still be in with a close fight there between Matt Wadley down in 8th. Wadley's already got, of course, a finish slightly higher up than Gianni has in the 4 heats today. So that might change things up for second in the championship, but not for first. Charles Fissa, your SA champion, once again in Senior Max. Fissa wins out, beats Nzalo. It's Gianni Pascal who comes through for third place and second in the championship with that, I think. Ken Swartz goes 2 wins, 1 4th place in these 3 heats today. And Roshan Goodman making up the top 5. So it's Charles Fissa with the win and Charles Fissa with the championship for 2025 in Senior Max. Nzalo Causa finish up in second, Gianni Pascal in third. Ken Swartz in the 4th spot. He finishes up just ahead there of Roshan Goodman. Much better turnaround there for Goodman in this 4th and final heat. Jono Wilson in 6th ahead of Matt Carter. Jordan Wade, Ethan Bostander, Keon Spies, Amani Kinyal. And then our man from Mozambique in 12th place. The man who took the victory yesterday in Heat 1. Incredibly, only finishes it down in 12th place here in the final one. Fissa will also retain, of course, the SA title. And with that, taking that SA title, gets a chance of doing a test with Corsa de Gamelli in the MSA4 car. And that is courtesy of the Corsa de Gamelli team there. And that car, of course, parked on the sidelines, just on the left-hand side of the track, heading out of Zwartkops. There is the man who had problems right at the start. Big pity to lose him so early on, but we wish William Marshall a speedy recovery. He looks okay. Just the front end of the cart that's damaged. But he'll be back fighting next year, I'm sure, and looking forward to more action. We're heading into Minimax in a few moments' time. Stand by for more action here from the Rotax SA Karting Finals at Zwartkops. Right, so we head into Minimax and the final heat of their race weekend. Brody Dowling coming into this event on equal points with Max Boshoff. So interesting to see that Brody's had a third, a first, and a third. Max Boshoff has had a 5 and 4th place finish. So the advantage is definitely in the hands of Brody Dowling into this 4th and final heat, but it is Max Boshoff who will start from the front row ahead of Brody Dowling heading into this final heat of 2025. Declan Jurgens was 31 points behind those top two coming into this round, and Declan of course has had 2 second places, so it would have just bridged the gap slightly on the top two, but not enough to really be involved in the championship hunt. The championship hunt, as we've seen, is going to be between Brody Dowling and Max Boshoff. Who can come out best out of the two of them? A couple of carts coming through here very late in the stages. 5:33 is the man who needs to be on the front row. That's Max Boshoff, but he will be led out by Ronaldo Kuhn, who's on pole position again on in the 577 cart. So battle of the double numbers. It's 577, 533, 522 at the front of the field, heading into this 4th and final race of 2025's Rotax SA Karting Championships for the Minimax class. Advantage Brody. Let's see what his plans are to keep out Max Boshoff and take the championship. Into the tram lines we go. And we are racing down towards turn 1. It is Kuhn to get the whole shot, followed by Dowling. A little bit of problems in the background though. A couple of carts running wide. And out of turn 1, a couple of carts ran completely off the track. Getting back on track there, looks like 553 I think was the cart, or 558, Parker van der Molen, fortunately in that mid-pack, just running completely off the track here, coming out of turn 1. And let's see what happens now as they go up the hill into the twisties for the first time. Kuhn with the advantage, Dowling in 2nd place. Declan Jurgens looks like he's up into 3rd. Or was that Max Boshoff? Can't see quite now with the light of the camera shot there. The sun just glinting off the wrong aspect. I think it is, up into 3rd place there is Declan Jurgens. Then it's Max Boshoff. So Boshoff has dropped back slightly there, down into the 4th spot. There you get confirmation of it. Kuhn, Dowling, Jurgens, Boshoff, Naidu, Antones, Arde, Chetty, Naidu. Good little run there as well, coming out of Ruvan Moritz into that top 10. So Kuhn with the advantage at the moment of 0.3. 0.3 of a second, and on that opening lap with a clean air, of course had to be fastest, 46.2 out of Ronaldo Kuhn. Brody Dowling in 2nd place with Declan Jurgens behind him. That's some breathing room between his closest rival Max Boshoff, who's actually quite a long way back there, almost half a second behind Jurgens, and that's another 0.2 that he's got to make up. So it's at least 0.8 of a second that Max Boshoff has got to do to catch Brody Dowling, and he's got to hope that Dowling has some big problems in this heat. I'm sure that Carl would have chatted to Brody to tell him exactly what he needs to do here in this 3rd and final heat of the day, 4th heat of the weekend. Remember, we had one yesterday where he got a 3rd place. We've had 2 today where he's got a 1st and a 3rd. And now looking for 2nd on the road at the moment is Brody Dowling. And that will be enough to possibly wrap up the championship. As I said, I'm working on the points that I've got in front of me. I haven't taken into account any drop rounds that they might have, etc., etc. So they are unofficial results that I'm trying to work out in my head while we're doing the commentary. But if I've worked it out correctly, Dowling's 2nd place will be enough. Even 3rd behind Declan Jurgens will be enough as well. He'll be looking to try and catch Ronaldo Kuhn. Maybe finish it off with a bit of a swan song and the final victory of the season to wrap up the title if he can. Minimax in full flight now. Those mojos are up to race temperature. Here comes Jurgens with a dive into the bottom turn, looking for 2nd place. We see him through. Yes, we do. Jurgens is through. Declan Jurgens up to 2nd place, Dowling to 3rd. I don't think I'll be too worried about that. He does get a pit board somewhere, it'll tell him 3rd place is enough. As Max Boshoff is down in 4th, 1.6 seconds back. Could possibly be even further up the road now, because with that pace that they found on the last lap, he might have lost a little bit more ground. In fact, yes, he has. 1.7 seconds now to Max Boshoff in 4th. Will Brody have enough here to keep him at bay? I think he might. Brody Darling in third. Jurgens is second. Kuhn leads out, continues with a nice 0.7 second advantage. Is that enough? If Jurgens and Darling start to work together, that's not enough. Ronaldo Kuhn needs at least 1.5 seconds up the road to keep those two at bay. Is that going to be the case? We'll wait and see. Further back on that one, look at this great little battle here. Antunes, Naidu, Ade and Chetty all fighting for honours here for 5th place on the road. Tucked in behind that 5:33 Max Borsuk, but Antunes is now hounding him, giving the man who's looking for a championship a lot of trouble to negotiate here in the last race of his season. Antunes not worried. He's not involved in the championship. He just wants to get top honours on the day. So does Naidu and Ade. Christian Naidu took the first victory of the weekend. Heat 1 yesterday. Back up now into the top 6. Much better run from him here in this 4th heat of the weekend. He'd be looking for answers as to what went wrong in the first 2 heats of today, as opposed to what went right yesterday with the victory over the Washu Matabula. Brody Darling came through for 3rd in that one. So as they get into the halfway stage completed, situation remains the same. Declan Jurgens in 2nd, Darling in 3rd, Kuhn now with a 1 second advantage. That might be enough. That he could control. Potentially hold off Jurgens and Darling. I'm saying that's going to be the case because it usually isn't. The two of them need to fight between each other. They may slow each other down and give Bossov a chance to come back. He's 1.9 off though, so it's quite a long way for Max Bossov to try and make up, and with him having to defend the intentions of Antunes, Naidu and Ade, he's been slowed up slightly. He's now decided to not worry about them behind him and get on with the task at hand out front. And heads into turn 2, still with the lead over Diego Antunes. Christian Naidu into 6th place. Michael Ade is 7th. Kairif Chetty in 8th, ahead of Ruvan Moritz and Matt Naidu. So that's how they stand at this stage. Top 10. 0.9 between the top 2. 0.2 between 2 and 3. 2.2 seconds down to Max Bossov. That is more than enough for Brody Darling to wrap up this championship. This is going to be a really, really hard fought battle. All season long we've seen them go at it. Darling and Bossov came into this round on equal points, but Darling has had the advantage in terms of finishes on the day. As I said, I'm working it out as the points I've got in front of me coming into this championship, what they've done on the day, what they've done today and yesterday, and I haven't taken into account any drop rounds, which may come into play slightly in terms of those 2nd and 3rd places in the championship, but we can potentially give you what would be the overall champion for 2025, and that looks like it's going to be Brody Darling. Bossov under attack again. This time Antunes and Ade are right there, along with Christian Naidu. Naidu putting the big pressure onto the back end. Here's a dive. Oh, Bossov demoted down 1 place. That is not what he needs. Diego Antunes diving through there and finding a way past and squeezing himself just ahead there of the man in 2nd place in this championship. Declan Jurgens has got 3 3rd places this weekend. Will that potentially bring him back into a shot of beating Max Bossov? Bossov has got a 5, a 4, and potentially at this stage another 5th, I should say. So 2 5th places and a 4th place. May just see 2nd place change up. I don't think it will. I think Max might just have enough to keep out Declan for that 2nd place. As I said, it all depends on what happens here and what happens with the drop rounds, which I don't have any sight of heading into this championship. Right now, Kuhn hangs on by 1.19339 seconds. That is enough to see him take the overall win for today in the final heat. He'll take 4th heat victory. It won't be the overall win of the entire weekend, of course, but having started on pole twice, he wasn't able to capitalize on them. This time out, he certainly is. He's about to start the final lap. Ronaldo Kuhn looking for last blood here in Minimax. Declan Jurgens in second, and the man who would be the number 1 plate for 2025 is in third place with a big 3.3 second advantage over his closest rival, Max Boshoff. Kuhn on his way up the hill. Don't think Darling's going to have a go here. Declan is going to hang on for second. Brody's going to hang on for third. And with that, wrap up the SA Championship. Max Boshoff will make it 2 fourths and a fifth for today, and that'll put him possibly still in second place for this championship. But the win goes to Kuhn, and the championship goes to Brody Darling. Boshoff comes through for fourth. Fifth place, good effort there from Diego Antunes. His best finish of the weekend there in the top 5 in the 5th and final heat of Minimax 2025. As they all cross the line now and complete the race for the title. The title going to Brody Darling, finishing up in third place. Let's have a quick squiz at those unofficial results there for this 4th and final heat of the weekend before we head into action from Junior Max. So it's Ronaldo Kuhn who gets the victory. Declan Jurgens comes through for second place ahead of Brody Darling, your champion. Max Boshoff in 4th, Diego Antunes in 5. Christian Naidu beats out Michael Ade, Kairif Chetty, Ruvan Maritz, Matt Naidu, Keon Reddy, and Modume Kiyamo from Namibia in 12th place. He beats out Meso Taperi, Zach Boshoff, and Lawasho Matabule. 15th place for him, Rafael de Souza, Nande Kiyamo, Andre Betancourt, and Parker van der Molen at the back end of the field there in our final heat of 2025's Minimax Championship. Up next, Junior Max, our last race of the day. Here we go for the last time in 2025, Rotax South African Karting Championship finals here at the Zwartkops International Kart Circuit. And we're about to see if Caleb Moss can potentially add another name to the Moss family South African Championship titles. Caleb Moss has finished up in first place, in fourth place, and in third place in the first 3 heats of the weekend. He starts in third on the second row alongside Jack Moore. Front row, Emma Darling and Sebastian Himan, his 2 closest rivals in this championship. It's all about whether or not Emma can take a victory. She may be able to outgun Sebastiano Himan for second place in the championship. I don't think a first place is enough to beat Caleb Moss for the championship, but it all depends on what happens with Caleb Moss in this race. Let's see how things unfold now as we go down to the last 15 laps of race action for 2025 in Rotax South African Karting Championships and Junior Max category. Race 3 winner Emma Darling will set the pace from pole. Closest rival to Caleb Moss in the championship will be alongside her in Sebastiano Human. Here they go down towards turn 1. Clean start. We've had clean starts all day long, incredibly. Can you believe that? No false starts at all in the entire weekend. Brilliant stuff from all our karters as they head down towards turn 2. Himan's hit the front. He's got Jack Moore in second place. Where is Moss? Got to check and see where Caleb Moss has ended up. If he's down in fourth place, that's where he is. He's in fourth at the moment. That is good enough to wrap up the championship. He stays in that top 5. That is exactly what Caleb Moss needs to do. As they come up the hill, he slots in and tucks behind Emma Darling, who's there in third, looking over her shoulder straight into the eyes of Caleb Moss as they come over the bridge and through super quick sweep. Once again, over the line to start the first lap and end the first lap in anger. Himan from Moore, Darling, Moss, and a good start there from Retlahang to Kiso coming through there as well. What a start there from him. Much better run coming out of that man. Let's see where Spicy, did Spicy get back into this one? I'm not quite sure if he did. No, he's all the way down, long way down the field in 15th place. So a lot of work to do there for the little man. But of course he was fighting at the front end earlier on in the day and had a fantastic second heat, that is for sure. Anyway, it is Sebastian Himan who leads things out, doing everything he can to try and keep himself at least in second place in the championship ahead of Emma Darling. Darling in third place will ensure that she is scored in the top 5 in all 4 heats of the weekend. She got a third yesterday, she got a second in the first heat this morning, and she won the third heat. Now closing up onto the back end of Jack Moore. Jack Moore doing a super job there with a third and second in the heats so far this weekend. He didn't finish yesterday in the top 5. Himan, Moore, Darling, Moss. Takiso ahead of Christian Verheul. Shinsenwana, fastest man on track there in 7th place. 41.977 for Shinsenwana in 7th. He's got some work to do now to try and bring that second pack up to the first pack if he can. 4 karts in the first pack, 3 in the second. But it's Himan who leads out down towards turn 2. 0.2 to Jack Moore, 0.06 to Emma Darling, 0.2 to Caleb Moss. That's how close it is. Literally half a second between the first 4 karts on track. Gap opening up there, as you can see, as they come up the hill. Verheul, followed there by Vadgama, Ngobeni, and Keon Duplessis making up the top 10. Sean Reddy just outside of that top 10. McIntyre in 12th. Another lap completed, almost to the first third completed in this race. Himan controlling things from the front. With that, as I said, Sebastian has only finished up in 2 of the 3 heats so far this weekend in the top 5, where Emma's finished up in all 3. So there's a good potential that Emma Darling might finish up in second place in this championship behind Caleb Moss if things stay the same as they are right now. Despite the fact that Sebastian Himan has got this win, and taking into account that I don't have the drop rounds, there is a mathematical chance here that Emma could finish second ahead of Sebastiano, I beg your pardon, in this championship for 2025. We're 1/3 done, 2/3 to go. Moss in 4th is exactly where he needs to be, and of course he would have been told that. Finish up in the top 5. Don't get involved in the antics. Whatever you do, do not have a DNF. Can't afford a DNF. We've got problems here. Ooh, someone had a little touch coming out of the first twisty there. Somebody getting sent backwards. I think that might be Emma Darling. It is. The 423 kart has dropped back. Darling getting a little tap from one of the karts and forced out of the way, coming out of the second of the twisties, and now falls back into the clutches. Someone not happy as she crosses the line, as you can see there, gesticulating, saying, what was that all about? Sebastian Himan has dropped back as well, so it's now Moore up into the lead, Moss into second, Himan down to 3rd, and Christian Verheul now ahead of Emma Darling as they come across the line. Darling has dropped back at least 2.5 seconds behind Moore and Moss, so that's going to definitely spoil her chances of finishing up in the top 3 in this heat, but it won't spoil her chances, I don't think, for the overall title. Second place is where she's going to finish. Moss, if he stays in second, definitely wraps up the championship. But she was not happy, and you can see the frustration as she crossed the line, looking at race control going, come on guys, what is that all about? We didn't quite get exactly what happened though. Just caught it out of the glimpse of my eye here from the commentary tower to see if there might have been a touch there between one of the 2 karts, but didn't get to see it on camera. But there was definitely a downward position maneuver there for Emma Darling from second down into what is now 5th place on track. Shinsenwana still stays quickest. Tipang is on a flyer at the moment. He's going to try and bring those lap times down again. to the 41.9s he got earlier on. So let's see what Sepang can do in the closing stages here as Jack Moore leads across the line to the tune of 0.6 over Caleb Moss. Him on behind him. Sebastiano being closed in though by Christian Verheul. Verheul going to try and do some work here to help out his fellow CRG man potentially. They come down the hill towards turn 3. Moss hangs on for now. As I said, Moss coming into this round, a little bit of advantage there, and looking to try and maintain that advantage as we head into these last couple of laps of race action. 9 down and 6 to go, almost to the 2/3 mark of this race, the final heat of 2025's SA Rotax Karting Championships and the Junior Max category. Phenomenal race action all weekend long so far from every single one of the karters out there. As I said, it's been a clean sheet of no false starts the whole day. Don't get to see that very often in karting. They've kept themselves very busy, and it's been some fantastic kart action all through the weekend as well. Jack Moore continues to lead things out, but it's only 0.3 of a second to Moss, 0.1 of a second to Himon, 0.3 of a second to Verheul. So make that half a second between the first 4 karts as they start the final third of this race. 10 down, 5 to go. Turn 2. Moss closes the gap down slightly there on Jack Moore. Caleb Moss would love to get the final victory to wrap up this championship, but is he going to chance it? Is he going to maybe risk that? Or is he going to just settle for second place and know that he's given himself an SA championship and another Moss name on a South African title? He's seen it from his uncle, he's seen it from his cousin. Unbelievable to think there's another Moss coming through the ranks and taking SA titles on his way up through the sport. Caleb Moss in second place right now, behind Jack Moore. Jack Moore has had some international duties in kart. Oh, Himon's not giving up without a fight though. Sebastiano had a big look down into turn 3, just couldn't quite make it stick. And what that has done is just shuffled the field around slightly. Sebastiano dropping down behind Verheul now. That is exactly what Caleb Moss needed. A little bit of teammate, maybe some stablemate help there from Cristiano or Sebastiano. And it looks like Christian Verheul is going to be definitely the man who's going to help him out a little bit. Or is he going to give him a bit of a run for his money? It looks like he might be having a go here. Sebastiano dropping by the wayside down into 4th place as he attempted to get through there on Moss. Here's another attempt to get back at Christian Verheul. Dives on the inside. Does he make it stick? No, he doesn't, but he loses ground. Lots of ground lost there by Sebastiano. And now falling into the clutches of Darling, coming back at him. Emma Darling looking for second place in the championship. Can catch Sebastian Himon, pass him and take second place. Jack Moore is going to get the victory here, we think, because look at the gap that he's pulled over Caleb Moss. Moss will just try and hang on for second and just fend off the attack coming from behind. Here comes Darling in the closing stages, onto the back end of Himon. Darling can finish up in the top 5 and she's finished ahead of Sebastian Himon. There's a good chance she'll finish second in the championship to Caleb Moss. Sebastiano will lose that advantage he had coming into this round, and that might just be the change up that Emma Darling was hoping for. Darling putting the pressure on, looking for a change up, tries to go around the outside, then cuts back and uses the inside line. Himon gets slightly better drive coming out of the twisties over the bridge, up towards super quick sweep, and out of that one they come. They've got the final lap to do it in. Can Emma Darling get through? This is for second place in the championship. It's for 5th place on the road, 4th and 5th on the road, but second in the championship, and Himon is hanging on. Sebastiano Himon hanging on for now. Can he keep Emma Darling at bay? Moore, I think, has got the win. Moss will have the title, but second place in the championship is the fight for 4th and 5th on the road. What a run to the line here. Can Emma Darling sneak through here and spoil the day here for Sebastiano Himon? As I said, I'm talking on the points that I've got in front of me, not taking into account any of the drop rounds. Jack Moore is going to get the final win. He wins out over Caleb Moss. Moss gets the victory and the championship there with the second place. Verheul comes through for third, and it's going to be Himon who just hangs on to beat out Emma Darling. So your 2025 champion for Junior Max, Caleb Moss. And I think second place might be in the hands of Emma Darling, ahead of Sebastiano Himon, depending on how the points all work out. And as I said, I don't have the drop rounds in front of me. But if that's what we take, what happened today and yesterday, Emma got a first, a second, a third, and a fifth place. Sebastian only managed to get himself a first and 2 fourths. So that might be enough just to change up the points tally there between himself. As they came into this round, there was literally only 5 points in it between Sebastiano and Emma Darling, and that might have been made up here in the final race of the day. So let's run through one more time. This is unofficially, of course, Bambinos went to Alonso de Oliveira. Jason Kutsia took the DD2s. Cristiano Magaro taking the DD2 Masters category. Luan de Vet wrapping up Micromax. A great effort there from Charles Visser to take another SA title and win himself that Corsa de Gemelli test in the MSA4 kart, along with the championship in the Senior Max. Mini Max went to Brody Dowling, and Caleb Moss wraps up the Junior Max category title here at the final round of Rotax SA Karting Finals. We have got a massive amount of thanks to Ed Murray Racing, Mojo Tires, XBS, Delorto, Top Kart and Coma, to the FIA and to MSA, of course, for all their support for this championship. We wish all the final championship contenders that have won their titles. You'll get to see that a little bit later on. I think we're staying online for a prize giving ceremony later on this afternoon, so just keep your eyes and ears open for that. And also big thanks to Super Quick and to our film crew out there, DT Film Services, for all the action provided here today from the final round of this championship. It's been an incredible championship, an absolutely epic one today that saw no false starts whatsoever. That's been a long time since I've been at karting where there's been no false starts called on the day. Big shout out to Zwartkops marshals, the medics, and of course our race control team for another fantastic day. We have finished up the day well within time. We're only supposed to finish the day's racing at 3:45 this afternoon, and of course that has now ended up at 3:10, so brilliant effort. That's me on screen, yes indeed, thank you so much. The voice of choice, Greg Maloney. Hopefully you enjoyed all the race section today, and as I said, please go on, watch, like, share, and pass it on to all your friends, fans, and family all around the world. The final round of the Rotax SA Karting Finals here at Zwartkops International Kart Track, and we'll be seeing you real soon. Stick around, we're going to be going live, I think, later on for the prize ceremony and the prize giving to see who wraps up the SA titles and gets those seats to the World Finals for Rotax Karting in Bahrain on the 29th of November to the 5th of December. From my side, take care then, bye-bye now.
finals.
So now we're going to go onto the racetrack to show you the racing line.
Alrighty, here we go out onto the track for the installation lap. Look over my shoulder, nothing coming. Okay, warm the engine up a little. Nice sunny day here in Portimao. Lovely circuit, nice and smooth, except for one part, which you'll see a little bit later. 100 metres above sea level, and a really picturesque track in the mountains of Portimao. Surface is very smooth, as I just mentioned. Curbs are not real high, so we can utilise those if necessary, and some very nice overtaking opportunities on each and every corner. Quite undulating up and down. Here we go down a hill. Nice and simple. As you can see, there's the motor racing track on the other side. Crawl back up the hill again. And getting ready for our first of the many laps that are going to happen here at the Grand Finals. So here we go, coming onto the main straight. And away we go. Underneath the gantry. Full gas. Miss the curve. Right on the outside of the circuit. Full gas through the corner. Quite late braking. Feed the throttle on nice and tight through the right, through the left, and down the hill we go. Pick up a bit of curb. Late braking. Feed the throttle on. Part throttle, half throttle, full throttle. In the middle of the circuit. Pick up the curb here. A little bit. Late braking. On the gas. Feed the throttle. Pick up the apex. Now down the hill, full gas through this corner. This is a quick off on a throttle, off, on again. Down the hill to the very bottom of the circuit. Late braking, stay wide. Now the slowest part of the track, nice and easy. You don't want to bog the cart down. Let it flow to the extremities. Back up through the rib breaker. Yeah, well that hurts every time. Back onto the main straight again. So there you have it. There's the lap of Portimao. Hope you enjoyed.
I'm Scott Falconer, 2019 National Karting Champion and 10 times Regional Champion. Racing has been my passion my entire life. But now my passion is helping others be the best version of themselves and become future national champions. My advice to drivers when I train them is that everything starts with you. It's not your age or your gender, it's your desire to be better, your hunger for that win. You're the only one standing in your way. And the minute you want to give up, that's when you need to push harder. It's your time now.
So tell me, why do we do it? Why do we push so hard? Why do we test our limits? Why do we reach for perfection? When others leave, we stay. When When others pack up, we work harder. When others keep in the dry, our blood turns to ice. When others give in, we dig deeper. Every rev, every corner, every apex, every pass, every risk, every position, every tenth, every hundredth, every thousandth, every goal we set, every challenge we face, every fear we overcome. Because we won't settle for second. Because we live and breathe it. Because we seek the strength deep inside us.
Because we give our best. Because this is Rotax.
Winning is everything, but it is not the only thing. 384 champions, a rainbow of colour, hope and pride.
It changed my whole life, and there's no other event in the world like it.
I love it. It's part of my life.
Bahrain unfolds before them, a floodlit ocean of sand under an ink-black sky, a roller coaster of tarmac and emotion. Months after month they have toiled in every country, at every track, in all conditions, to grasp hold of their prize, their ticket, their golden opportunity. Behind each contender, the love, the drive, the joy and heartache is shared equally. The time and sacrifice is all of ours. Each moment, each race is felt from afar, from the pits, the stands, the grid.
It'd put hairs on your arms, you know. It's such an emotional experience for everyone. Win, lose or draw, there's such a passion for it.
The moment arrives. Summon every sinew and go for broke. If you don't take your opportunity, a rival will. Glory, triumph, victory or defeat, all flash by like a feather blowing on the hot breeze. With every grand final, a champion is crowned, standing tall on the shoulders of us all. It sits in silence, just one of hundreds, built to be equal. Once selected, it will become unique. lap after lap, session after session, every minute change matters, a never-ending quest. Each delicate adjustment is observed, measured, monitored. Piece by piece, the puzzle is solved. Speed, grip, hard on the brakes, turn in, make it bite. Gradually, it is molded, until finally it is ready, but not complete. When the sun goes down, the lights come on, and it's the driver's chance to shine.
The track under the lights looks really good.
Well, it's definitely a change of atmosphere. It's like everything's closer, so you just feel 10 times faster. Last night was a bit cooler, there's a humidity in the air.
I think the track loses a bit of grip, but the times are still pretty quick.
I mean, it's all some of the best drivers in the world, so everyone here should know how to adapt to that.
Yeah, well, it's very special because you don't do that normally, and I enjoyed it a lot.
I guess we feel a bit more like superstars at night time, I guess.
Going to be an absolute cracker jack of a race day.
Daryl Smith here from BIP Powertrain. Come to you from Portimao, where we're testing for the grand finals.
So now we're going to go onto the racetrack to show you the racing line.
Alrighty, here we go, out onto the track for the installation lap. Look over my shoulder, nothing coming. Okay, warm the engine up a little. Nice sunny day here in Portimao. Lovely circuit, nice and smooth, except for one part, which you'll see a little bit later. 100 metres above sea level, and a really picturesque track in the mountains of Portimao. Surface is very smooth, as I just mentioned. Curbs are not real high, so we can utilise those if necessary, and some very nice overtaking opportunities on each and every corner. Quite undulating up and down. Here we go, down a hill. Nice and simple. As you can see, there's the motor racing track on the other side. Crawl back up the hill again. And getting ready for our first of the many laps that are going to happen here at the grand finals. So here we go, coming onto the main straight. And away we go. Underneath the gantry. Full gas. Miss the curve. Right on the outside of the circuit. Full gas through the corner. Quite late braking. Feed the throttle on nice and tight to the right, through the left, and down the hill we go. Pick up a bit of curb. Late braking. Feed the throttle on. Part throttle, half throttle, full throttle. In the middle of the circuit. pick up the curb here a little bit, late braking on the gas, feed the throttle, pick up the apex. Now down the hill, full gas through this corner. This is a quick off on the throttle, off, on again. Down the hill to the very bottom of the circuit. Late braking, stay wide. Now the slowest part of the track, nice and easy. You don't want to bog the cart down. Let it flow to the extremities. Back up through the rib breaker. Yeah, well that hurts every time. Back onto the main straight again. So there you have it. There's a lap of quarter mile. Hope you enjoyed.
I'm Scott Falconer, 2019 National Karting Champion and 10 times Regional Champion. Racing has been my passion my entire life. But now my passion is helping others be the best version of themselves and become future national champions. My advice to drivers when I train them is that everything starts with you. It's not your age or your gender, it's your desire to be better, your hunger for that win. You're the only one standing in your way, and the minute you want to give up, that's when you need to push harder. It's your time now.
So tell me, why do we do it? Why do we push so hard? Why do we test our limits? Why do we reach for perfection? When others leave, we stay. When others pack up, we work harder. When others keep in the dry, our blood turns to ice. When others give in, we dig deeper. Every rev, every corner, every apex, every pass, every risk, every position, every tenth, every hundredth, every thousandth, every goal we set, every challenge we face, every fear we overcome. Because we won't settle for second. Because we live and breathe it. Because we seek the strength deep inside us.
Because we give our best. Because this is Rotax.
Winning is everything, but it is not the only thing. 384 champions, a rainbow of colour, hope and pride.
It changed my whole life, and there's no other event in the world like it.
I love it. It's part of my life.
Bahrain unfolds before them, a floodlit ocean of sand under an ink-black sky, a roller coaster of tarmac and emotion. Months after month they have toiled in every country, every track, in all conditions, to grasp hold of their prize, their ticket, their golden opportunity. Behind each contender, the love, the drive, the joy and heartache is shared equally. The time and sacrifice is all of ours. Each moment, each race is felt from afar, from the pits, the stands, the grid.
It'd put hairs on your arms, you know. It's such an emotional experience for everyone. Win, lose or draw, there's such a passion for it.
The moment arrives. Summon every sinew and go for broke. If you don't take your opportunity, a rival will. Glory, triumph, victory or defeat, all flash by like a feather blowing on the hot breeze. With every grand final, a champion is crowned, standing tall on the shoulders of us all. It sits in silence, just one of hundreds, built to be equal. Once selected, it will become unique. Lap after lap, session after session, every minute change matters, a never-ending quest. Each delicate adjustment is observed, measured, monitored. Piece by piece, the puzzle is solved. Speed, grip, hard on the brakes, turn in, make it bite. Gradually, it is molded, until finally it is ready, but not complete. When the sun goes down, the lights come on, and it's the driver's chance to shine.
The track under the lights looks really good.
Well, it's definitely a change of atmosphere. It's like everything's closer, so you just feel 10 times faster. Last night was a bit cooler, there's a humidity in the air.
I think the track loses a bit of grip, but the times are still pretty quick. I mean, it's all some of the best drivers in the world, so everyone here should know how to adapt to that.
Yeah, well, it's very special because you don't do that normally, and I enjoyed it a lot.
I guess we feel a bit more like superstars at night time, I guess.
jack of a race day.
Smith here from VIP Powertrain. Come to you from Portimao, where we're testing for the grand finals.
So now we're going to go onto the racetrack to show you the racing line.
Alrighty, here we go out onto the track for the installation lap. Look over my shoulder, nothing coming. Okay, warm the engine up a little. Nice sunny day here in Portimao. Lovely circuit, nice and smooth, except for one part, which you'll see a little bit later. 100 metres above sea level, and a really picturesque track in the mountains of Portimao. Surface is very smooth, as I just mentioned. Curbs are not real high, so you can utilise those if necessary, and some very nice overtaking opportunities on each and every corner. Quite undulating up and down. Here we go down a hill. Nice and simple. As you can see, there's the motor racing track on the other side. Crawl back up the hill again. And getting ready for our first of the many laps that are going to happen here at the grand finals. So here we go, coming onto the main straight. And away we go. Underneath the gantry, full gas. Miss the curve, right on the outside of the circuit. Full gas through the corner, quite late braking. Feed the throttle on nice and tight through the right, through the left, and down the hill we go. Pick up a bit of curb, late braking, feed the throttle on, part throttle, half throttle, full throttle. In the middle of the circuit, pick up the curb here, a little bit, late braking, on the gas, feed the throttle, pick up the apex. Now down the hill, full gas through this corner. This is a quick off on a throttle, off, on again. Down the hill to the very bottom of the circuit. Late braking, stay wide. Now the slowest part of the track, nice and easy. You don't want to bog the car down, let it flow to the extremities. Back up, through the rib breaker. Yeah, well that hurts every time. Back onto the main straight again. So there you have it. There's the lap of Portimao. Hope you enjoyed.
I'm Scott Falconer, 2019 National Karting Champion and 10 times Regional Champion. Racing has been my passion my entire life. But now my passion is helping others be the best version of themselves and become future national champions. My advice to drivers when I train them is that everything starts with you. It's not your age or your gender, it's your desire to be better, your hunger for that win. You're the only one standing in your way, and the minute you want to give up, that's when you need to push harder. It's your time now.
So tell me, Why do we do it? Why do we push so hard? Why do we test our limits? Why do we reach for perfection? When others leave, we stay. When others pack up, we work harder. When others keep in the dry, our blood turns to ice. When others give in, we dig deeper. Every rev, every corner, every apex, every pass, every risk, every position, every tenth, every hundredth, every thousandth, every goal we set, every challenge we face, every fear we overcome. Because we won't settle for second. Because we live and breathe it. Because we seek the strength deep inside us.
Because we give our best. Because this is Rotax.
Winning is everything, but it is not the only thing. 384 champions, a rainbow of colour, hope and pride.
It changed my whole life, and there's no other event in the world like it.
I love it. It's part of my life.
Bahrain unfolds before them, a floodlit ocean of sand under an ink-black sky, a roller coaster of tarmac and emotion. Months after month they have toiled in every country, at every track, in all conditions, to grasp hold of their prize, their ticket, their golden opportunity. Behind each contender, the love, the drive, the joy and heartache is shared equally. The time and sacrifice is all of ours. Each moment, each race is felt from afar, from the pits, the stands, the grid.
Did put hairs on your arms, you know. It's such an emotional experience for everyone. Win, lose or draw, there's such a passion for it.
The moment arrives. Summon every sinew and go for broke. If you don't take your opportunity, a rival will. Glory, triumph, victory or defeat, all flash by like a feather blowing on the hot breeze. With every grand final, a champion is crowned, standing tall on the shoulders of us all. It sits in silence, just one of hundreds, built to be equal. Once selected, it will become unique. Lap after lap, session after session, every minute change matters, a never-ending quest. Each delicate adjustment is observed, measured, monitored. Piece by piece, the puzzle is solved. Speed, grip, hard on the brakes, turn in, make it bite. Gradually, it is molded, until finally it is ready, but not complete. When the sun goes down, the lights come on, and it's the driver's chance to shine.
The track under the lights looks really good.
Well, it's definitely a change of atmosphere. It's like everything's closer, so you just feel 10 times faster. Last night was a bit cooler, there's a humidity in the air.
I think the track loses a bit of grip, but the times are still pretty quick. I mean, it's all some of the best drivers in the world, so everyone here should know how to adapt to that.
Yeah, well, it's very special because you don't do that normally, and I enjoyed it a lot.
I guess we feel a bit more like superstars at night time, I guess.
Going to be an absolute cracker jack of a race day.
Daryl Smith here from BIP Powertrain. Come to you from Portimao, where we're testing for the grand finals.
So now we're going to go onto the racetrack to show you the racing line.
Alrighty, here we go, out onto the track for the installation lap. Look over my shoulder, nothing coming. Okay, warm the engine up a little. Nice sunny day here in Portimao. Lovely circuit, nice and smooth, except for one part, which you'll see a little bit later. 100 metres above sea level, and a really picturesque track in the mountains of Portimao. Surface is very smooth, as I just mentioned. Curbs are not real high, so we can utilise those if necessary, and some very nice overtaking opportunities on each and every corner. Quite undulating up and down. Here we go down a hill. Nice and simple. As you can see, there's the motor racing track on the other side. Crawl back up the hill again. And getting ready for our first of the many laps that are going to happen here at the grand finals. So here we go, coming onto the main straight. And away we go. Underneath the gantry. full gas. Miss the curb, right on the outside of the circuit. Full gas through the corner, quite late braking, speed the throttle on nice and tight to the right, through the left and down the hill we go. Pick up a bit of curb, late braking, speed the throttle on, part throttle, half throttle, full throttle. In the middle of the circuit, pick up the curb here, a little bit, late braking, on the gas, feed the throttle, pick up the apex. Now down the hill, full gas through this corner. This is a quick off on a throttle, off, on again. Down the hill to the very bottom of the circuit. Late braking, stay wide. Now the slowest part of the track, nice and easy. You don't want to bog the cart down. Let it flow to the extremities. Back up through the rib breaker. Yeah, well that hurts every time. Back onto the main straight again. So there you have it. There's a lap of quarter mile. Hope you enjoyed.
I'm Scott Falconer, 2019 National Karting Champion and 10 times Regional Champion. Racing has been my passion my entire life. But now my passion is helping others be the best version of themselves and become future national champions. My advice to drivers when I train them is that everything starts with you. It's not your age or your gender, it's your desire to be better, your hunger for that win. You're the only one standing in your way, and the minute you want to give up, that's when you need to push harder. It's your time now.
So tell me, why do we do it? Why do we push so hard? Why do we test our limits? Why do we reach for perfection? When others leave, we stay. When others pack up, we work harder. When others keep in the dry, our blood turns to ice. When others give in, we dig deeper. Every rev, every corner, every apex, every pass, every risk, every position, every tenth, every hundredth, every thousandth, every goal we set, every challenge we face, every fear we overcome. Because we won't settle for second. Because we live and breathe it. Because we seek the strength deep inside us.
Because we give our best. Because this is Rotax.
Winning is everything, but it is not the only thing. 384 champions, a rainbow of colour, hope and pride.
changed my whole life. And there's no other event in the world like it.
I love it. It's part of my life.
Bahrain unfolds before them, a floodlit ocean of sand under an ink-black sky, a roller coaster of tarmac and emotion. Months after month they have toiled in every country, at every track, in all conditions, to grasp hold of their prize, their ticket, their golden opportunity. Behind each contender, the love, the drive, the joy and heartache is shared equally. The time and sacrifice is all of ours. Each moment, each race is felt from afar, from the pits, the stands, the grid.
It'd put hairs on your arms, you know. It's such an emotional experience for everyone. Win, lose or draw, there's such a passion for it.
The moment arrives. Summon every sinew and go for broke. If you don't take your opportunity, a rival will. Glory, triumph, victory or defeat, all flash by like a feather blowing on the hot breeze. With every grand final, a champion is crowned, standing tall on the shoulders of us all. It sits in silence, just one of hundreds, built to be equal. Once selected, it will become unique. Lap after lap, session after session, every minute change matters, a never-ending quest. Each delicate adjustment is observed, measured, monitored. Piece by piece, the puzzle is solved. Speed, grip, hard on the brakes, turn in, make it bite. Gradually, it is molded, until finally it is ready, but not complete. When the sun goes down, the lights come on, and it's the driver's chance to shine.
The track under the lights looks really good.
Well, it's definitely a change of atmosphere. It's like everything's closer, so you just feel 10 times faster. Last night was a bit cooler, there's a humidity in the air.
I think the track loses a bit of grip, but the times are still pretty quick. I mean, it's all some of the best drivers in the world, so everyone here should know how to adapt to that.
Yeah, well, it's very special because you don't do that normally, and I enjoyed it a lot.
I guess we feel a bit more like superstars at night time, I guess.
It's going to be an absolute crackerjack of a race day.
Daryl Smith here from BIP Powertrain. Come to you from Portimao, where we're testing for the grand finals.
So now we're going to go onto the racetrack to show you the racing line.
Alrighty, here we go, out onto the track for the installation lap. Look over my shoulder, nothing coming. Okay, warm the engine up a little. Nice sunny day here in Portimao. Lovely circuit, nice and smooth, except for one part, which you'll see a little bit later. 100 metres above sea level, and a really picturesque track in the mountains of Portimao. Surface is very smooth, as I just mentioned. Curbs are not real high, so we can utilise those if necessary, and some very nice overtaking opportunities on each and every corner. Quite undulating up and down. Here we go, down a hill. Nice and simple. As you can see, there's the motor racing track on the other side. Crawl back up the hill again. And getting ready for our first of the many laps that are going to happen here at the grand finals. So here we go, coming onto the main straight. And away we go. Underneath the gantry. Full gas. Miss the curve. Right on the outside of the circuit. Full gas through the corner. Quite late braking. Feed the throttle on nice and tight to the right, through the left, and down the hill we go. Pick up a bit of curb. Late braking. Feed the throttle on. Part throttle, half throttle, full throttle. In the middle of the circuit. Pick up the curb here. A little bit. Late braking. On the gas. Feed the throttle. Pick up the apex. Now down the hill, full gas through this corner. This is a quick off on a throttle, off, on again. Down the hill to the very bottom of the circuit. Late braking, stay wide. Now the slowest part of the track, nice and easy. You don't want to bog the cart down. Let it flow to the extremities. Back up through the rib breaker. Yeah, well that hurts every time. Back onto the main straight again. So there you have it. There's the lap of Portimao. Hope you enjoyed.
I'm Scott Falconer, 2019 National Karting Champion and 10 times Regional Champion. Racing has been my passion my entire life. But now my passion is helping others be the best version of themselves and become future national champions. My advice to drivers when I train them is that everything starts with you. It's not your age or your gender, it's your desire to be better, your hunger for that win. You're the only one standing in your way, and the minute you want to give up, that's when you need to push harder. It's your time now.
So tell me, why do we do it? Why do we push so hard? Why do we test our limits? Why do we reach for perfection? When others leave, we stay. When others pack up, we work harder. When others keep in the dry, our blood turns to ice. When others give in, we dig deeper. Every rev, every corner, every apex, every pass, every risk, every position, every tenth, every hundredth, every thousandth, every goal we set, every challenge we face, every fear we overcome. Because we won't settle for second. Because we live and breathe it. Because we seek the strength deep inside us.
Because we give our best. Because this is Rotax.
Winning is everything, but it is not the only thing. 384 champions, a rainbow of colour, hope and pride.
It changed my whole life, and there's no other event in the world like it.
I love it. It's part of my life.
Bahrain unfolds before them, a floodlit ocean of sand under an ink-black sky, a roller coaster of tarmac and emotion. Months after month they have toiled in every country, at every track, in all conditions, to grasp hold of their prize, their ticket, their golden opportunity. Behind each contender, the love, the drive, the joy and heartache is shared equally. The time and sacrifice is all of ours. Each moment, each race is felt from afar, from the pits the stands, the grid.
Did put hairs on your arms, you know. It's such an emotional experience for everyone. Win, lose or draw, there's such a passion for it.
The moment arrives. Summon every sinew and go for broke. If you don't take your opportunity, a rival will. Glory, triumph, victory or defeat, all flash by like a feather blowing on the hot breeze. With every grand final, a champion is crowned, standing tall on the shoulders of us all. It sits in silence, just one of hundreds, built to be equal. Once selected, it will become unique. Lap after lap, session after session, every minute change matters, a never-ending quest. Each delicate adjustment is observed, measured, monitored. Piece by piece, the puzzle is solved. Speed, grip, hard on the brakes, turn in, make it bite. Gradually, it is molded, until finally it is ready, but not complete. When the sun goes down, the lights come on, and it's the driver's chance to shine.
The track under the lights looks really good.
Well, it's definitely a change of atmosphere. It's like everything's closer, so you just feel 10 times faster. Last night was a bit cooler, there's a humidity in the air.
I think the track loses a bit of grip, but the times are still pretty quick. I mean, it's all some of the best drivers in the world, so everyone here should know how to adapt to that.
Yeah, well, it's very special because you don't do that normally, and I enjoyed it a lot.
I guess we feel a bit more like superstars at night time, I guess.
Going to be an absolute cracker jack of a race day.
Daryl Smith here from BIP Powertrain. Come to you from Portimao, where we're testing for the grand finals. So
So now we're going to go onto the racetrack to show you the racing line.
Alrighty, here we go out onto the track for the installation lap. Look over my shoulder, nothing coming. Okay, warm the engine up a little. Nice sunny day here in Portimao. Lovely circuit, nice and smooth, except for one part, which you'll see a little bit later. 100 meters above sea level, and a really picturesque track in the mountains of Portimao. Surface is very smooth, as I just mentioned. Curbs are not real high, so you can utilise those if necessary, and some very nice overtaking opportunities on each and every corner. Quite undulating up and down. Here we go down a hill. Nice and simple. As you can see, there's the motor racing track on the other side. Crawl back up the hill again. And getting ready for our first of the many laps that are going to happen here at the grand finals. So here we go, coming onto the main straight, and away we go. Underneath the gantry, full gas. Miss the curve, right on the outside of the circuit. Full gas through the corner, quite light braking. Feed the throttle on nice and tight to the right, through the left, and down the hill we go. Pick up a bit of curb, late braking, feed the throttle on, part throttle, half throttle, full throttle. In the middle of the circuit, pick up the curb here, a little bit, late braking, on the gas, feed the throttle, pick up the apex. Now down the hill, full gas through this corner. This is a quick off on a throttle, off, on again. Down the hill to the very bottom of the circuit. Late braking, stay wide. Now the slowest part of the track, nice and easy. You don't want to bog the cart down. Let it flow to the extremities. Back up through the rib breaker. Yeah, well that hurts every time. Back onto the main straight again. So there you have it. There's the lap of Portimao. Hope you enjoyed.
I'm Scott Falconer, 2019 National Karting Champion and 10 times Regional Champion. Racing has been my passion my entire life. But now my passion is helping others be the best version of themselves and become future national champions. My advice to drivers when I train them is that everything starts with you. It's not your age or your gender, it's your desire to be better, your hunger for that win. You're the only one standing in your way, and the minute you want to give up, that's when you need to push harder. It's your time now.
Right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, or good evening. It's almost evening, I suppose. A big welcome to everybody who's joined us from all over Africa as well, our friends that have come from far north and far east and far west, to the final round of the Rotax SA Karting Championships for 2025. We're going to kick things off with the day's trophies first and foremost. So we're going to run through all of the day's trophies and how the event turned out just for today. We're then going to go through a couple of rookie awards that have to be handed out. And then the National Championship Awards will be at the end of that. So to kick things off, we start with Bambinos. We had a brand new lap record set this weekend. And in recognition of that lap record, a 57.895. Congratulations to Yero Malabai. There you go, buddy. Well done. Sticking with the top six in Bambino, in sixth place, Shea Makabule. In fifth place, Zwarte Mogoda. Wasn't me? Can't prove a thing. Fourth place, Yeromat Malabai. In third place, first man on the podium, Sebastian Shuttleworth. In second place, and a race winner today in this category, Teresa Betancourt. And your overall winner today, Alonso de Oliveira. You got a couple of trophies that are bigger than you, but I've seen them. No, I'm not lying. I've seen you up on stage, remember, huh? Well done. You see, Alberton rules, bro. Say no more. There we go. There's your Bambinos for today. Let's make some noise for them. Happy, got all the photos, moms and dads, paparazzi, all good. Thank you so much. Moving on, we're going to Micromax next. I'm going to come this side, Jeff. It'll probably be easier to work with it. Micromax, we also had a lap record. Fantastic effort in Micromax today. A 46.037. Unfortunately, I don't think he's here because he was that fast that he also ended up in a big incident. Arjun Stein. Let's go to the top six. In sixth place, Ronald Fenter. In fifth place, Yakim Chamildian. In fourth place, Michael Omani. Third place, Roddy Harris. In second place, Luke Dutoy. And first place, Luan de Vet. So, just double check that for you and do that at the same time. Yeah, while you're up there as well, our Micromax Rookie Award goes to Luan de Vet. That's for 2024 though, hey? Just remember, not for this year. There we go, well done. Thank you guys, well done, congratulations, good racing today. Is that the evidence, hey? You got that, hey? Mr. Dutoy. Taking the evidence back with you. I like it. Well done, Boyki. Right, we're moving on to Minimax now. In Minimax, our top 6 are as follows. 6th place, Rafael de Souza. 5th place, Kayan Reddy. 4th place, Max Bossoff. 3rd place, and the rookie from 2024 as well, Brody Darling. 2nd place, Declan Jurgens. And 1st place, Ronaldo Kuhn. Okay, paparazzi's looking for directional photography here, please, guys. So all look in a different direction. One look up, one look left, one look right, one look down, one look to the DJ. They are happy, Mom. That's their happy faces, don't you know? Those are their happy faces. They're only happy when they're flat out in a cart. You don't see it because they've got helmets on. Well done, guys. Congratulations. Good day's racing. Next up, we move into Junior Max. In 3rd place from Mozambique. Sorry, 6th place, I beg your pardon. 6th place from Mozambique, Kayo Kera. Okay, Therese is going to accept on his belt. Thank you. 5th place, Christian Verheil. 4th place, Sebastiano Human. 3rd place, Caleb Moss. 2nd place, Jack Moore. And 1st place, Emma Darling. Let's make some noise there. Watch out for that young lady on the bottom as well, hey? She's just as quick as Emma, so nice to see 2 ladies on the podium there representing for her fellow countrymen. Thank you, guys. Well done. Congratulations on a great day's racing. Moving to Senior Max now. In 6th place, Jordan Wadley. Fifth place goes to Ethan Bostander. Fourth place, Jono Wilson. Third place, Nzalo Koza. In second place, Charles Fisser. And first place, and your 2024 rookie as well, Ben Swartz. Well done, guys. Thank you so much. No, you don't get veteran of the year. You get like Grandmaster, bro. Grandmaster. Speaking of Masters and DD2s, let's go to DD2s now. Next up, we've got, of course, a lap record that was set this morning. Amazing to see this man. Unbeaten today, a 41.479. Lap record to Jamie Smith. Don't go too far away, Jay. Stick around here because we're going to call you up now as well. 6th place today in DD2s, Cristiano Mogado. In 5th place, Dusan Rajovic. Fourth place, Matthew Wadley. Third place, Sebastian Boyd. Second place, Jason Kutsia. And understandably, because he got the lap record, he was so fast and unbeaten today. First place, Jamie Smith. Happy paparazzi. Thank you so much, guys. Well done. Awesome job. DD2 Masters, 3rd place goes to Jonathan Peterson. Jono, good job, bud. 2nd place, Christian Boucher. And once again on top, Cristiano Mogado. Nicely done, gentlemen. Good job. Alright, then we're just going to call up our Bambinos for today's racing as well, from 7th to 16th place. Holomisa Zogisiwe, are you here? Come up and get your medal. Yintla Makabele. Tyler Stainer. Come on, Zogs. There you go, Tyler. Thank you, buddy. Sean Ade. Tiani Malabai. Milakusle Ndlovu. Muluri Ngubeni. Mia Mabunda. Gerard Martin. And Grayson Fenter. So if those guys are here, any of them are still here, can come up and get your medals for today. There we go. That's all of us. Good job, guys. Thank you. Right, these are the important ones now. These are the ones that count, eh? Let's see if I got it right on the TV coverage on the live stream today with our friends at DT Film Services. We're going to start with Bambinos. Top 6 in the championship for 2025. In 6th place, Shay Makabule. In 5th place, Zonkisizwe Holomisa. In 4th place, Yeru Malabai. In 3rd place, Teresa Betancourt. In 2nd place, Sebastian Shuttleworth. And your 2025 Bambino champion for Rotax South Africa, Alonso de Oliveira. There you have it. Make some noise for the future of karting. Get it, bud. Get it, get it, get it, get it. Just don't spray the cameras, okay? Don't spray the cameras. Let's see if your dad taught you well. Come on now. Send it! Yeah! Okay. Not bad. Not bad. There you have it. Yes, that is non-alcoholic, so everybody calm down. Everybody calm down. It's all good. Well done, ladies and gents. Come on down. Lady Dad's going to need to teach you a little bit on how to spray that bottle, hey? Well done. There you go. Congratulations. I think we're good there. Right, moving on to Micromax now. Top 6 in Micromax. In 6th place, Joaquin Chameleon. In 5th place, Roddy Harris. In 4th place, in his absence, congratulations to Adrian Stein. Sure, 2nd class I got right on the live stream as well. 3rd place, Luke DeToy. 2nd place, Michael Omani. And your national champion in Rotax and getting the ticket to the grand finals in Bahrain, Luan de Vet. Just doing half fives first, Mark. Then do half fives, then we can get the other ones done. High fives, handshakes, that's what we like to see. Right, big smiles. Big smiles. Come on, you fought hard for this championship. Well done, guys. Congratulations. Mini-Max are up next. And we start in 6th place. Yesterday's Heat 1 winner, Christian Naidu. In 5th place, Rafael de Souza. In 4th place, Declan Jurgens. Apologies. What I got given was P1 Christian, but it was not right. It was actually Ronaldo who got it. And he gets 3rd place in the championship as well. Well done, Ronaldo Kuhn. 2nd place, got this one right, Max Bossoff. And your champion, and also getting his ticket to the World Finals in Bahrain, Brody Cooper Darling. and friend. Oh, some serious high fives there, eh? Congratulations, well done, and a fantastic championship, guys. Got all the photos? Good stuff. Well done, guys. Come on down. Thank you so much. Well done for a great championship. Look forward to next year. Moving on to Junior Max now. One of the most highly competitive classes we've had. Fantastic effort from them. In 6th place, Tepang Shintanwana. In 5th place, Riachile Spice Mayula. In 4th place, Jack Moore. In 3rd place, Sebastiano Himan. And I got this one right as well on the live stream. 2nd place, Emma Dowling. And I think this is the 4th in the family to make an SA title. Congratulations to your Junior Max champion for 2025 in Rotax, Junior Max, Caleb Moss. Well done, awesome stuff. Come on down. Senior Max. Man, was this championship fought hard all season long. In 6th place though, at the end of it, it's Georgia Lennertz. In 5th place, Jordan Wadley. In 4th place, Jono Wilson. In 3rd place, Ken Swartz. In 2nd place, Gianna Pasquale. Your 2025 champion and getting the ticket to the World Finals, Charles Fisser. Before Shoal goes away, I'm getting there. I need to get this all sorted out before Shoal goes away. By the way, guess what? You got yourself a free test for MSA4, courtesy of course Jameli. Well done. That'll help, eh? There you go, Dad. That's a little bit of extra money you need to spend now on more racing. Why not, eh? Why not? Put him in a single seater. You never know. He might be good, eh? He's only been in saloon cars and karts, so why not a single seater? There's a challenge for you, Shoal. Next time you're up here next year, we want to see you at the top end of that class too. All right. Congratulations once again to all our Senior Max. Well done, guys and girls. Fantastic effort. So you just got to get some specialized paparazzi here, I can see, hey? Fisser Incorporated and photography. DD2s. Sixth place, unfortunately, is not here. That goes to Shrin Naidu. In fifth place, Dusan Rajovic. In fourth place, Anwar April. In third place, Maddie Wadley. In second place, Sebastian Boyd. And the man that wraps up DD2s is possibly on his way to the second title he's taken this year, of possibly 3. Congratulations to DD2's national champion for 2025, Jason Kutsia. And because Sebastian Boyd finished up in second, and this man already won the Africa Open, guess what, Seb? You get yourself a ticket too, buddy. There you go, come and get it. That's a strong team you got there, Jeffy. That's a strong team you got there. Got the photos, moms and dads. Thank you so much. Well done. Congratulations, guys. Finally, DD2 Masters. Top 3 in third place, Christian Boucher. Second place, Jonathan Peterson. And you're no pressure whatsoever going back to the World Finals, Cristiano. Congratulations for the championship for 2025. Cristiano Magado. And a ticket to the World Finals again. That's going to work, huh? Then he bring back, what is it, 5 titles now, eh? That's what we'd like to see, Cristiano, for sure. Well done, guys. Well done, and good luck to everybody heading to Bahrain. All the very best from all of us here. I'm sure we're looking forward to Team South Africa representing us at the top end of all of those races in November and December. And also just a massive thanks to, I think, Jeff, Jennifer, and everybody behind the scenes, our marshals and medics all around the country. Everybody that's behind the scenes that does the job here to bring us this championship. Let's give them a massive round of applause. We can't do it without them. Finally, a call out to all of our day races, the top 6. Please will you come up and get yourselves your cap for the day as well. Sorry, top 3. Top 3. Please come and get your caps. And then can I please ask all of our ticket winners just to come up and get a final photo together before you guys make your way onto cleaner and drier pastures. Have a fantastic festive season. We'll see you in 2026 for more Rotax action. And from our side here at DT Film Services, thanks for joining us on the YouTube. We'll see you all soon. Take care then. Bye-bye now.
Winning is everything, but it is not the only thing. 384 champions, a rainbow of colour, hope and pride.
It changed my whole life, and there's no other event in the world like it.
I love it. It's part of my life.
Bahrain unfolds before them, a floodlit ocean of sand under an ink-black sky, a roller coaster of tarmac and emotion.